and the feds take 33%, and the state takes like their own 17%. Like I take home less than half of my check just initially in taxes, and then like I said, every time I buy something on Amazon or the street or go to a bodega or anything, I'm paying taxes on everything that I buy.
Can I ask you a question? And I always wanted to know this. Why do New Yorkers and Californians still live in New York and California?
Because we're masochists.
Y'all like a glutton for punishment, huh? Because y'all got some of the worst tax. Like,
and space. Have you seen? Oh my God! It's like they got less than a matchbox.
My rent's $3K, and I have a big apartment. I'm not gonna front. I have a 3-bedroom. It's actually kind of big compared to other apartments in New York. But my rent is $3,000 a month. That's a month.
Hey, look. Let me ask y'all this though. Well, why ain't niggas left America? At all, we done been through the worst shit.
You know why? It's easier to leave California or New York than to leave America. Let's just keep it real, my nigga. It's way easier to move another state over than a whole crossing the pond or some shit.
Well, tell all the Mexicans that they done walked here.
I mean, they're right under Texas. They're right under Texas, dog. You talking about
everybody that done walked here.
And to the person who's asking why do we still live here? I mean, have you ever been to Northern California?
I have. Been. Okay. California is beautiful. I lived in California for a little while. But
but you're not from Cali, so maybe you don't have the same level of appreciation for natural beauty that we do. But here's the thing: you pay for what you want. It's like when you go in whatever store you go in and you choose to purchase whatever it is that you choose to purchase. That is a choice. Sometimes based on need, sometimes based on want. Right? But the value of how you spend your money has to do, or how you spend your money has to do with what you value. So I'll just say for somebody who lived in Texas for 15 years, I've lived many places throughout my life, but most recently, I moved to Texas for 15 years. Now I've been back in Cali for 10. I'm here for family. I'm here to be in proximity to my children and my family.
For my grandma.
So for me, that's one of the reasons. However, there are talks of us buying land somewhere where we can create that compound out California, right? Right now, this is where we can home. This is base. I think that was Eric or somebody talking about space. Not everybody. New York maybe is more limited on their space, especially maybe like in Manhattan or whatever, not necessarily all the boroughs. But we're not limited on space out here, baby, in Cali. we don't have no lack.
Here in New York. But yeah. I mean, for the money, $1 million for a matchbox, that's an issue.
That's a fact.
That's an issue. Ain't no way I'd have been left. I'm just saying.
But it's also easier.
That's why they took the prices of the houses up in the South because a lot of them did migrate, especially during COVID, from those places to like Texas and Alabama and stuff, and they drove the housing prices up.
But it's easier to be the devil that you know than the devil you don't know. Because I tried it. I went to fucking Connecticut. I went right back to New York. And I live in the Bronx. I live in a very, commercial area.
Folks in Connecticut.
Girl, I was in Litchfield. I think we were the only black people in that hotel. I ran right back to New York. I got the hell out of there. I think I even saw KKA Hood one time. I was like, oh no, I gotta get out of here. We ran.
Yeah, that's another thing to the brother's point about people moving. I know quite a few people that have moved to Texas, Atlanta, North Carolina, pretty much those areas, South Carolina too, but mostly North. And there's a lot of people that move back. Just being able to save some money, culture, environment, there's a lot of difference. And some people just can't handle those differences and they end up moving back. Yeah, depending on what area, like again, I'm in the East Bay. lot size differs. You know what I'm saying? So, location does matter, Erica. With respect to, like you said, a matchbox for $1 million. I don't know where that is. But our real estate prices have been inflated, similar to New York for I don't know how long as I can remember. But I wanted to ask a question, Erica, about that doomsday claim, and just to see if anybody has any information as to why. I know it has the coordinates or the code or whatever, right? But why China? Like, I mean, why is it? Right, is that true that it was in that area in China?
Doomsday?
Does anybody know?
What's the question you asking again? What you mean?
So that claim, there was some talk. So in my area, again, I'm in Northern California, and there was some sightings a couple of days ago of the aircraft making, it was spotted in the Central Valley area, and they were talks about it making these mock landings. Right, then the very next day, that was on the 8th, then the very next day, there was some talk of it being en route to China. Has anybody else heard that information?
Is that about that alien spacecraft or something?
Yes, that's the
Yeah, they were saying something about the way it's moving, about that is looking for a space to park, and they need a big enough space to park in the airspace, and they're looking for that. That's the way they think it. That's what's going on, because the way it's moving around and about, it's trying to scout out the biggest space areas so it can park itself. So that's what they say. I don't know. Wait till they find out if it's real that it's kids that's doing it.
But it's specifically to direct nuclear forces. Like, it's not just a regular thing. I just didn't know why it was in China's airspace. That was the part that confused me a little bit. If nobody knows, then it's cool.
Who airspace you would prefer it to be in?
Shit, they can stay over there in China.
Well, if we're at war with Iran, it would have made logical sense to me if it was in airspace. But it's in China's airspace. Is that the next move? Is that a proactive, a strategic? Like, I don't know. Like I said, just curious to see if anyone else had any other perspective information.
What up, Bus Spots? What y'all got going on, man? What's good with you, Red?
What up, half a part?
What's up, Eugene? What's up?
What up, Eugene? What's up, Miss Anita? Total my prodigy had my total is the
Half a part, what it do?
Hey, man, I'm sitting back looking at it. Just got out of news, the Channel 6, Channel 27 news in it. Finally got my fleet market rolling, man. It's gonna be shit. It's about that money now. I done went broke. Get this damn thing off the ground. So I'm gonna put my cash app up top. Y'all, Bus Box people, y'all put some money in my account. I'm broke now.
And yeah, I need some help. I need some help, Emily. Yeah. But that's what I've been up to. What you been up to, Red? Total, what you got going on? Hey.
Good morning. I ain't ready to tell you yet. I ain't ready.
Are you gonna be moving? Where you moving to? You done got the house built? Nah, you done got the
I'm still working on. I'm in beta. I think they call it beta.
Beta?
Yeah, I'm in the beta mode. But I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait, y'all. I want to see what you got, man. I want to see what you got. Sure, when they lay the foundation, put up the drywall, bricks, blocks, whatever you got going on.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let everybody know. Everybody gonna be happy.
You gonna get your wife next and have a bunch of children, or what you gonna do?
Well, can I have a white lady in it too, please?
You gotta either ask.
Almost threw up then. That nigga is so. Oh my God, you a fucking degenerate. Jamal.
They get irritated when I start.
Can I have a white one, please? That's so weird, bro.
They got your
And we don't do that. They just trying to push the buttons. Can I have a good woman? Can I have a white one?
You can. Coward. Y'all do me so bad. No love.
Melissa might let you have one. Michelle called you a coward. Damn. What
This rough out here in these streets, man. These clubhouse streets, man.
He just wants those white minority benefits.
That's what he want, or he want to look good in front of everybody. You know, Smokey Robinson back in the days, guys, when Smokey Robinson, no, not Smokey Robinson. What's the boy name? What's the boy name? No, the one that owned Motown. Quincy.
Oh, that's a Robinson.
Y'all remember when he did that interview? And they asked him about men outside of his race, what he said. Y'all remember that?
Talking about Barry Gordy.
Barry Gordy, Quincy Jones, whoever married a white girl. He matter of fact, he's married. He is married.
Quincy Jones. That was Tupac was dating his daughter.
Well, he used to be married to Diana Ross, I think, too. One of the girls. He had a baby by or something. It might be Quincy. Yeah, it is.
Now you're talking about Barry Gordy. Barry Gordy was dated by Diana Ross.
Well, okay, so anyway, the story is when they was interviewing this boy said the reason why he started dating white women and decided to marry one because back then that was the populace among black men. Having a white girl, Jamal, that gave you status. That said, oh man, he got that top creme de la creme. That nigga got to be bad if he get him a white girl on his arm. You understand? So yeah, that's what he said now. He said, hey, he had to step up his game.
That's kind of fucked up.
These hard-headed chimpanzees ain't doing no good.
That's a
to use white women as a symbol.
That was an insult to American.
That's crazy.
That was an insult to
Yeah, because I was
ass nigga like that. Call him a chimpanzee. You was a goddamn slob. Dirty ass motherfuckers.
In history, historically, that was a status symbol for black men. Unfortunately, it was something that was out of reach. If you notice, Supreme Court justices, most of them had white women to get a high position in status.
That ain't what Jack Johnson thought.
White women, and it's interesting. That's why everybody was surprised Barack Obama, had a black wife, but he didn't have a black mother. So that's a different story. But it was a sad. O.J. Simpson. That was a historical thing. When you made it to a certain level, you tried to get a white woman.
And black,
Hey, look, now let's be fair now. Look.
Hold on 1 second. And
okay.
Let's be real. It wasn't a thing of the past. That's a thing of the current.
Yeah, still today.
Want to have certain level of respect from their white counterparts and feel that the way in which to do so. I'm right now calling black woman a chimpanzee. You wild, but and still want that level of respect from their white counterparts and feel that a white woman is a status symbol. That's still in effect today, brother.
Absolutely, and it has its roots.
Well, I don't know. Well, listen. Well, those niggas who feel like that, right? That's just them. Cause I guess it come from how you raised, and you know. Cause like, see, for me, my uncle dated white women, but he could never bring a white woman to my grandmama's driveway. See what I'm saying? My grandmama used to tell him, "Don't give a damn all you sleep with, but you can't bring her over here." Cause my grandmama come from cleaning up behind white folks for 20 years. See what I'm saying? Or when she was a little girl. So us bringing white folk home was a no-no. And then see, like for me, I ain't never slept with a white girl. I remember I told y'all I tried. My shit didn't work. And I took that as a sign to never try again. So my biology won't even let me, you see what I'm saying, touch no white pussy. But for some men, you know, like you are right, Black. They did feel like having a white woman would you know, put them at a higher status and it could open them up certain doors because of who was on their arm, who they with. So I get that. But then on the other hand, you had niggas like Jack Johnson that felt like, nigga, I'm rich. I'm gonna fuck these white women and I'm gonna beat up on these white men. They can do about it. That's what Jack Johnson said. Jack Johnson said, I'm gonna beat up white men and I'm gonna fuck they women if they can't do shit about it.
Yeah, and that's the same law they used to take over the boy. They put that boy to white.
Yeah. They fucked my niggas up, man. They created laws behind my nigga. We can't even speed because of him. We can't even speed because of that nigga. That shit crazy. 500 one way, 500 back, nigga, because he say he's speeding back, nigga. He ain't slowing down. They had to create laws around this nigga. Because listen, he was the first nigga that was transporting white women from one state to another one, fucking them. Like, you know, like moving prostitutes or women, white women, whoever, from one state to another, fucking them. They had to create laws behind this shit that this nigga was doing because he was, listen, if he had been doing this shit with black women, they'd have never gave a fuck. It was white women involved, and then it's not like he making them do it. These women are lusting after this strong nigga. Listen to what I'm telling you, bro. These white women was lusting after this man. Do you know the history and the story of Jack Johnson?
Yeah, he got hit with the Man's. He got hit with the Man's Act. It's like he was the P. Diddy of his time. What you talking about?
That's what I just meant. I just said he was transporting white people across state lines.
He did. He was transporting black men.
He was like R. Kelly back then.
Right. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, he was. The niggas and bitches. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. So but Jack Johnson, he the reason why some of these laws still exist today because of the shit that he was doing that they didn't want him to do that he was doing with white women. See, that's why I said if he had been doing that shit with black women, they'd have never gave a fuck. Because he got all these goddamn white women. Listen, they made the movie King Kong about this nigga. That's what the movie King Kong was about. Jack Johnson.
Well, I never knew that. That's interesting.
Yeah, the King Kong. Go back and look at the origin of who they created King. It was around Jack Johnson. The whole white girl, all that shit is symbolism of him fucking with them white women.
Yeah, that's wow, I'm doing it right now. Thank you.
All right.
That's what Dave Chappelle was talking about in his recent stand-up at the end.
Yeah, I remember. When he had the Chappelle show, he did this.
What's up?
You know what's crazy? They took that same shit and put it on your boy LeBron James and put him on the cover of Sports Illustrated looking like King Kong holding on to that fucking white woman.
Yep.
So look that shit.
I was just about to bring that up.
Wasn't she the owner of the Lakers?
The white lady that was on there with him?
No, you're talking about something else.
No, I didn't see. I'm confused.
No, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated way back when it's like his third year on the league, third year on the league. What you're talking about happened like last year when he was on the sideline and Jeannie Buss and the lady that was married to Kurt Rambis was all over, hanging all over and shit.
That's what he had.
Because the original King Kong came out, what, 1932? In the 30s? The original King Kong came out in like the 30s.
They did King Kong wrong. They didn't do They ain't show King Kong no love.
See, I fuck with Jack Johnson. That's why I was like, he was our first international, like, famous pimp. Like, he was doing this thing and the government hated him for it and created all this bullshit to stop what he was doing.
Yeah.
So he was getting money from them white women? You called him a pimp?
No, he was a trick. He was trick daddy, but he was still getting pussy up.
Yeah. See, but at that time,
he was mad because he was fucking all the hoes.
Well, I was just about to say, at that time, what he was doing was unheard of. And then, like I said, he was bragging about it. He was literally saying, I'm going to beat up these white men, and then I'm going to fuck their women. Right? He was saying that. That's exactly, because, go back and look, none of them crackers at that time could beat Jack Johnson. He was knocking all their ass out. So he wasn't wrong about what he was saying.
I would be more like a Dr.
He should have married a black woman.
I don't know if he did marry a black woman. I just know he was fucking a lot of white women.
Somebody said Umar.
But I think he was doing that shit to be spiteful though.
That part. He definitely was. That part.
To be spiteful, like I'm whooping these white man asses and I'm fucking their women and they can't do shit about it. That's the mentality.
They found a loophole in the law and got his ass. They made a law for him. They created a law for that.
Stop it. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't stop what he was doing. He was making their ass look crazy. This big black nigga whooping these white men ass, and then
he gonna go fuck my daughter. That's crazy.
And at that time, a white man being humiliated, you know what I'm saying, and nationally like that, they can't. Listen, bro. For white men to lose like that or to be nationally humiliated like that, they can't have that type of shit. Where that's why they always try to create these great white hopes of fighters and heroes and try to, make the playing field even for them so that these niggas can be world champs and all of that. But if you put them in a ring, pound for pound, brawn for brawn, with these niggas, white men will never win.
Well, they probably beat Mike Tyson. Nah, I'm just fucking with shit.
That's why I had to laugh. That's what I'm saying, bro. But listen, through history, look at this. What has always beaten another nigga? A nigga. It don't take a nigga to beat another nigga. You ain't never named one of these crackers ever knock one of these niggas out.
What's that white boy beat Deontay Wilder? Where he from?
She got a point.
I didn't put the work.
He had his number.
That's a stupid photo.
I'm not saying he can beat no.
He must be like,
right, that's what I'm saying.
That nigga Eurasian.
Rocky whooped his ass, but he beat Joe Lewis's ass.
Who did?
Rocky Marciano whipped Joe Lewis's ass.
That is a fact.
Come on, man. Y'all niggas ain't. What the fuck is wrong that y'all niggas don't remember coming to America barbershop scene when they was talking about the white balls and the nigga said he whipped Joe Lewis's ass? They was talking about.
He was Italian, so technically.
They talking about the real Rocky. They talking about the real Rocky. Cause I seen the picture.
That's what I'm saying. Talking about Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, I seen him. The real Italian nigga. Yeah, I think they call him the Italian Bull or some shit like that, or some nickname they gave that nigga. I know exactly what you talking about.
But again, he was Italian.
I ain't never.
He had a black tendency, so.
I ain't never know he whooped a nigga ass. I thought they always set up and rigged his fights because most of his fights were mafia control. So I ain't never think that.
Nigga, sports period. That's sports period.
I didn't never think that most of those fights You know what I mean? Like these niggas in here fighting for real. Other than one of them got to throw the fight so these niggas could win. And just because remember he was in him being Italian anyway, all of his handlers and everybody that control everything he got going on is mob connected, especially at that time.
Got a point, Red. You got a point.
So that means all sports red? That what you said?
Yeah.
Because the mob got it all sports.
Because see, listen, the mob
niggas playing poker and shit.
Right. See, the mob, the NFL, NBA, all of these niggas have this whole betting shit within the organization of football and sports itself. So you have coaches, you have niggas that own teams, niggas that have investments in teams, niggas that's on the teams that's betting. And when it comes to this gambling, they make 20, 30 million off a bet. Off
so, but nigga come to you, if you don't throw the game, I'm gonna kidnap your kid type shit. I'm gonna definitely throw the game.
Or nigga, listen. You throw the game, shady points, 3 points, give us this field goal, nigga. If we win this, nigga, you can make 30 million off a loss. Damn. And it's just a regular season game.
That's crazy.
See what I'm saying? But then that's the temptation that these players and the pressure that they be under. Like, nigga, you can make 15 million a game just by diving. And this, you see what I'm saying? Y'all, this is a regular season game that niggas is betting on. See what I'm saying? So when you right, and that's what I'm saying. When you went to and that's why, and that's why when you go back and you hear all these stories with MJ and all of these players that have these gambling debts that be gambling, all this shit just ain't poker. All this shit just ain't card. These niggas definitely not shooting dice. See what I'm saying? These niggas are
all that shit makes sense now.
These niggas are throwing these games. These niggas are shaving points. These niggas are missing free throws. You see what I'm saying? These niggas are missing field goals. These niggas are taking three. You see what? This is what because this is how the money adds up. This is like if you get 1 million niggas or 500,000 niggas to bet against this, and then you know these niggas gonna throw the game. See what I'm saying? You know how the points in this shit gonna add up in the end. See what I'm saying?
Red, didn't they get a career referee recently in the NBA? Didn't they get his ass for the same shit?
Yep. Yeah, because everybody's in on it.
Damn, the referee, the player, and the coach.
Yeah, everybody's in on it.
Years ago, that was Tim Donaghy. That was years ago, though.
Yeah, everybody's in on it, bro. Listen, remember when all of these it was years ago when all these college students, these college boys was getting paid and they tried to make it seem like they was paying these college boys to try to recruit them, right? But not knowing that they was paying these college boys to throw these games, to throw these college games. See what I'm saying? And they made it
they did with brother, that's when by certain amount of points.
Right, but this is how this shit works. See what I'm saying? We will lose a certain amount of points. So a nigga throw a field goal in the third half and this and that. How it go? You see, they playing all this shit out because there's millions of dollars involved. Each game, millions of dollars that's involved. Just like we know, just on a smaller scale with the $10 little shit that we bet at work, right? The little draw shit that, you know, people have, the little $10, $5 shit you sign up every Sunday, right? You can make 50,000 or 20,000 or 10,000 if you win on that shit. And that's just some small scale shit. See what I'm saying? Now think about when you put 10,000 in, right? And you bet 20,000 in, and if you hit, nigga, you get damn near 2.3 million. This is how they betting. See what I'm saying?
Well, we need to get into this shit, yo. Who was
So that's why, like, in the government, when they charge these niggas and they indict these niggas and do all that, the only reason why they going to jail is because the government, again, is not getting a part of everything that's going on. See what I'm saying? That's why when you have these gambling rings and shit that's generating millions of dollars, these niggas going to jail. You know why? Because these niggas ain't paying nobody. See what I'm saying? That's how you stay safe. When you see niggas going to jail for shit like that, it's because they ain't paying nobody. They got sloppy. It's not going to stop because they went to jail. See what I'm saying? They just got to tighten up what the fuck they been doing. But it's not going to stop because sports going to stop.
Hey, Red, and I wasn't talking about that happened a long time ago with the ref. I was talking about what happened with, what is it, Tommy Vance, Christian Moral. It was across, but I guess these are high school, not in the professional league. I thought they were professional. But
yeah, since high school too, these niggas, damn, they got our kids.
Yeah, it's everywhere, like you said.
Everywhere. Because it's just like even in high school, you have niggas in the, just think about this. Because the baby shit has always went on. Even when we used to do the N1 shit in Rucker Park, right? It's still an economic system of betting amongst us, because you got niggas over here that got 50,000 on this team. You got these niggas over here that's betting 100,000 on this team. You got these niggas over here that got they 5, they 10s, they 20s, they 1,000, they 1,500s, they this, they that. And everybody's betting against somebody, or it's a big pot or somebody, but they bet. When you accumulate all this shit, all this money that's circulating, that these niggas got betting on one game, it's millions of dollars out here. See what I'm saying?
It's like the running numbers shit, right? Like when they run numbers.
Just like the numbers game. It's the same. That's what we can't. That's our lane. The numbers game is our lane. That's the one thing that the black man created, and that he can say that we employed our people. We took care of our neighborhood. We funded churches, schools. We actually built infrastructure with the number system, and that shit is documented. Real estate, built our communities up. My nigga Teddy Rowe, the Johnson brothers, Bumpy Johnson. We had these in different in every communities. Remember, we started the numbers game, generating in a typical neighborhood like a Harlem or a South Side of Chicago, making roughly $15 to $25 million a year back then. Yeah, we talking about nickels and dimes.
Bumpy did a lot for the public community.
Yeah, we talking about nickels and dimes that added up every year to tens of millions of dollars that went back into the black neighborhood. And that was just us generating money, doing some shit of our entertainment for ourselves. That ain't had no outside sources. That was our pennies and dimes and monies that was in our communities that we betted on numbers, that generated money, that put people to work. That money, if you needed your light bill paid, or your son, something happened to one of your family members needed money for a burial, need the child to school, hey, we got you. That's what and remember, this is what orchestrated or made our banks. This is how our banks were created. With our number system, we had to have banks.
That's the same thing they do with the lottery now.
But the lottery came from, listen,
they got it from us.
The mob stole it from us. The government took it from the mob. Simple as that.
And that supposedly goes straight to education.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
And charity. Supposedly.
Heavy on the supposedly.
So that's just a little history of like how much we contribute to this whole infrastructure. From just trying to do something for ourselves because the Italian and the Jews and the Irish wouldn't let us into bootlegging, wouldn't let us into all the other shit. So we had to create the numbers games in order to make money and create something and have something for our own. That shit came out of us, out of thin air.
They still price us. Everything we do ends up being current. Whatever they do becomes a standard.
Yep. Just like how they demonize all of the like wallet moonshine. But these elixirs that we were making in Tennessee, in the hills of the Carolinas, Georgia, right? In on the rivers of the Mississippi Bank in Louisiana, these elixirs and oceans and this shit that we was making. This is what they banned during Prohibition. Nothing to do with white men drinking beer and beating on their goddamn women and all of that. They wanted y'all niggas to stop making those elixirs and that shit that they couldn't control, that you niggas was making no damn heels. And they right. They demonized y'all niggas for making it and said that it was illegal, right? That's why they call them illegal substances and alcohol, because it don't matter how, whatever, if you made that shit in your bathtub, in a bucket, if you didn't make that shit how they deemed that you should make it, that shit was illegal. See what I'm saying?
If they can't tax it, it's illegal.
And then they turn around and did what? Still built distilleries, goddamn ran rum, beer, alcohol, gin, all of this shit and made millions. While if they catch you doing it, your ass is going to jail.
The same is true for counterfeiting, right? The Federal Reserve counterfeit money, but if you go into your garage and print money, then they're going to jail. You're going to jail, right? And get this, okay? I don't know if you ever tried to copy money on the copier machine. Well, the copier machine wanted to copy money.
Because the money has metals in it.
Hey, can I ask a quick question on a brother that was talking about the Federal Reserve counterfeit money? Can you expound on that? When you're saying that they put counterfeit notes out in distribution? I mean, in population?
No. Let me be a little bit more technical about what it says. It's fractional reserve banking, and it's more or less the commercial banks that actually they can make money out of thin air. So the way it works is that if you deposit $10, they can loan out $9 on a fractional reserve, basically. So they're making money out of thin air, so to speak. So to them, that's all legal. But if we try to make money, or to try to, like Sinclair, I'm going to use him as an example. He was here in California during the Depression, and he wanted to put people to work working in the old garages of Hollywood. Hollywood had a lot of vacant studios back then during the Depression. So he wanted to house people and pay them with script that he created in order to pay people, and they could use that script to buy, eggs and stuff from the commissary and from the stores around there. But the government shut him down. And another one is the Mormons. They tried to make their own money, and they shut them down. So the point that I was trying to make is that the government is the only one that, the banking system actually is not the government, is the only one that can create money from thin air or print their own money. So
they're actually allowed to print money, and when they do that, the dollar gets devalued. And another thing is the drugs, right? The FDA controls the drugs. The biggest drug dealer in the world is Pfizer. Let you sell a nickel. See how much they give you?
So anything that we try to do to help ourselves or to create a means of exchange between ourselves, if we're not paying taxes on that money, and that's the biggest problem. Everything that we do, they want a piece of it.
But I thought taxes was illegal though.
There it is, okay? They want a piece of all the money that we make, no matter where it comes from.
Because okay, so I could be wrong, I could be mistaken, but didn't Trump get rid of like the IRS and it's called something else now? It's called the Internal Revenue Service. It's called the External.
Yeah, shit, that shit is still there.
Because I thought he removed it.
I don't think he changed it either. Yeah, I ain't really feeling Trump right now, man. This nigga.
Yeah, it's still the Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah, internal, right.
He might have tried some shit, but he ain't gonna be.
But yeah, from my understanding, paying taxes is illegal. We're not supposed to be paying taxes.
That's a fact. Or ask Melania, how much did they find that she has somewhere in an offshore account? Was it like 200-something million or billions of dollars? I forgot.
Yeah, they brought down Red Fox because he didn't pay his taxes. There's numerous people that they sent to prison because they refused to pay tax.
Yeah.
So it might be illegal, but think about this, right? That if you were, well, I don't know, I never lived in New York, but from my understanding is when that thug walked through your door and you didn't give him that money, at a certain time, then he will come back and then bomb your place. That's the same thing the IRS is doing. If you don't pay them your money, then you go into jail.
That's right.
Yeah. That's how they got Al Capone ass. So he was to jail for 11 years for tax evasion.
And here's
if they can't get you.
And here's the thing. I have been filed since 2022. I live in California where we have state taxes. I get a letter say if I don't file that based on their estimation, which doesn't include any deductions or anything like that, that I owe them $2,500. So I filed, and they owe me $2,500.
Right.
So
it's not gonna get a check.
But guess what? I ain't heard from the feds at all. Cause see, I know they owe me all these years. So you know what I mean? It's just crazy how people think that, oh, I don't have to, if you work a job, if you earn any money that is reported to them, whether it's W-2 or 1099, they're keeping record of that. And if they feel that you owe, they will come after you. So you ain't got to file that. It doesn't matter. And don't have no assets. Because, baby, when they come, they season shit.
Sis, they say I owe them $25,000. I don't know from fucking where. They take more than half my fucking check. I went back and forth with them on that.
But see, get what? We agree to that shit. Listen, that's why I say, I ain't giving no goddamn taxes to Social Security. I say they had, listen, I don't even know if I'm a goddamn C40. How the fuck I'm gonna know if I'm gonna retire when I'm 65 and what I want to do? I ain't finna give y'all my money for that long, and then I don't know if that shit still gonna be there when I decide to retire. I'm gonna come up with my own goddamn plan. I ain't putting my money to no goddamn Social Security.
And you know when your tax money goes, right, brother?
You don't work a job.
No, but you guys do know where your taxes go through, right? It's through investments. They invest, quote unquote.
That's what they say. That's what they say. They tell us our taxes bill roads, build bridges, pay for other stupid shit that it don't pay for wars. It's crazy how we got, listen, how the American taxpayer dollars don't pay for shit for the Americans, for us, what we want. Like, we don't even decide what we want to do with the tax money that's being gathered from us. All these, like, we don't ever say someone saying, like, nah, we don't want to repair this fucking bridge. We want to repair this bridge. No, we don't want to pave this street. We want to goddamn build this school. Or no, we don't want to fund this goddamn program this year. We want to fund this program this year with our tax money. We don't, as a people, because, and I know this because when they say, well, they spend the tax money, they spend all the tax money, the American taxpayers on all these wars, you don't got no say so in that. We don't got no say so in all this shit that they buy. We don't got no say so in that. But what we are spending our taxpayer dollars on that, and we allowing this shit to happen. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm like, shit, I file exempt. They ain't getting shit from me. That's why I be saying, like, yeah, y'all be thinking I be being funny, but when y'all be like, well, the American taxpayer dollar this, and I be like, well, shit, I ain't paying that shit. That's why I be saying what I be saying. I want all my money now. That's just how I feel. I want all my money now. I cross that bridge.
And let me just say one thing. Filing exempt has to do with federal taxes, but it does not exclude IRS contribution. I'm sorry, Social Security contribution. If you work for an employer, they don't have the legal position to stop you from participating. They're going to take that money off the top, either that or you don't want a job. If you were to say, I don't want nothing taken out of my check, they would tell you they don't have the legal right to do so. And so, again, the only position that you can take with regard to exemptions is a federal exemption. But again, that has Social Security is separate.
Yeah, I know.
Exemption.
But I did try to keep as much money as I can.
Yeah, so any federal exemption that you take, make sure you consult a tax expert on that, because you just don't want to get later on, depending on your financial situation, later on, get audited and have them come back and say, oh yeah, you owe X amount of money.
And put interest on that. If you owe them $30 from 3 years ago,
that shit gonna be $3,000 now.
They gonna put interest on that month over month. That shit gonna compound on your ass. How about that?
I got audited one time. I paid my taxes, and they audited me, and they said that I had $67,000 that I had to pay back. That apparently they claimed that wasn't accounted for.
How they come up with that number?
Because they said it was unaccounted for, and they were exemptions taken that wasn't applicable to the prior year. And I had been going to this tax preparer to do my taxes, and I should have known better. And that taught me a lesson. I paid it, but it taught me a lesson, and that is hire an attorney, hire a tax attorney. You can only go so far with a tax preparer. Tax preparers, they're not as sophisticated in understanding LLCs, and if you have multiple LLCs, and also when it comes to the LLC paying you under the 4% or less than 5% of your capped earnings, and then also dealing with what is it? I forgot the name. I can't remember the name of it right now. It just slipped my brain. But it just taught me a lesson. Because they can't. The next year after that, they came back and said I owed $147,000 from the previous year before the previous year. So it just taught me a lesson. Like, it fucked me up. Because the woman I was using, I don't know why I used this lady. She was so sweet and nice. She was a black woman. She had worked at H&R Block for like 30 years, and she had ventured out on her own. And she made all these broad claims of what she could do and how she could save me money. And she talked a good game. And so I let her do my taxes for like 4 years. And she fucked me over big time. So it just taught me a lesson. Hire a tax attorney. I ended up going to one of the best tax attorneys that you could go to in the world, basically. He's a tax attorney for a lot of famous people. But I went to him, and he's been my tax attorney since then. He's been my tax attorney now for 24 years.
You know the one thing, now first of all, with all those assets and different business structures and what you just mentioned, I agree with you 100%. But most people who, again, are W-2 employees,
Block. Let's go on in out of H&R Block.
Well, let me say something about H&R Block. A lot of those people that work there are ex-revenue agents. A revenue agent is a person. I used to work for the IRS. I worked in that division. I wasn't a revenue agent, but I worked with revenue agents. But anywho, they're ex-revenue agents. Now, does that mean that they're not good? No. It means that they know a lot of the lay of the land. So getting a good tax preparer, one who is familiar with, the laws and the different changes that can happen year over year, you need a good tax preparer for sure. And I always say keep you at least 2 on deck, okay? But a tax attorney, to your point, is the echelon. That's the highest point you could go.
I had to, because I got screwed over, and he had to amend previous year. He had to go in and amend. I said 24 years. No, it's not 24 years, because I got him in 2009. But he had to go in and amend previous year because she had screwed me over because she didn't know what she was doing. But it taught me a lesson.
You got some money, Creed. If you move Creed, you got. Let me find out. Let me get $250 or something, Creed.
Yeah, he had to literally go in and amend previous year because of what he had done. But I just say be careful, y'all, because there's a lot of scam artists out there. I see these tax preparers out here.
making all kinds of claims, and y'all go in there and they get you that $5,000 every year or $10,000. I don't know how they do it, but I'm terrified. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
I gave my husband a nice check. I got him this year. I got him $22,000.
Hey, let me tell you something, Creed. Two things. That, I can get you this much, like you said. Hey, I remember this was some years ago. I remember a girlfriend doing that. Dude talking about, I can get you this, that, and other. When I tell you the next week, them feds was at her job. But here's another thing to be careful about, or mindful. I don't want to say careful, mindful about who you let do your taxes. This gentleman had been doing my taxes for about 5 years. And he had his own, tax firm, or, tax preparedness firm. He wanted to expand. So he let some people in Detroit use his tax preparing them. And they started doing all kind of wild shit. And everybody whose taxes were prepared under that number got audited for 3 years.
And also since those tax preparers, they be fucking people over. They be giving people, like if you have dependents, they give it to another person just to get over that, and then you get end up being screwed.
Yeah, so moral of the story is get a good person who, either is referred, by somebody you trust, or, just it's really key to vet your tax professional. That's moral of.
Or just read the laws. Just literally Google what are the new tax laws that I can get. What can I get reimbursed for? What can I get? What was that? We can get it. Get your money back for it. What can be? Anything. Just Google and you'll get your money back. That's what I do. I Google what are the new tax laws? What are the new reimbursements? What can I write off? Why can I do this? And I get everything back.
I don't qualify for earned tax credits or any other child earned tax. I don't qualify for any of that shit.
Yeah, because you got that bread. That's why, Creed. Let me find out.
I told my attorney, I was like, can I get money back for taking child care? And they was like, nope. You cannot take an exemption out for that because you don't qualify because of your tax bracket. So what I did, but what I do and what I'm able to do is I can write off some of the tuition. I can write off stuff like that. But you can't.
The uniforms, brother. You can write off the uniforms,
yes,
shoes,
absolutely.
bags, all that stuff, the supplies,
you can write off
laptops,
a portion
the cell phones,
You get a portion of the uniform and a portion of the tuition. Not all of it, but a portion of it. But, pretty much everything else you can't just not find it out.
Brother, I even write off my daughter's glasses. It's like we keep it
I'm scared to do that. I learned my lesson. I'm scared of doing that. I mean, she's writing off a lot of stuff.
Cell phones, depreciation, shoes.
They came back and they were like, yeah, no.
Hey, Creed, I had asked this question. I'm not sure you were in the room. And I just Googled it, and so I stand corrected. I think the other day I had read somewhere that it was in China. But the E-6B, which is referred to as the Doomsday Plane, I guess there's one now in the Middle East, it says, and one in Europe, due to the conflict with Iran. I thought that. Are you familiar with the aircraft that I'm speaking of?
Doomsday Plane? No.
Oh, okay. It looks like I'm going to have to probably do some more research then.
Doomsday Clock.
It's a plane that carries the codes for a nuclear war.
Basically, that's Air Force One. Basically, that's Air Force One, but they do have one that is basically the command center for.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know the signature. But we saw it during we saw it during 9/11. They took Bush up and flew him around for quite a while, and took Cheney up in a different one. To my understanding, they have a new one, and I forgot what they call it. But yeah, she's talking about it's a doomsday plane, but it's basically to keep Trump and the high officials.
No, we're not talking about the same thing, brother. This isn't transporting people. This plane, it's transporting people.
Yeah, it releases the nuclear bombs. It's one of the many avenues that they use in Greece. It's a big ass gray plane.
And it's a plane, correct?
Yes, the big old gray plane, and it shoots out their bombs, and the bombs go to a particular area where they want to target. Yeah, disgusting. They can't blow up this world, though. They can't do it.
And why do you say that, brother?
Because there's a governing force that will not allow them to do so.
Expound on that, please.
I have my hypothesis, but I think I don't want to go pseudo. I want to be quiet.
Go with it, Creed.
Say this. All right. So there's military personnel that worked at the nuclear sites that have literally said that they observed UAP. Now these are officials, though. These aren't conspiracy theory. These are literally officials that worked at nuclear sites that reported that there were UAPs that they observed on radar that jammed the actual equipment that's for launching nuclear weapons.
Well, it's been coming up a lot in the room, and
I look it up, y'all, that there are literal soldiers that are responsible for launching nuclear weapons that said that they observed observable UAP phenomena on radar, and that UAP phenomena jammed systems. It's also in the, according to Laura Lena, the Congresswoman Laura Lena, and other U.S. Congress people who went into a skiff and got classified information. Those U.S. Congress people who are currently in the power and office said out of their own mouths that they were briefed that they couldn't say the name of the soldiers, the name of the department that briefed them, any of that stuff. But what they could confirm was that there were high-ranking officials who observed UAP phenomena that jammed the equipment that's responsible for dropping nuclear weapons. This is current U.S. Congress people currently sitting in U.S. Congress today who confirm this.
So what you were just talking about, I don't know if you're aware, it's a documentary, and I feel like it's on Prime. It's called The Age of Disclosure, and it even has Mark Rubio in the documentary talking about.
You said the age of disclosure.
The age of disclosure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can go find it. I posted it here.
I'm about to go pull it up as soon as I get home.
Yeah, it's the age of disclosure, and it's a bunch of agents and from the military, and they're all talking about their experience. I think I played it in here the other morning, I believe, but they said the exact same thing you said about those nuclear weapons. When they turned them on, when we turn them on, they turn them off. Yeah, cause system malfunctions and stuff. But I'm also hearing that they're actually observing or hanging out near Iran right now. So I don't know. I think this is very interesting.
If you Google it, it says that it has been deployed. The Navy E-6B, which is referring doomsday plan has been deployed to the Middle East and European deployment.
Yeah, I think was it today or yesterday? Because I could have sworn I seen that yesterday.
It was yesterday, yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a lot going on there. What's up?
What's up, Flawless? Hey, I was wondering, got a little bit of updated information. I'm not gonna confirm anything because it's a bit mind-boggling right now. I'm getting word that Iran took out a nice port. They say he didn't. They say that they got the location of some Mossad agents, and they said BB was with them. Now I'm not confirming this. I don't know 100%.
I seen it too. I seen it too. I didn't say nothing yet.
They're saying, Iran is saying that they got BB.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they didn't turn BB they didn't turn him into foo-foo salad. Now listen.
They said yes, I just saw that, but I thought it was fake. It's true, right?
Hey, listen, I got a clip right now.
Hours ago, I told him it was fake.
That's what my husband told me. I told him it was fake.
They saying it's his brother. Chris in the chat said it's his brother.
Get him off.
Listen, I don't know how many brothers he's got. I know he got a brother that was killed back in the day by, they say the Ayatollah, in Iran. They say there's a long-standing feud going on. But what I can see is that, it could even be that Trump is playing both sides of this the best he can. Look, he doesn't want to be tied to Israel anymore. I don't give a damn what anybody's saying. Strategically, it's bad for him. Politically, it's bad for him. And even militarily, it's just bad for the country. I can see him setting him up. And if he was a smart man, he should be thinking as such, because, it's been more than alleged that Israel's looking to bring down America from the inside out. And I know we can't ignore this shit anymore. We're at a point now where we could probably figure the last few wars we've been in had nothing to do with American interest at all. I'll land on.
That's their beef. They're using us as the big, when you get into a fight in school and you got your older cousin who everybody's scared of, that's what they're going with.
Yeah, heads up with us. Of course, I believe we're.
That's right.
Jamal, I don't know if you're in the Matrix or not, but I'm going to say this real quick. Listen, something bigger is going on in Iran with Iran. Way bigger than we're being told. And this is a positioning of power. And if we're looking to stay number one, we can't stay number one attached to Israel. We're going to fall if we keep this mental health patient attached to our democracy. We can't align with people that behind the scenes, by the biggest majority of what I can see in their parliament and their hierarchy, these are Satanists. and they run around the world and they keep a mindset of such. They'll bomb you saying they're the chosen people, yet they follow nothing and none of Christ's teachings. That is an oxymoron, and these things should be dissected. There's nothing chosen about these people. Just remember this, that the devil chooses people too. Go ahead, Flawless.
It's a young somebody. Look at your chat. Who is Sasan? Sasan. Is he on stage? Sasan. He said he Iranian.
Hello, everybody. I say hello to everybody with respect. Yes, I am Iranian.
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to meet you guys. Very friendly people from United States of America. We love you.
Where are you located?
I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. I actually live in Europe for about 10 years. But I'm from Iran, Shiraz city. They have hit the airport in my city several times for the last week. But,
I think Detroit is.
Sorry?
Just wanted to say that Jewish people wouldn't follow Christ because they don't believe in Christ, because Jewish people believe that the Mashiach is yet to return. And also, America is still a majority Christian nation. And so people are to abide by Scripture, and Scripture is very implicit on how the nations of the earth are supposed to respond and treat Israel. And also, in America currently, right now, Christian Zionists are in power. Those are the ones in the Trump administration.
Jesus is Palestinian.
A lot of them are Christian Zionists. And so, Pete Hegseth being one. And Steph, to your point, they pulled that out to intimidate Iran. That big ass ship flying in air is meant to intimidate Iran. That's the Pentagon. That's a Hegseth or whatever the hell his name is doing that. But yeah, so the head of the Pentagon right now and the ambassador to Israel, United States ambassador to Israel, both of them are Christian Zionists, but they aren't the only ones. There are many other Christian Zionists and the high levels of government currently right now under the Trump administration. So as long as you have Christian Zionists running this government or being in great positions of power and having a voice and having the ear of the president, America is going to remain loyal to Israel. That's just the reality.
It may not be the reality for too long if things keep going like this, because people starting, minds are being changed. You know what I'm saying?
That's going to be the reality, period, because Christians in this country, which are the majority, are the silent majority, and it's implicitly clear, according to Scripture, how Christians are to respond to the nation of Israel and how Christians are to treat the nation of Israel. They're commanded by God according to Scripture. Also, again, when you have Christian Zionists that currently are in power, they're going to remain 100% aligned with the will and wishes of Israel. They're Christian Zionists. And they believe in order for prophecy to take place, that the second temple has to be restored or rebuilt. Or some argue the third temple has to be built. And so that's paramount to to prophecy. So for them, they want the temple to be rebuilt because they want to unction Christ's return. So Christians are going to remain loyal to Israel. So that's not going to change.
They already got the material out there, right? You heard me?
You talking about the temple?
Yeah, they do.
And,
They big on those bunkers.
They've been wanting to do it for I would say for a few years now. They at one time they had the red heifer. It's even been speculated that they did the red heifer ritual and just didn't say nothing. I'm not sure which is true, but I did want to say this. I wouldn't say it so emphatically about the Christian Zionists. You know what I'm saying? Minds can be changed. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to ask you, Malek, do you believe that the Ashkenazi tribe are the people of God? Do you believe they're the chosen people?
Change. There's 300 plus million people in this country. Majority, a majority of them being Christian fundamentalists. I do not understand how you're going to change the minds of Christian. I mean, when you literally, in order to do that, you would have to tell them to change their faith, that their faith no longer is applicable, and that the Bible itself is no longer applicable. That's not going to happen in this generation or any of the previous generations. It's probably 200 years to accomplish that.
You didn't really answer the question.
Because the Christian Bible is very clear and direct. I mean, in fact, it says, "Cursed be those," right, who don't protect and love Israel. So God commands you, and then says He will curse you if you don't protect Israel, and curse the nations that come against Israel.
So your answer to this question is yes. You believe that those European Ashkenazi Jews are the chosen of God?
I don't have a particular belief system.
That was his question. Do you know them to be?
America believes it.
Do you know them to be? You said you
the
don't
world believes it. And
do
so
you?
as long as I'm not going to go into my personal opinion or belief system. I'm just telling you that the world believes it. Americans believe that Israel is the chosen nation and that they are the chosen people of God. And they're commanded, when they open up that Bible, they are commanded. And in fact, it says in Revelations, right, in the end times, that the wicked in the nations of the world will come against Israel. So when you look at prophecy in Scripture, it says to even come against Israel, put you on the side of Satan, put you on the side of the Antichrist.
Great. Can we get another person's opinion? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say this, and then other people can go. But I know why he don't want to answer it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, somebody mentioned it earlier. That's why they had to get Charlie Kirk out of there, because he has the target audience that Bibi Netanyahu said, the propaganda war and all this stuff. That's what the propaganda war that they're fighting is aimed towards the crowd that Charlie Kirk had. And I do think that minds can be changed. People's understanding and perspective on the Bible can be changed because there has been a lot of misinformation put out that has, and a lot of money put behind that mindset that those evangelical mostly white Christians have. There's a lot of money and a lot of manipulation behind that. So, as people's eyes become more awake and more aware, minds will begin to change. You know what I'm saying? And I do personally believe that you talk about Satan. You're basically a Satanist if you don't believe that. But I think they worshiping Satan. I think they dealing with Satan. I'm talking specifically about the Ashkenazi tribe. These Zionists and especially these Talmudists. The Talmudic philosophy is satanic. So, as people begin to see things like the Palestinian genocide, people will begin to wake up and question things. And I think that's a good thing. And like I said earlier, I don't want to live in a greater Israel-led world. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with America rocking out. You know what I'm saying? And there's some more things behind that. But, yeah, I'll let it.
Jesus Palestinian.
I'd like to say this. We're in a time where deception is fading quickly. And so we know the rhetoric and we know, but to say 200 years from now, this is still going to be business as usual, let me tell you, I will say my personal belief is this, opinion I should say. And so the reality is, here's my thought. As the world is waking up to the BS, and there's a whole growing understanding of who are the real children of Israel. And as there's a growing understanding of who they definitely are not. And so that's going to lose a lot of momentum and speed and weight beyond a shadow of a doubt as the hours continue to unfold. So again, we have to understand when we're hearing from people that have fake profile pictures and fake names, you have to understand they may have some other agenda behind what the energy they just put these talking points into the atmosphere. So just know the truth is being established more and more. And so, there's different understandings about the rhetoric that we've all been taught in the Jewish world and the Christian world. And then there's three different major ones have different understandings of how that story plays out. Then there's a whole different spiritual understanding about it and stuff like that. So where this Temple Mount's going to be, and there's a whole way to understand how God is going to put his people in place. I'll drop it.
Interpretation, a different interpretation according to scripture. And even when you talked about a different understanding, I mean, that would only fulfill most Christians on planet Earth's belief system that in scripture, it says in Revelations in the last days, many nations will turn against Israel, right? And it says that even those who profess Christ will turn against Israel. But look up because your redemption draweth nigh. So even when you talk about that, that would only affirm Christians on planet Earth and in the United States that, yes, here's prophecy being fulfilled because we see the nations of the world even more becoming hostile towards Jewish people. Again, in order for Christ to return, Israel plays an essential role, and people keep talking about Ashkenazi Jews. I'll give you this, because I don't typically get into these arguments because people try to make everything personal to win their argument or their perspective. But the largest population in Israel are not Ashkenazi Jews. They're Mizrahim Jews, right? The Mizrahim people, which are largely from Russia, right? They're the ones that left the Middle East and went over to Russia to seek solace, and then eventually went back into the Middle East, and then eventually came back. So most of them look like they're Palestinian. If you've ever been to Israel, I've been to Israel at least probably 8 times. You will walk around, and a lot of times you can't tell the difference between them and when you go to places like Palestine, when you go to, I forgot the name of the city of Palestine, the other largest city, not Gaza. They all look alike. You can't tell the difference between the two. So those are majority of the people walking around in Israel that you see are Mizrahim, are Arab Jews. That's the majority of the population. The Barbra Streisands and all them, the Steven Spielbergs, they actually sit in a minority in terms of population in Israel.
Yeah, let me just say real quickly, when his whole world is revolving around that landmass over there. 400 years, ain't nobody over there got no 400 years of a slave in a strange land. So you know who is hated by the world, who is despised by the world, who the world is all around, is these so-called Negroes in North America. Everybody and their mama. So when you look up, and with those that understand it, looking up, there's a whole mother plane and a whole mothership that got some real live folks on it that can check all of this whenever they want to. So again, it's about an exegesis and an understanding. So he's really good at spitting out a certain understanding of whatever all that is, but we all know. Judge a tree by the fruit it bears. You know them people are not the chosen of God by actions. Come on now, quit playing with your own emotions and accept there's a better understanding of all of that. that was coming down the pipe.
I believe it's pronounced Milky. The brother is right. See, Bill Cooper or William Cooper said that, it's not important what we believe, it's what they believe. And in that sense, then we have to understand what they believe. And forgive me for butchering your name, brother. But see, the majority of the people in the United States are Christians. And they believe that for Israel, they believe the stuff of the Bible. And I've mentioned this on a number of occasions, is that if you if you can get your opponent or your enemy to fall for the psychological effect, then you have won without even firing a shot. And this is what happened is because they believe this, so they have submitted themselves to it. So they don't have to be put in chains. They don't have to be brought to justice or anything like that because they have already made the commitment to the system, and that is their belief.
There's a person called God that has some say in the matter, and I know you want to make it all about what they believe, but a better understanding will come over their mind, and especially when they see what's going to happen to those. Say what? He was done.
Yeah, I understand, but the point is that not everybody believes in God.
She didn't know you were done. She didn't know you were done. It's all good. It's all good. And so, yeah. So again, it goes back to understanding. So, yeah, people. There's no.
Well, it goes back to the understanding that everybody has their own point of view, and there's no point for us to be sitting up and somebody else. Ambassador. Well, let's see. Okay, thank you. Well, let's just say this. Everybody has their own point of view. There's no point to go back and forth to say who's right and who's wrong and my way is the right way. It don't matter. Just you have your own opinion, and we don't have to keep regurgitating that to push it down each other's throat. You know what I'm saying? So y'all chill out, man. Go back to CNN, Iran war, Epstein files, all that shit. What's really going on? Whew. I'm in the yard, y'all. I'm gonna have a good garden this year. Bye-bye.
I love you, sis.
So CNN, 140 U.S. service members wounded in Iran war. Pentagon says about.
I wanted to know if we had an update on if they got Bibi Netanyahu or his brother. Like, I guess I'm gonna have to go look it up. But I want to know because if they hit him or his brother, that's a big deal, and you know what I'm saying. That's gonna ratchet things up.
Well, the news is they haven't seen. He has an announcement in 4 days. I guess apparently he makes daily announcements, and his latest announcement was written. He makes daily video announcements, I guess. So they're reporting that he hasn't been seen in 4 days.
You know, based on how they celebrated Khomeini not being here anymore, if he was no longer here amongst us anymore, I believe they try to hide that as long as they can, because that would do a whole.
Too sweet. I believe that too.
Yeah, that would change the whole energy in the Middle East and on this planet. Just like that. So we'll just see how the actual facts play out. Don't want to speculate too much.
Yeah, but I think there's a certain amount of arrogance that you always hang out with these pedophiles and warmongers. Oh, I forgot I hung out too long. It's absent-mindedness. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck to me. I don't give no, man, you understand? I mean, if you got a size 9, I'm willing to shave off 3 inches off the back of my heel. Make sure somebody keep a size 12 foot up his ass till we boot him the fuck out of here, because he's nothing but a nightmare. And he just keep making some loophole, some excuse for a guy that's got poor management skills, poor people skills. But once you drink the Kool-Aid, I can't get you off of it. It's worse than dope, man. The stuff people on that really like this guy, support this kind of guy. They would drink, if he told them to drink poison, they drink poison right in front of my face. I said, don't drink that, that's poison. Don't drink. No. Man, the commander in chief of the United States said to drink it, so I'm drinking up, man. Love it or leave it. Just loving on next to nothing. Just romancing the fucking stone. Like, who said that? Angie Stone said it. Then Gladys Knight said it. Obviously, y'all could hear from them, so I don't stand the Ice Cube chance in hell of getting through your diehards. But people that's got common sense, that are inclined towards common sense, they see things as they actually are. And that's what I'm really banking on, that the righteous people will continue to see things as they actually are, and they will check them in the midst of a peculiar band of iniquity at this hour. And that's why I say my every day. My. On Teddy Bear put it with one of them songs, that life is a song worth singing, yeah. Oh my. Oh my. And it's a pity too. Man, they said, oh, mighty love. And they got another hit, you gotta go find it. But I know what it is. You gotta go do your research. Still say my.
You know, Ambassador, I'm convinced that part of the whole story is God wants us to step our game up. And so he's going to do a lot, God, of course. But there's an element of, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, you know, and turn from their wicked ways. You see what I'm saying? Then there's going to be a hearing. Okay.
Oh, no. Hallelujah.
That change is coming. A lot of our people are.
The point is that yes, that scripture is very much in the Bible. However, when it comes to the state of Israel, it's what people understand. So when you say to people, "Oh, well, you're going to get a different understanding that says that doesn't center Israel," then that is going to tell every Christian that, then that means you're telling me that I'm going to be deceived by the Antichrist, because according to Revelations, the people that are deceived to believe that Israel is the enemy are going to be deceived by the Antichrist. And in the Bible, it even goes as far as saying that if possible, the very elect would be deceived. But what is the very elect? Well, according to Scripture, the very elect would be Moses, Abraham, and etc. Those who were the prophets of God, those who walked with Christ, that knew Christ himself, that they would be deceived as well if it were given the opportunity. This is how convincing the Antichrist is. So if you say that to the average Christian, now, in terms of, he brought up Charlie Kirk. Well, Charlie Kirk was, in a way, beginning to question and dissenter Israel. But guess what? He was moving closer and closer to Catholicism. If you remember, Candace Owens said, hey, I was telling Charlie Kirk, you're almost there. Take one step and you're a Catholic. Well, what Catholicism do? Catholicism decenters the state of Israel, or Israel. And why does it do that? Because according to many Catholics, that the body of Christ is the new Israel. They're the new Israel. Right? This is why there's been Jewish people in the Catholic Church for centuries, for millennia, because of that. However, you had the Protestant faith that broke out of Catholicism and went global, that centered Israel and made Israel the center of Christianity. That's where people are going more and more. People are moving more and more on planet Earth to Protestantism and moving further and further away from Catholicism.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the interpretation. You know, it's interesting that you said that, because the Bible does say that the new body of God is Christians, the new Israel, the new nation of Israel and Christians. So hold on, please, Brother Ambassador. I'm not going to be long. The mute up, brother. It's real important, because I don't want to make this about us, but it is important. Can y'all mute him, please, or can you mute yourself, brother? But the new nation of Israel is the body of Christ. What I'm telling you that about interpretations. You went to talking about some food stuff and some Mike Huckabee stuff, but your interpretation, because I do know that you practice Judaism, so you're probably not embellished in Christianity and the New Testament as you are with Judaism. You know what I'm saying? But the true Christian understanding is that the new body of Israel is Christians. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's also, and I'm going to land, give me 30 seconds. And that's why it also said about the synagogue of Satan, the ones who say they're Jews but are the synagogue of Satan. And we know that can be spiritual and that can be physical. But that's what I mean by interpretation. So, yeah, I land.
And they are, again, liars, and their fathers before them are liars. And the true righteous believing person knows that they are marked again by their forehead, the marks in their hands, and their deeds marked. And they pledge to righteousness, but they don't keep the covenants of God, and they don't know the commandments of God. And that marks them by, all high-end spiritualists know them by their aura and the marks in their right hand and on their foreheads. And they blaspheme God, saying that they are the righteous, but they are the wicked, and they cannot hide from the truth, because the truth is now revealing the fact that they are the Shaitan, the devil, the Dajjal, the Antichrist. And we know by their name. Yeah. And so the circumcision of the heart, see, there's a Korean, like my man just brought out. See, there's a whole understanding. It's not that you got to trade in the Bible. It's just the understanding. How could a people possibly be hanging people and all this crazy stuff and the name of the papal bulls and gonna teach you God. It just doesn't even add up. So there's a better understanding that the exegesis and the explanation of it and what they allow certain pastors to actually preach, they can't possibly have that. But that don't mean God ain't gonna get it done. And that don't mean that he's not giving everybody a chance to work it out and to see, look for yourself. And the planet is coming to agree these people are definitely not the chosen of God. And so that understanding of those words is the key. It's not the words. You can read the words all day long, but in not get some understanding, it's been said by the wise ones. So, you know what I'm saying? So just to repeat what's been taught and trained down and what's been to keep everybody in the dark, that ain't getting no value in that. So you're going to hold on trying to, but when the time is right, nobody stop a thing when the time comes. And so it's understood. Nobody knows when that time is, but you can tell by watching the signs and you see and the actions of individuals. You can't candy coat that. It's very clear. He's talking about the sex under 3 years old. It's okay. And come on, man. Way off the list. It ain't hard to tell. Hiding lists and all kind of stuff. All roads lead back to the same understanding, to the same people, and to the same place. And so we just have to see this thing continue to play out. Folks want to be free, man, and it's been a long time coming. My.
Can I say something real quick, y'all? So, I hear the conversation, and I'm just compelled to say that no matter whether or not they build that motherfucker or not, that shit don't roll over us. That shit don't mean a goddamn thing to us, okay? Because they need power, that motherfucker. Y'all know that, right? We are the Ark of the Covenant. They need us, so we need them. They need us. So if y'all don't give that shit your energy, that shit not gonna work. Fuck whatever come out of that motherfucker. Okay?
I would love to agree with you, Flawless. My disagreement is that some of us know that like prophecy, like as much as we don't like take it for what it is, like there's some people that been like keeping up with prophecy, and we do have to high key accept that it had been written and some of the prophecies have already been fulfilled, and we're walking down the aisle right now. And one thing that I do want to share with the people who have been keeping up with the signs of the times, and some of us who are so close to God that He give it to you in dreams. Like you probably already seen this years ago. He probably gave you the plan too on how you're supposed to prepare when the time comes to put your people in position. I'm very confident that there are people in this room right now that has dreams about, the planes over the top, and you're walking through the trenches. You're taking everybody with you up into a safe space. This type of room that we have to reinforce that, what you are seeing, what you know is not just somebody who is a fanatic and want you to do what they want you to do and bring Armageddon. Yet, in the same way that you have what's it called, deja vu, it's the same way that your dreams work. So, same way I had the dreams, I'm very confident that there are some people in this room right now that had the dreams about Herod being the one that had the answers when the sky does fall.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say this. If you want to be there for Israel as they build their temple, that's on you. Just because it's their prophecy that they wrote out, that don't mean it applies to you. But if you want it to apply to your life, feel free. Go right on ahead and ride that train right on down there. But we don't have to accept that prophecy because we have our own motherfucking prophecy and we don't need theirs. But if you want to lay up into their prophecy, go ahead. Go right on ahead. That's on you. But don't try to convince us that we have to accept that prophecy.
And Flawless, I think what you said was very important because Revelations is not to say that it's said and done that everybody who sees it is going to have to perish with it. Yet, knowing to it is that, nigga, I'm not about to go to a stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're able to navigate into a place, even if the world goes to hell and Iran decides that, all right, y'all thought we ain't had the bombs, but bitch, we've been doing this shit the whole time. You know what I'm saying? If they make that decision, and I'm not saying that Russia's gonna help them with that or China or anything. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that in the case that any of this comes into pass, is not that we wanted it to happen, yet that we were prepared and we were working while we were waiting. I honestly feel like that's the crux of what makes the difference between a follower and who's going to get swept by the wayside. Because the only thing I know is I'm learning this computer science stuff because I got to know it. Because all this shit go to hell, I got to be able to tell my youngest something. I got to be able to tell my women something. I got to be able to tell my whole community what we supposed to be doing next. And I feel like that be our focus rather than thinking we're subscribing to their decision and really dealing with the worst case scenario. And in reality, we were already meant to do that anyways, lead the world unto salvation. As a Haitian man, I know that was my duty. You feel me? So I'm able to set that, and I feel that we should be okay with that too. Even if the world goes to hell, that we were equipped as the sons of God, we would have the tools to revive our people in glory after death and destruction has already wreaked havoc.
Yeah, part of that coming out with great substance that we coming out after the 1619, the 400 years later. Part of this coming out with great substance is we understand what not to do now. First-hand experience. We've been through this, and so we have clear understanding of what not to be on the planet. We've been living amongst it. We've been seeing it. So you render unto Theodore Herzl what belongs to him. But God said, God's going to place his people in their land. He said that. So the idea that they shopping for a place to go to God.
But if God is all powerful, then
hold on, bro. I'm almost done. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate your passion. But I'm almost done. And so
yeah, but you're so quick on the mic, nobody can get in before you.
Hold on, man. It's okay. Got another 30 seconds.
And then when you get the mic, you talk like a 15-20 minutes.
Hey, God loves you, Richard. God loves you.
Talking dog mute. Go ahead and finish on. Sweet.
Okay, cool. And so, if I can remember. And no. I got it. No, it's right here. It took me a second. So the reality again about, like I was saying, the momentum of what the idea of us and the planet knows. We are that bottom rail that God said He's gonna take to the top. Without a doubt. It's a smooth takeover. God do what He want to do. So again, Theodore Herzl, hey man, you did your thing. You thought that was what it was. You damn threw them in
that was sweet. You don't be saying that, bro.
Wait. You just gotta know how to listen. It's not maybe for you. It's for those in the audience. Understand that.
I want to hear you.
No, you can't speak for them, Erica.
Hey, come on, you.
Oh my goodness. I'll get back to y'all later. Pink.
That boy got in trouble.
That boy went to timeout, ain't he? They hated Jesus. Don't worry about it.
No, see, this is clearly an example of prophesizing. Everybody has to.
I'm just making an analogy.
Everybody got their own personal view, but see, when you come in here and see, I'm very blessed because I'm not using an Android phone. I have a mute button. A lot of times I'll be on mute, and you guys be going off on each other. But see, the point that I'm trying to say to you is that everybody has their own perspective. I'm a very avid fan of the 5 blind men and the elephant. They have perspectives. So yes, you might believe in God, but there are many peoples on this planet that do not. Okay, and then if God is all magnificent and all powerful and everything, don't you think that He could do all of this on His own? Don't you think that He can impregnate people's mind and force them to do things like a puppet? If He's all that powerful, then none of this stuff is anything to worry about because it's all in His hands, as my mother would always say. So we don't even have to do anything. All we got to do is just play with our little toys and parrot them.
No, you
play with your little toys,
Robert is there. Let me get this. You know what he said? What you said, brother Robert? That's interesting. Is that some people don't believe in God. Or the irony is that I want to say the majority of the people who live in Israel are atheists. They either atheists or they're, what's the other word?
So now you're going to demonize them for that?
Yeah. No, I'm
No,
just
God
saying,
don't demonize for that.
it's hard to say you're the people of God if you don't believe in God. It's weird.
How you gonna be the children of God and don't believe in God? Make that make sense, bro. God gonna choose the people that don't believe in Him. Make that make sense.
We all don't serve the same God.
That's okay. That's okay. We should worship Him in spirit.
That's what it is. That if you think about it, don't that make sense?
I know what you're saying.
He's saying Blake straight out. I don't believe in God at all. That's different.
Sweet. There is a case too in the Bible where King Cyrus, if y'all familiar with King Cyrus, God had to speak to him in the dream. He was like, bro, nigga, I know you don't know me, but I'm gonna bless you and you're gonna defeat all the lands of Persia. Hear what I'm saying now? You're gonna defeat all my enemies, and I'm gonna bless you.
You're a man of God and you use the word nigga?
Relax, man. It's not your mama up in here correcting people.
We got right.
I'm going to be more intelligent. My intention is to say that God put a hand on Cyrus, King Cyrus, in the Bible, that even though he didn't know God himself, and he didn't know the gospel or anything, that he spoke to him and said, hey, bro, yo, I know you don't know me, but I placed my hand on you, and I'm giving you the right, and you're going to win against all of my enemies.
Boy, y'all imagination is crazy.
You ever heard of
What are we doing? Y'all want me to put a Bible verse, or are we going to be?
No, you didn't know. You didn't know.
Do that.
Absolutely not.
What I'm trying to
say, read.
No, don't read. Don't read and do. Do not sign no read. I ain't gonna.
Come on, mama. Come on, mama. I'm supposed to help the sons of God.
You know.
Supposed to be a strong hand for the sons of God.
I am helping the sons of God. Stop being delusional. You're delusional, brother.
No, he's gonna use King Cyrus.
Yeah, okay. Well,
King Cyrus right now.
We don't want to hear you.
No, you don't want to hear.
Can we stay in reality?
Mama, you don't want to hear it.
No, we want to stay in reality.
I don't want to hear it either, fam. I don't want to hear it either.
Appreciate that.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on now.
I think those are arrogant too. Why you calling her mom? That's weird.
Right. I mean, because
you're talking about having
I'm sorry.
He didn't say daddy for balance.
As long as it ain't one way time to be. So let's move on.
Hey, did we figure out is Netanyahu still alive?
Damn, y'all really don't want no answers.
They still looking for. They're not sure yet. It's not conclusive.
Yeah. I'm hearing that it's a very good chance that it's some Mossad agents, and confirming what some people in the chat said, his brother. Yeah, these are trying times we're living in. Don't just lean
What
on.
happened, James? Can you update me or the room?
What?
So,
Go ahead, Flo.
I like it. Oh, my bad.
Lean not
On your own damn childish understanding.
Man, we took Netanyahu out of there, man.
Yeah, so
lean not. Go ahead, Jay.
It's wrong because I haven't been looking at the news. What's going on here?
Bro, they did not kill that.
Go ahead, Jay.
what they're saying is, and listen, listen. I hate when we do this because we say what is and what isn't, and you've done no research into any of it to know what is reality and what is not. Right now, we're pretty much, in a sense, we're just speculating and reading the tea leaves. And from what I'm hearing from Iran's side of things is that they have taken out some Mossad agents inside of Israel, and they took his brother out. Possibly, even he was there. Now that part, I'm not so fond of believing, because I know that any leader of a country like that is going to be inside of some deep underground military base in a bunker that is so far below the ground that a bunker buster couldn't reach it. So I don't believe that they got BB, but do I believe that they? Do I believe they're targeting?
But even if they did get them, do you really think they're gonna let people know? Like, I think they would hide that just to say things.
Well, hold on. This is the main thing about the war propaganda machine. No side's gonna. You're not gonna hear the real numbers on what happened on the American side until this isn't mainstream news anymore. And from the Iran side, we'll probably truly never know how many civilians, military personnel, etc., have been caught up in this firefight. I'll land on this. Most of what's happening right now is not being done towards the military, any of these country or nations. These are civilians that are under fire right now. You don't get to decide where a bomb lands at. You don't get to decide what country deems a target of interest, right? Even give an example of that little girls' school that was blown up. I would like to believe that you've got people that don't look at the world in microscope that will terrorize you into submission and blow up an all-girls school. But I'm learning about this war machine, and there are no rules. So I'll land on that.
There never been no rules.
It's unconfirmed. It's unconfirmed. No, it's unconfirmed. And they said that that has been, it said unconfirmed by Israel, and they said the local authorities in Jerusalem said that there were no strikes and no hits that happened. It's reported that the video that they're using came from a 2024 video where they bombed Ben Gvir by accident, and that's what that video was from. That's what all reports.
They stooping real low. They doing that. Come on, man.
You do that all the time.
Oh, that's crazy. Man, what's the over-under on the end of it, man? What's up?
We're talking about the school bomb? The school bomb?
Impossible.
Videos, that's crazy.
It's damn near. No. It's damn near impossible to get through the Iron Dome. I mean, it's not too many nations that can get through the Iron Dome.
Did you know, like, the school bombing and the video that they actually showed? It basically shows that we basically did bomb the school of the children. There's like charades actually saying that it was the material was made from Denton, Ohio, inside the United States. The leftover residue that was supposedly that hit the school and killed those 160 children. The school, it's basically came from us.
Are you American?
They have basically a video they basically showing and like all the charades that it looks in the school, and they found that the shards that it's left over, and it says it was made inside the United States in Dayton, Ohio.
You can make it pop. You American?
I haven't seen any source saying that came from.
I'll post it in here. It shows like the residue. You look at it. They have it on there showing that it was actually the U.S. that did it.
Make it pop. I just wanted on the record. Are you American?
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she's one of us, y'all.
No.
So it does. It shows like let me post it in here, but they were posting it.
It's not biased, but whatever.
It does.
It doesn't show them hitting the school. Y'all gotta stop with this information, bro. That shit, the video shows, yo, you are not this point.
You gotta let them correct you. Because I was leaning too.
It's not the video showing the actual bomb. It is the actual residue that's left on the ground. So I'm not talking about the video.
Yeah, but residue. But listen, this is what. See, number one, this is what you tried to do. You tried to just come in there that the U.S. bombed that school. You said that you had video footage of it. Now you're saying because it was residue on the ground. But the video footage that they had was of the Tomahawk missile hitting the IRGC naval base, and the naval base is next door to the goddamn school. It does not show the school being hit at all.
Residue on the ground.
Why are you lying? You said they hit it.
So the school never got hit? Hold up, so the school never got hit?
The school got hit, but not on the video that she's saying that it was from U.S. No, that is not a video of the school getting hit. That's a video of the IRGC base getting hit.
No, remember when she just came in, she said they recovered Sean's home. She said they recovered. Now she's saying they got debris and
It shows the debris that you don't understand the fucking debris and the bomb.
So they tested
the debris.
One second, real quick, because we can clear this up. Listen, just because they find out that it could be made in America, we're leaving one thing out. Is that we give Israel damn near everything. We give them our monies, we give them our drones, we give them our weapons.
Bingo.
We give them every fucking thing. Now, from what my information tells me, was that we did not participate in that strike that hit that military base or the school. This came directly from Israel, and what I'm hearing behind the scenes is Trump has to stand tall with this, obviously with him being the leader, right? But Trump was not happy about what the fuck took place with the whole being blown up. And if I was any leader of America, that would not be strategic for me to put the imprint of the UA behind the bombing of 160 little girls and children. That does not play out well for any administration. From what I can see, listen, I'll land on this. I can look into Palestine right now, and I can name a bevy of places that were bombed with children in them, and America didn't have nothing to do with that. This has Israel's fingerprints all over. And
in the United States for employment in there and make it look like you're wearing.
No. On the international stage, it's even being challenged because even if we would like to take ownership of it, people are going to challenge us to say, no, Israel already claimed that. The first few strikes, especially that one in particular about the strike with the school and that Israel has taken ownership like in Iran and Tehran. They have taken full ownership. And the United States right now, like, I hate the fact that I hate the Turks? I forget that channel. I hate the way they talk. That fat bitch, that fat man that be talking. I hate the way he talk. Even the blonde bitch, they be talking. I hate them, bro. I hate the way they be talking. Because they be trying to
Chink Gilbert.
Him and that bitch, they be trying to incite bullshit.
You're gonna have to take the D's out, okay?
Yes,
you're gonna find another word to use.
Yes, ma'am.
Sparrow, after Sparrow and Chink Gilbert.
What I'm trying to convey is that, Israel has taken ownership of that situation, and even if we have a spy on our side, we might like Diary of a CEO, where you have Andrew Bustamante, who understands the CIA. If y'all haven't seen that yet, that's a great one to watch right now to get just caught up on the world politics. Is that he thought that we took ownership, and it was like, nah, bro. Like Israel, we the one that get a powder, we the one that get the guns, but they pulling the trigger, bro. Israel is not playing with them folks.
Yeah, that ain't playing.
Bro, the art of deception is a real thing. We're going to wait. All the data is going to come out because it's all been tracked where it came from. I don't see no sign on it before it fell. This is coming from Israel or this is coming from the Tomahawk's coming in, they're coming in. But all that matters is truth going to come out again. We speculate all day, watch movies. Actual facts are what they are. It does stand to logic, though, that Israel, if Israel loses the backing of America. If America doesn't get to be seen as the good guy, that plays out real negative for Israel. It's better for Israel to blame it on America. You see what I'm saying? I should say it the other way around. For them to take credit for it. Because that keeps America in a pure image. Because those babies, everybody know Israel ain't got no problem killing no babies. Like you said in Palestine, that ain't nothing new. Anybody tripping on.
Especially nigga babies.
But come down to
America does? You're saying
when it comes,
has issue?
No. What I'm saying, Israel has no problem. Well, no, here's my point. The international world watching matters about them babies, and that's just like everything. It matters. Everybody put it out on Front Street. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, that's what Iran did.
I'm asking you though. You said that Israel don't give a damn about babies, but does America?
Of course, we know they don't. But what I'm saying on the international, how does it look?
Okay.
The optics don't look good when it's like you tomahawking a whole school of children, hundreds of little girls and shit. That ain't.
You know, I think it's two different things with giving a damn about babies and I know America doesn't, but I don't think nobody gonna take the stake and say, hey, yeah, I did all that. That'd be crazy. That'd be suicide.
Early assessment U.S. early assessors believe that the United States is responsible for the school, but nor Israel nor the United States has taken responsibility. But I dropped the links in the chat that early assessment, U.S. early assessment, they do believe that they were responsible. U.S. senators have called for an investigation, launched an investigation and a probe into the issue. Members of the Pentagon said that they believe upon video analysis that the bomb that was meant to hit the base next door, which it did, also hit the school and caused the school to be destroyed and the babies to be killed. So the United States early assessment shows that the United States was responsible.
Israel gonna take
Do you don't mind? Somebody okay, the link to the chat. Hey, do y'all mind if I speak? So if the school was near the base, right? So that base was put by the school strategically, right? It's called blast radius. So it could have been a direct hit. They got smart bombs where they could flag it, tag it, whatever, and that bomb goes straight to that location. That school is in the blast radius, so by default, the school gets blown up because it's in a blast radius. It will make a crater. It could be the size of 5 miles. It could be the size of 20 yards. It could be size of, you see what I'm saying? Depending on the size of the bomb that's going. Somebody who has been in a blast radius, meaning I wasn't in the initial explosion, but the ripple effect that comes from the explosion. I was in it. I've been there, right? So what I'm saying is that they may not have been trying to target the school. You see what I'm saying? They hit the base. And the school just happened to be in the blast radius. That's called collateral damage.
Wait, so
Hey,
it wasn't a direct hit?
This is
that
what
changes everything if it wasn't a direct hit. Wait.
This is what
No, it directly hit the base. The school is in the blast radius. It gets blown up also.
So I heard that, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that our military already had time with military, and they had outdated information. So that could be a reason why it was targeted and hit. I think it was still connected to the military. Is that true?
Ma'am, that is a strong. That could definitely be true. So one of the reasons that cause a lot of casualties is outdated information, right? What you just said is possible. What I said is possible. You understand what I'm saying? When they're fighting in a city, there are citizens that are not enemy combatants that are going to be collateral damage, men, women, and kids.
Yeah, I want to say this.
Changes the whole outlook if it wasn't a direct hit.
Even though I work with kids, and I was the site coordinator at the YMCA with middle school kids, running a program and paying people to come take. Even though I love the babies, I love the kids, it's really hard to say that y'all like, damn, bro. If they killed those kids, we still got bigger shit to worry about, bro. I hate having and I love the babies, bro. And then I'm not trying to be desensitized about it because none of them are gonna cry a tear.
because they're still going to kill more people. And we have so much to figure about what happens after the fact. I'm not saying we're wasting any of our energy or anything like that, but I will say that.
I think a lot of people can agree with you there. It's not that we're insensitive. We just know that, reality, two things can be in the same phrase at the same time happening, like in this reality. We feel for what has happened, but we still have to stay focused on what is about to happen.
Thank you. So everybody, the cities where the wars being fought are the battle zone. There are people who can't evacuate on both sides. They can't evacuate, right? This is a reality of war. You understand? Now, if we send in ground troops, right? So when I went over there in 2009, they were called insurgents, later known as ISIS. They just started putting bombs on women and kids. They wasn't doing that in 2003 when I went over there. So any combatant in a combat zone might be a child. It might be. Now you gotta see it. Y'all have been in a war. You see a kid, but the kid just picked up the AK-47. The kid has a bomb on their body. I haven't got there, but they got a bomb. They're walking towards you. You have to make a decision. You see what I'm saying? Now, collateral damage. They can't evacuate. They're gonna get hit. This is just reality. They're shooting missiles from a distance. Hit. They're targets. Then there's gonna be a blast radius.
And that kind of changes everything.
Hey, Pedro, let me finish. So all I'm saying is this, everybody. There's going to be unintended tragedies. This is war, okay? This is a conflict. When you go to war, if you've ever been to war, okay, you get a chance to see what mankind can do to mankind when civility is removed.
Right. So,
and I think
is
said,
it possible?
I'm sorry, Pedro. I know you were next. If you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I'll wait for you.
Go ahead.
What he just said, it just reminded me too, like when they got over there, they wasn't I'm talking about our soldiers, women and children with bombs and having to fight fucking children. And you wonder why their mental state is so fucked up when they come back to America. It's stuff they're not even talking about. But go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, so is it possible that this wasn't a target at all? Is there any proof that they tried to target this as a strike? Because it sounds like what I'm saying is this could have been a strike on a building close in proximity, and the after could have took out the school.
It could have been for a little further city. Outdated information. Outdated information gets a lot of motherfuckers killed on both sides, right? It could be a multitude of things. Now I say whoever just spoke, what I did. So when we had got attacked, right? This is a possibility of ground troops go into this country. You understand? So Overpass, he had a book bag on his head, over his head. He's about to throw a bomb on the convoy. And he got hit with a 60 cal and he exploded like a grape, like a water. But that was a kid. If the dude that shot the gun was fucked up, because he's like, man, you can hear it over the radio. I think that's a kid. Light him up. What's in his hand? Come to find out he got a bomb. If he hesitates because he sees a kid, a lot of us are dead. So I'm trying to explain to you all what have to endure in a combat zone. You are not in a zone, so you don't have to think like that. That all could kill you. And if you hesitate, you could die or you get killed.
Yeah. Let me say something in this regard.
Just like a YN, you gotta watch out for them.
See, a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm not making a claim, yay or nay. Okay, maybe this was a propaganda ploy. Okay, look how we're talking about it. So it's very effective in that regards. Okay, now once misinformation or fake news or whatever take a hold, it takes a lot of energy to undo that misinformation, meaning that even though they might publish the truth later on, it doesn't have an effect or relieving the initial release of that information. So all I'm simply stating is that this could have been a pure propaganda attack or deployment in order to distract us from something greater. And that's all I have to say about this topic.
Hey, Corey, question, Corey. Corey, you there? real quick, Corey, leaning on your definite experience. When this came out, there was a denial on the U.S. part, and it was a blame on Iran. It was, speaking, you think they didn't even bring up, it could be collateral damage. Like, hey, that you just said, why didn't they go that road instead of just immediately saying, no, Iran did it?
They admitted that they did it today. They admitted.
No. That question was for Corey about. I'm just trying to understand what his thoughts about why they didn't just come out and say, like you said in here, it made sense. Everybody understood, like collateral damage happens. Why they didn't go that route? Like everybody would have understood, like, hey, the bombs came from miles away, missiles and whatever. And so, hey, it kind of fragments, whatever. It did a thing, but they went and showed with Iran that did the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I said they just said it about an hour or two ago. One of the Congress
propaganda. Hold on. Who would you say, Jerome? You said, hold on. You said one of the congressmen. Speak on that.
I don't know if he's from South Carolina. He has a real. He speaks with a funny lisp.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw him too.
Yeah, he was on Fox. He said that it was definitely the U.S. that hit him, and they said that it wasn't intentional, and that they wanted the death of the girl.
And he said, yeah, they should just say I'm sorry and keep him.
It was war. They playing war games, so it is what it is. I hate that happened to the young sister
with the Android phone. Hold on, let's let him land real quick. And Jamal, one quick question. So this was Fox News that gave that information, correct?
Yeah, it was about an hour ago. I heard it about an hour ago.
That's the Republican channel. Okay, go ahead.
It was on CNN too.
Can I get a word in after?
I forget his name. He talks with a lisp, and he got curly, kind of like semi-curly brown hair.
Lindsey Graham, the black man, the black passing man.
No. Lindsey Graham.
Oh, one
that was South Carolina. Lindsey Graham is South Carolina. The other one, I don't know, but I don't know where. But they admitted it. They admitted that they did it. They said it was unintentional. They didn't mean to do it. He said it was something that's some shit that Russia would do. And he tried. Of course, he would try to, say some crazy shit. But
wow, they even threw Russia in there. Real quick.
He was saying we don't do stuff like that as Americans.
United States of America is this country.
He said it was a mistake.
Real quick. Are there, while we're updated on this, somebody give me a report of Russia bombing children in Ukraine?
They hit a library. It was about a year ago, I think. I know they hit a library. I can remember that time they hit. And then one time they hit like a residential apartment building. Russia be doing shit. They been banging like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sean, step up. One of y'all off mic.
I remember they hit a library, and then one time they hit a residential apartment building. I mean,
Hey, Jack, the context of what he was saying is that we don't do that stuff on purpose. We wouldn't do it. Was a mistake, and we're sorry. That's where he threw Russia under the bus. He said, we're not like Russia. We don't do that on purpose. Nobody in America would do that on purpose.
Solid, man.
We made a mistake. We made a mistake is what he was saying.
Like, even throwing Russia under the bus under that shit, like, that's foul as hell. Like get Donald Trump, put Biden, whenever he got a chance, he'll throw Biden under that shit ASAP, bro. The nigga get ran over under
answer your question.
But to put Russia under the bus for some fuck shit that you did, bro. I think they be
Sean, you can go next. Go on.
diplomatic with us, bro.
Thank you. All right, can I go?
Hurry up, because you and your TV talking. Go ahead.
All right, what about now?
Go ahead.
All right. You're welcome. When it comes to this situation, I want to ask one of you guys a question. If Russia gave you that deal, how much you take to flip on the United States? If they have a situation where you can be in Moscow, what's the price? What's the number? How much Vladimir Putin got to cash when y'all out to be able to say, hey man, fuck this white supremacist system, fuck this beast, you hit these niggas with a nuclear weapon concurrently, consistently. How much have you taken?
They only need 100,000.
5 million?
They only need 100,000. They would sell out their country for 100,000.
Oh, fucking where Vladimir Putin pretty much do how they do the regulation tactic where they say you went to Jim Crow.
Hey, dudes was getting a jab for a joint. That's for a joint they was taking the jab. Come on.
So that's my question. For a joint and then bring a beer, right to stop. You already
These are so serious. You're so political and so serious, and you're so intelligent and have so much to offer. Like, that was the dumbest fucking shit I ever heard.
Well,
like, ain't nobody jumping shit for no fucking. What the hell, bro? We the biggest shit, right?
I don't know what y'all. Okay, well, I don't know what y'all problem is, but Sean was just talking, and everybody, 3 people came off their mics to talk while he's talking, and the man literally just got in the motherfucking room. Mute yourself up and let the man talk and let him land his plane. Before you even respond, there you go. Next, who's next? Go ahead, Sean.
I just asked a simple question where we think that this system is really that beast and an evil demon, and this might be the last chance where the Axis power actually say, man, we can take out the United States. You have been dealt with slavery, you have been dealt with Jim Crow, code laws, situation of feeding your children to alligators, scenarios of redlining, all the situation. How much is he taking? The possibly situation of, man, I'll side with you, whatever you need, destroy white supremacy and its crux, destroy the United States and Israel and the Western powers. How much is y'all taking? That's my simple question. It's just a hypothetical. Nothing need to be taken serious. Just ask the question. I'm done.
So, Sean, I'll take nothing. There's nothing that I can have be given to me for me to trade out my country, knowing that there's nothing in the world that's going to be comparable to the situation I'm in right now.
Thank you. I believe Sean was making a point because a lot of people was talking about like they was big up in Russia.
Well, a lot of these people act like they big up in Iran, China. Like when the China situation comes next, little feather, these people gonna be rooting for China.
right. They sign just like anything against America. Anybody that's at war against America, these niggas be, oh my goodness, they be saying their praises. It's like, do y'all know they don't have any liberty or justice for melanated people in China either?
That's why I asked the question, man, because it seemed like some of y'all are ready to take that bag. Well, Vladimir Putin said, my nigga was happy. $5 million? Here the keys to the truck. Here the keys to the truck. This is what these white supremacists doing, demons and beasts, these child eaters, all this shit, child molesters, How much? Because it seemed like y'all ready to go. It seemed like y'all ready to go to the United States. Y'all talking.
And get my family out. And get my kids
No,
out.
just only you. The deal is that only you.
B,
I got the one that creates, not your family.
$1 billion and my family out. I go ahead and.
He just said that's the deal. First off, you got to listen to be able to make the deal. He said it's just you.
Just you.
You don't have to just me. You don't got to. It's 10 billion. It's 10 billion, one for each of my kids and me. So that's 10 billion.
So we ain't gonna even make the deal with you. We done already talked the paperwork because you don't fucking live.
Yeah, we done killed this nigga already.
God dang it.
He still talking about them weekend kids, man. Move on. We talking about you. Yeah, we talking about you. See, listen, I think black people have this weird fixation that there's gonna be somebody that cares about them and their kids around the world. They asked about you. Are you willing to trade out your country, sir? The deal is for you.
Still white supremacy.
10 beans. I take 10 beans.
Nah, that nigga ain't got no family, bro. No mother. Pedro, this is crazy.
That's why I
Call your mama tomorrow, right now, later, today.
No, that's the same person that's telling everybody to be fruitful and multiply and have all these damn kids. But now he's talking about some just for him. Go drive that truck.
As a left feather, he'll be coming around the corner when he comes. Then go to work. Go to work, man.
I'll figure the rest out.
That's why I asked that question. Because I'm not selling out the United States. Even though I have a grip and I have issues with the United States, I can't necessarily trust it. I have to go with the devil I know. And I don't know the Chinese or the Russian devil because the Chinese and the Russians don't even got social media that they can be able to voice their opinions out how we voice our opinions every 5 seconds over information. A lot of the times, the shit they talk about, nigga, you couldn't even go to Africa. Like, a lot of y'all niggas want to do this Pan-African shit, but you still come in there with American customs. Like, I saw one brother, he got locked up. He went to Nigeria. He was talking about Tinubu being a crack dealer in the 90s and him working a deal with the CIA inside the 90s under Bill Clinton, moving work through Nigeria. See, so he got hemmed up, and now he got to be able to fight for his life in a different country where he can't even be able to talk to shit like he could in the United States. At least with us, we can talk as much cash shit, and none of us die yet.
Hey,
we're still moving and grooving. We're still raising our kids, living life, traveling. Ain't nobody got hemmed up for this situation. But you have billionaires like Jack Ma, worth $35 billion, got more power than most motherfuckers in the United States, let alone if they're white or black. He get hemmed up with the government because he had an issue when it comes to wealth tax. Is Xi Jinping said, nigga, we're going to put you in this motherfucking cage. We're going to see how you really like it when we take and impound your assets and your wealth. So that's why I asked that question. How much could Russians and the Chinese pay? Where, nigga, you went to white supremacy, nigga, you the white supremacy first. Who knows white supremacy more than black?
Right. Hey, but wait, I'm sorry. You said somebody. You said something about the internet, social media. Somebody went right to showing you how dumb they are. They made social. They made AI. Yeah, you know how fucking crazy it is that you made AI, you made social media, you made all these platforms, and you can't even use it. You know how crazy it is for you to be the person making an iPhone, and you can't have the privilege of owning it and exploring all the features of it. You know how crazy it is for you to be a scientist in China, and you can't even warn people that a world fucking plague type of statements. Yo, hold on, let me hear. People in America don't realize the privileges that we have, and it's kind of fucking crazy. I know we got a lot of travesties going on. Yeah, I know we got a lot of fucking travesties.
From Africa to here, we like Americans don't be knowing.
Yeah, on the land, right? So people are gonna talk about all these different travesties that we have, but even through all that, y'all, we are a spoiled fucking society of people. That's black, white, Chinese, whoever you may think you are, right? There's nobody around the world with most of these liberties. For us to even call out our president is insane in Mexico.
But did you see how that white chick left the United States and went to Canada, and now she's saying, why ain't I get no food stamps? Why ain't I get no house?
Yeah, right.
Same setup that they gave illegals here. You want the same setup in Canada.
Right.
Where you don't want to be more expensive.
I'm a little blown though, because Pedro, you were saying something, but as soon as you talk about like how Chinese people going warn him about, nigga, why they gonna warn him?
I was referencing Wuhan, China with the COVID. There was a scientist there. You don't know that. You don't know.
So you actually have a good response to what I'm actually about to tell you. Okay, relax. What I'm saying is that, bro, how we gonna look at a motherfucker and say, oh, they can't even warn each other about AI because, bro, they're the ones who are calling the shots, bro. They gonna warn each other about what they about to do, bro. Deep Seek. If you have been keeping up,
NVIDIA chip, that's a big thing.
Bro, relax. Deep Seek is not about chip. Deep Seek is about infrastructure,
but they're still using NVIDIA chips.
They're not. They have developed their own infrastructure at this point. And I'm a computer science major, and I really feel like I shouldn't have to mention that. But I think that's important to know that this is part of my industry. So yeah, you telling us to, they can't even warn each other about, hey, bro, they're the ones who are the, what do you call it? They're the ones who are aggressors, bro. They're about to warn each other about how they about to attack, not about who about to attack them. Right now, we the ones who at the bottom end of the shit, bro. And especially with the shit that went down with what Claude and Anthropic about them not being used, Claude not being used for autonomous killing in the military. Like, we're having an issue homeland. Like, they're on a unified, bro.
But they found a replacement, big dog. Like, just because they refuse to do the contract, companies like Ondas, and you also got Kraken Robotics that are doing underwater drones. So actually, when you are finished talking, I would like to talk about
that'd be solid, but you can't take away from the fact that China is not worried about who's about to come for them, bro. They're the aggressors, bro.
But if
they're the ones who are on
space, then you can't be. No matter how many robotics that you have, drone supports, minesweepers.
What I'm trying to tell you,
satellite game, you already lost.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I do want to hear what you say, especially in a rebuttal to what I'm sharing. What I'm trying to convey is that China is not in a defensive state right now, bro. They've been aggressive this whole fucking time, especially with the open source space. With C-Dance? Bro, like, I'm keeping up with this shit. Like, nigga, this is my work. This is my
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm not saying that you right or I'm wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to convey to you is that we, in America, we're the one on defense. So to hear someone say that, they can't warn each other about an AI attack. Nigga, they're the ones who are running the fucking play. What they got to worry about. They the ones that's building new chips and new architectures that, because we put sanctions that for them not to have superconductors, semiconductors, and then we're all in discussion about them want to take over Taiwan. They probably won't even have to take over Taiwan after they're done, bro. That's how much work they doing, bro. They know how to take shit, fabricate it, create it in their way, sell it for cheap to other motherfuckers, and hold on to the good shit for themselves, bro. They did a great job for the last 40 people, bro. They're doing awesome, bro. This shit is crazy.
Like I said, if you can't be able to outspend America when it comes to defense, because the funny part about it is they already got technology to take out the damn robotics. They're using lasers right now. How they're sinking 3 naval ships every hour by the hour only through satellite. Palantir, and you also have the other tech companies that's working alongside with them.
Man,
NVIDIA, AMD, and you also have Taiwan Semiconductors investing $165 billion in 5 new plants in Arizona, which I'm literally at right now, looking at the scenario of how much money is coming in. $400 billion from Micron for the memory chip systems. And you also have deep sea mining and deep sea drone water that can put weapons on that bitch. Like I said, China's going to make it look interesting, but China and Russia have already given their best technology to Iran. And Iran's naval has literally been destroyed 53% in the first week.
Cap, I can't even believe you said that shit, bro. You should never repeat that again. Because you're going to give us security that niggas cannot sit on. They cannot go to.
I repeat it again. They have 107 naval vessels that they have on the dock. 53% of that has already been taken out in the first week, just based off the satellite of Starlink and Palantir working together. And you also have Lockheed Martin running through with General Dynamics and also Northrop Grumman.
I'm literally
outside of Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, I'm in Orlando, bro. We right here, bro. Yeah, so, Space Force right here. Okay, I don't want to overtalk you. You're right. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, and I did want to add something as far as chip manufacturing. I mean, although China is right next to Taiwan, they don't have any, government authority over Taiwan. And yeah, unfortunately, Taiwan is a sovereign nation, and most of the chip making companies are American, one, if not have made deals to produce and limit produce in America, manufacture in America, but also limit the amount of the quantities that they're selling to other countries because of the deals that they're making with America. China doesn't produce like on their own without food chip making companies. They don't produce that much. Like they only have one major company produce nearly as much as what Taiwan is producing, or all of the companies that are American companies combined. Like not even close.
They need that cobalt.
Yeah, but the thing is that for modern technology, especially modern warfare, you need chips. You need access to chips.
Yeah, so I'm saying is that the chips are made out of cobalt. That's what I'm saying. They can't do it without them. I'm agreeing with you.
The rare earth minerals scenario has been handled.
Cobalt is in Africa now.
The Congo, yeah, that's why.
And they cleared out Haiti out of it. Haiti was the last place.
And that's why the United States has done a trade and security agreement with DRC with their problem in Rwanda against M52, M2, whatever troops that's harassing them in that area. Because of the rare earth minerals. China has 90% of it. China has access to 10,000 gigawatts versus our 3,500 gigawatts. And we have to be able to figure out what's the play. Because they're two largest oil suppliers and literally tokenize the situation of those assets of 500 billion barrels to be able to get the one up and also protect the petrodollar. We kept saying about this yesterday where we was on the ball yesterday, but we forgot about our own talking point of how 40% of China's oil comes from Iran and Venezuela. Now that situation's being in the United States custody or blocked. That's why China said, can you please stop bombing Saudi Arabia, Iran? Because that's their third oil supplier, as long as well as Russia is, moving back and forth. So when it comes to that situation, they're going to take Taiwan. Taiwan's going to be very expensive. They have $500 billion in imports that didn't get sold last year because of the tariff block of 50-80% on a lot of their goods, 2,000% on a lot of goods. So with that situation there, 40% of your oil surge has been cut. Then you also have a scenario of Japan investing $1 trillion in defense. Well, 1 trillion Japanese dollars in their defense, equivalent of $200 billion in defense and weapons. South Korea, $100 billion in defense. And Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, where that whole corridor is literally arming up and gearing up for that day of taking over Taiwan comes. But it's not going to be a very cheap one. And if they're Japanese, mind you, Japanese and Vietnamese whooped their ass before. And they also got their business up just as quickly as the United States did, and just as quickly, if not quicker, with quality than fucking China has. Like, if you have technology, you go to Japan. You don't go to China to go to that shit. At least Japan, your intellectual property is protected. You don't have a cheap spin-off damn 2 years on your own technology. So, like I said, we'll see. We'll see.
Yo, what you said was funny. Yeah, that was
it. Hey, big dog, I'm making money off my situations, man. So if I'm wrong, cool. I can be wrong to somebody that's in the field, no problem. But when it comes to the stock market and these government contracts, these companies getting funded right now as we speak.
What you need to do is put some stock on those shits.
Why do you think Raytheon Technology and Lockheed Martin pulled up to the White House 2 days ago?
Yeah, invest in heavy metals, people. Heavy metals is the game right now. You want to make some money?
Well, if you want to do heavy metals, then do hydrograph. That's graphene. That's needed when it comes to being cheaper than lithium. Cheaper and easy to process than lithium. Graphene, hydrograph, clean power. That's the stock.
What is it? Lockheed Martin. That's the one, right?
That's one of them. But hydrograph is cheaper than Lockheed Martin. That's still under $10.
Oh, shit.
And they're getting prioritized because they're a rare earth mineral company.
This is a lab company.
Where region they from? Who are they?
It's Cheney. That's Cheney's company. Lockheed Martin belongs to Cheney.
No, that's Halliburton.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Halliburton is the other one you got to play.
Not Lockheed, the one you were speaking of, Sean.
Hydrograph.
What region they working out of?
They're working out of the United States and also in Europe, Eastern Europe. Kazakhstan.
But it's an American company, though.
It's American registered. It's a conglomerate, so it runs through multiple locations.
Yeah, if I can foreshadow, also Venezuela, I think that acquirement is probably gonna be our saving grace. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see that development, because ain't no fucking way we getting anything out of the Middle East at this point.
Why do you think he did it right before they did this dumb shit? At least he was smart on that part.
Well, when it comes to the Hydrojob company, they're the only company that has cracked the code for sending SP2 bonded tractional graphene. When it comes to that situation,
besides China, right?
They have signed a U.S. Army deal, both on the Kirsten and also the GEIC. Both have discussed and being in process formalizing their U.S. pact. So when it comes to what they're doing, they're getting involved where they're both involved with the EPA approvals, the U.S. Army, and they also have more government contracts on the way. So they're positioned to be at the very center of the nanotechnology and nanomaterial sector. So when it comes to SP2 bonding, the nanocarbon fractional aggregates are at the center of the sector. So when it comes to this situation, most people are clueless on how this means and what this means. But this is one of the rare earth components that literally could be able to put a lot of you guys' portfolio over the top. So we talk about copper, we talk about gold, we talk about uranium. Even though I'm very bullish on copper and uranium, but I think graphene can make the situation where the U.S. Army can use this for the very, very long term.
That's supposed to
Don't
be.
forget zinc, Sean. Zinc.
So, what was the question?
Graphene is supposed to be the next step up, and the super semiconductor, right? Yay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's right. I'm a computer science major, and my programming teacher told me that Satisfactory is the best game to help develop an engineering mind. And I have this past month, I spent a lot of time with it, and I've been showing my young niggas the platform. And this is something that I can offer to that. If you can put a really good computer in front of you and install Steam and put Satisfactory on that computer, I've spent enough time with it myself to know that it is what it is, that it is. It shows them what the natural resource makes you go and find it. You do have to refine it too, and it allows you to build systems. And that's the mindset of an engineer. Even though they say, coding and programming is going to be out the window, AI going to take it from you. The ideal of why it's still important that we still code is that it's a particular mindset of being an engineer, and it's called Satisfactory, y'all. Put it in front of your young little bro, your young lady. They're gonna love it. It's like Roblox in a way, but it's very realistic, and there's the way up to get to nuclear power plants is a great experience. It's been a great journey for me.
You know what I say, hon? Even though people say coding is not important, I say that we need to learn how to create them before they fix us. So don't go by we don't need to learn. We still need to learn that.
Yes, man. We on the same page. Good shit. Yeah.
Well, Evan, this is all based on the future of the planet.
Oh, and Sean, don't forget zinc.
Yeah, well, zinc, titanium.
Listen, Sean, the white man does not decide the future of the planet. We, the people, decide the future of the planet. And in the act of us sitting here and supporting these industries, investing in graphene oxide, brother, do you know what they're doing with this shit? They are using this to spray synthetic parasites in the atmosphere and using graphene oxide as a carrier. And we talking about supporting that shit? See, this is how they're able to, this is how all of their agendas are able to prosper in the way that they are. Because we're operating from a limited perspective, and we're so blinded by the money and the 3D aspect of this reality that we would sit here and use our G's, our spirit,
to support the variant that is being used to destroy us.
Well, Brother Evan,
at what point do we start to wake the fuck up?
And that's why I asked
we decide this shit by means of how we utilize our free will and our consent, and especially our money.
But if we don't learn about each other, what does that leave us behind? We need to
blindly ignorant. Blindly ignorant.
What? Y'all sitting here trying to booty clap for the white man and playing to his
Bro,
delusion. What do you think that's going to get you?
Talking about? Oh my God! I
You
didn't
talking about
hear what he was saying.
We're not talking about
this. We're talking about learning about what
graphene oxide. All of these industries are being used to support the digitization of everything on this planet. They are using nanotechnology, bring quantum biosensors in the atmosphere, and using graphene oxide carrier. What that means is we do not need to be seeing this shit.
But Evan, you are using nanotechnology right now.
It doesn't matter, Sean. It doesn't matter. At what point do we take a stand and say bullshit? Stop
using it, brother. Now that doesn't make
sense.
It
don't matter.
How are you?
See, this is what I'm saying. You niggas with this defeatist mindset get on my fucking nerves, yo. It does not matter. We decide. We decide our future.
That's
very emotional. If we're using these devices, we can stop.
Let them die.
But we're not stopping using these devices.
Sean, let them die. If you don't want to live in the future that we live in,
what you mean? What you mean?
Y'all playing with the man. Y'all asking, I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's cash.
No, I didn't get caught in the Matrix. That nigga got caught in the Matrix.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm good.
Y'all be working with my nerve.
So, Brother Evan, like I said, when it comes to that situation, I'm literally just informing people of where the investments is going. To be honest, we're already taking advantage of blood diamonds. We are literally using our phone has all of the child labor from China, all the situations that we're against. We also have.
Oh, now it doesn't matter because you're using it.
No, because if we're going with that mindset, then that means that we shouldn't. We should just let them do whatever they want because we're already deep in the bullshit. Just let them do whatever they want.
Brother,
you feel what I'm saying? We're already using all their disease. Plenty of people don't already got their vaccines. So why do anything about it? You know,
you're being a hypocrite. You're just being a hypocrite.
Right.
Evan, you gotta be logically consistent, honey.
Because this is used on the phones that we have. The phones that we have and all the stuff that we call everyday living has been used on an exploitative manner. These companies,
and what you need to understand, let me respond real quick. What you need to understand is if we let them cook, it's going to get even worse. Yes, because I'm not trying to actually get where I'm coming from.
I'm just talking to the whole stage in the room. Because I'm just.
Because he's still talking about it. You want a phone that children had to slave to make, and you on here upset about it, saying we need to make a change. But he not ready to change.
Hold on. I see. This is what represents the root of the issue because what I'm talking about is that the further.
You're the root of the issue too. If you on here criticizing people.
Who am I blaming? See, this is the thing. I'm personalizing what I'm saying. Now you misconstruing it.
Oh my God! You did not just fucking. Oh my God! Oh.
I never separated myself from this. This are diverse conversations.
You just sat here while Sean was talking, and you interrupted him to voice your opinion about what he's talking about.
Interrupted, he addressed. I responded,
but I didn't finish. You kept cutting me off, sir. Like I said, Evan, it's okay that we disagree.
You didn't address me, so I responded.
I have no problem that we disagree. Just informing the room of what was going on when it comes to the government funding on budget to budget from Department of Defense, Department of Treasury, Department of Education. I go over funding when it comes to the government. The companies that I've listed, when it comes to these people are literally using it when it comes to both the data center component and also going green. These people, the whole big society, the elites, Black would be the main ones talking about we need to go green. And this is a green energy company. And now we somehow have some kind of morality clause where we're so against it. But 4 years ago, you saying we had to go green. Now, when these green companies are now blowing up and these companies are now starting to get traction. Now we're against it. I mentioned uranium. I talk about uranium all the time. Titanium, tin, hell. Even Francis mentioned about zinc. Even Francis mentioned about zinc and cobalt. We're talking about rare earth minerals so we can at least position our families where we're not behind on the mark anymore. We're ahead of the curve because, one, we invested in companies. We didn't kill nobody. We just put money in the market. And if you have a problem with that, a lot of y'all work in corporate America, y'all got a 401k. You might as well call that 401k, that stock market account that you have, is your retirement, is blood money too. At least the Native American, Indian, Indigenous, at least the Native American Indigenous, they stand on code where they don't even take $20 bills. They don't even take $20. They don't even take the Andrew Jackson bills. If we're going to stand on something, no problem. But we are still making money off a slave phone. Our phones is literally the outside labor of offshore, doing the work, doing 12 hours a day, slaving it, and we still get to use our iPhone. We use our big 72-inch screen TV. We have all the luxuries of the Western world, and we're now saying that we want to break up the Western homogeny while still using the tools and the components of the homogeny that we're supposed to be against. It's hypocritical. I think it's very hypocritical. I know we can have issues when it comes to our government, the way how certain things is done, of course. But to act like I done killed somebody just over telling somebody about some damn stock companies? Come on, man. Like I said, man, and the funniest thing about it is I just want to be able to help people to get financially informed, man. We can disagree all we want. But damn it, everything we do has some kind of dark twist behind it. We wouldn't listen to the news. We listen
When
to
do we start to change that?
We do all this shit.
When do we start to change that? Is my question.
You like
people that start to change that. All right. Nobody is really offering a counter argument. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when do we start to change that instead of going along with it? That's the point.
Well, that is your argument, sir. I'm just telling people how to be informed. I'm helping people that are literally trying to find ways how to secure their financial future for their family. And I'm not even charging. I don't want to charge on this information. I thoroughly love learning about a new.
And that's why he's going to be our secretary. That's why he's going to be our secretary of treasury. Because he do this shit just because he want to see niggas on top. Tell him, Sean.
Like, come on, man. Like, how am I the enemy? I'm trying to get you paid. That's the
bad. You personalizing what I'm saying. I'm not using the words.
Y'all got to.
I'm saying we got to start thinking we want to spend more time.
I got to chill on that, bro. Y'all tag team, bro.
Like, dude, I get it, you know.
Well, let's be fair. Let Evan say whatever he got to say, and nobody come off mic to personalize it.
No problem.
Go ahead, Evan.
Well, the point of it is not to take it personally because we're all complicit in bullshit because we don't have no choice but to be. But that's what I'm saying. The fact that we are the people and that all of this bullshit, all of the war, the system that we know it, politics, the financial system, fractional reserve banking, the straw man deception, all of this shit is being funded by our energies, the energies of our spirit. So what that means is that our input decides the output. So if we want a different output, we gotta start changing the input. Like, that's it. You know what I'm saying? And there's all things that we can do individually and collectively to contribute to that process. But the number one thing is how we spend our money. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that's the truth, bro. I think you're right. Because I think our problem at the base level is we do not have enough compute, man. These white boys have a gaming computer since they were little. And we might see little videos of them throwing their little Xbox in the pool and shit, but them boys had a big computer with a 50. You feel me? An NVIDIA. Come on, man. That's the type of stuff we need to be on. So I do respect where you're coming from with that.
Could I get in there real quick? This stat.
Go ahead.
The brother who was just speaking, what was his name?
Evan,
yeah. Evan, I've been sitting here listening for a while, and I asked Sean that maybe last week sometime with respect to people's perspective on profiting off war, right? But when you speak about our power and our consciousness and our awareness and our ability to change the status quo. I honestly don't believe that we will arrive there in mass until mass destruction. Just driving along the freeway, imagine something terrible happening where, millions of people are impacted, or, hundreds of thousands, our people are impacted. I don't think it's until that time when we will begin to think differently. It's interesting, human nature. It's like people have a position until they're affected by said thing, and then people begin to look at things a little differently. So I just don't see us arising to that level of consciousness. I see us doing it more reactively, unfortunately, instead of proactive.
And that might be our plight too, that we don't trust each other enough to say that, okay, if somebody said, hey, y'all, this is what we need to be doing. But at the same time too, knowing that we're also distracted, I think we are the most distracted people in all of reality. And if we get rid of the distraction, we might be able to focus on what our kids are actually doing, what they're seeing, and also too how to navigate them in the reality that would put them ahead of the other motherfuckers who are paying attention to the kids and do put them in private school. No slack to nobody who don't do that. But these are the type of moves that they make when they know that, okay, I'm gonna make sure my kid get the best of the best type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when it comes to everything, everybody has an angle. I feel that when it comes to me, when situations like this happens, every single big event happens, from the tariffs, when I told you about the stock place on that, to this, situations of maybe 2020 was on YouTube and telling people how to be able to structure your portfolio to beat inflation. It's always been a scenario where I'm tracking the money. With me, you could call it amoral. Yeah, it's an amoral stance where I'm looking at companies that are generally making money that's backed by the government. I have put no gun to nobody's face. You can take the information and say, all right, I'll do it, I won't do it, no problem. But when it comes to the situation of the selective outrage, where if we really thought the way how we thought, the internet would have been a thing. I remember people used to always say back in 2000 that the internet is the mark of the beast. Now you see everybody right now, all 40 of us in this room talking to each other, communicating, and we're not in the same house. So, when it comes to that situation, people, first people say it's the mark of the beast, and when it goes by and people missed out on buying Microsoft at the share, or missed out on buying IBM at $2 in the 1990s and the 2000s, to now it's worth hundreds of dollars.
Netflix, that could
let me at least finish. That could at least took care of a lot of black people that was literally in either struggling and working, just slaving and working, have no control and power, where I don't believe that people should suffer while everybody else is learning the information and the black community gets, I guess, again, the misinformation of what's going on, instead of being in the know of what is the transition. Because we all benefit from the transition. Internet, you got people saying, I don't fuck with AI. Now they're using ChatGPT on their daily Google searches like they used to do with Google and Microsoft. Where technology is evolving, people evolve with the technology. Only body that I know that thoroughly has a landline is baby boomers, where a lot of baby boomers say, man, I don't fuck with none of that social network shit. I don't fuck with none of that phone shit. It's what's fucking up your head. And I got baby boomer family and that say that. See what's wrong with y'all? Y'all on this goddamn social network fucking your brain up. Now you situation of, well, damn. Now you see where you can be like someone of I guess a programmed shill, whatever you want to call it, because we're playing this morality game when we on the internet. Internet got all kind of smut. But we don't say, we find the good in the internet. See, that's because we get our information from the internet. See, we don't write everything off. And me just talking about, to finish it off here, me just talking about mining companies, defense, these are not even gun companies. These are like satellite. Shit, your internet companies considered a defense stock because they're getting the government contract from the Department of Defense to use their satellite systems. So it's not even weapons. This shit is just mining companies and facilities. The same mining companies we need for everyday products that being sold, you know. And I think we play this weird game where we offshored it, where motherfuckers in the 90s gave China and Mexico all the damn work. And motherfuckers saying, well, they're doing slave labor. Well, motherfucker, you offshore this shit. We could have had black men still in them damn factories and plants in the South, doing business, making and eating and learning and living and working and doing their job. But no, we took the black man's job and gave it to the children in China. And then we cry about slave labor. Now we cry about situations, repercussions, and tribulations of that shit. But when people try to warn you back in the 90s, oh no, we gotta go global. Nigga, why do we move our shit from there and buy their shit and get them rich when it could have been black Americans selling tech in the 2000s and the 2010s if we kept all our manufacturing in house?
Right.
So, you know, that's where I don't know, man. Black people, I think we listen to these white liberal crackers way too much. White conservative ain't got nothing for you, but he don't act like your friend. The white liberal always act like, I'm gonna help you niggas. We gonna help. We gonna save black niggas. We gonna help and save you niggas while we fuck you niggas up, open borders and offshore the jobs and tax your damn property, your grandmama crib off the chain. But I'm sorry, Erica. I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
Erica, you
I want to say nothing. I'm just trying to tell you, let go that goddamn mic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You been on that ball, fell asleep, woke back up. You still on that mic.
Go ahead, Erica.
I'm holding on to every word he's saying, though, Erica. That's the crazy part. Like, I'm eating it. Bro, I'll sit and listen to you talk for hours because I know you give me some good shit.
This is brilliant. Sean is brilliant.
And it's hard for me to sit. You feel me? Like, I feel like I be knowing a lot of things.
You're so brilliant.
Come on, Erica. Let me kiss his ass a little bit. How many young black men speak like him? Come on, Erica. Let's give him his props a little bit. A little bit of props. We already give him too much effort.
Black man, so I can't.
Come on, Erica. See, this one.
Erica needs some stock plays. Then she won't say that I'm a genius.
But if you allow me to finish, then you guys won't have to say what you're saying. You said I don't know every black man, but you do come across as an intelligent black man.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's probably on paper too.
That's the only nicest thing I ever said on TV.
It's probably on paper too.
Cannot with y'all, folks, bro.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear it.
The nicest thing Eric done said all day, like I've been on here just cussing everybody out. I cannot. I'm sorry. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I don't have a lot of energy to do things that I forget I did. And you know what? I forget I was nice to you a minute ago and mean to you a minute ago. I'm just me. Really don't.
And we love you just the way you are.
Anything but just me. What we gonna do where we at? Cause man, Sean, they don't want to hear no damn financials like that, man. Take them off to the side.
Come on, man. Come on.
And that man right there hollering, man, they got a quota to invest, okay? You heard.
Hey, Erica, what's so crazy is that what happens,
Keep talking over people's life too. It's crazy. Say 2 words.
Hey, go ahead, Steph.
This fuss box this is whoever named it appropriately so. But I think oftentimes, and I'll speak for myself because I won't speak to anybody else's ignorance. Sometimes when you don't know, right? Like you can't relate to whatever is being shared because you lack the knowledge. And this is why, and I said this to Sean before, or I asked him rather, if he had a group or if he does any type of training, because honestly, a lot of us lack the basic fundamentals. Yes, you may have all kind of brokerage accounts, 401 accounts, and all of that, but are you knowledgeable about what they're doing with your money in those particular funds? Are you knowledgeable about how your portfolio is invested and have enough knowledge to say, you know what, actually do the state of the world, right, or the state of the nation, or this particular industry, let me, make some strategic moves. That I think is where people lose interest because they lack the knowledge. because this information is incredibly powerful, I think, if used right.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's more powerful if heard.
Well, knowledge is only powerful if it's applied. I can tell you some very powerful information, but if you don't apply it, it's not powerful to you. I'm done speaking.
Those who have ears, let them hear. Say Jesus is with us no matter. I'm going to say one thing. I've noticed a lot.
Goddamn mic. Stop smacking on the mic, Johnson, coming off the mic eating and shit.
Yeah, I'm going to say
This nigga got a hot plate and start talking.
It's disgusting.
Bro, y'all ain't going to talk crazy about my brother. Me, is my mic on at all? Can anybody hear me or John just ignoring?
We hear you.
All right. So I just want to say real quick, in the generation that we have in the 30s, we got some real gifted young people. I've met a few of them. I've discussed different stuff with them and talked to different ones, and we do have some young gifted black. I think that one of the things we have to do is we got to kind of work with them and see where their creative stuff takes them. A lot of times the ideas that you might have as a Gen X person, I was in a room today and we were talking about it. You can give the idea to a Gen Z, and you can give the idea even to a millennial, and you're going to get a different take on things as you give these ideas. And it's a great way to analyze before bringing things to market and doing things, especially if you have a couple that you work with directly. So, I would drop that as a jewel. Work with some of these young people and work with ones that you can trust, so you can put ideas on them and see what they think about it. I'll land right there.
Man, y'all, I can tell there's a lot of people in the black community that don't like making money. And the funniest part of it is they used to sell dope back in the 90s.
It's not that. I'm telling you, it's not that people don't like making money.
Steph has it right. It ain't they don't want to make money. They don't want to tell you that they don't know what you're talking about. And be willing to
why you ain't gonna finish your thought? That's my question.
That was funny as hell.
Because I didn't want to.
Damn.
Let her talk, bro.
No, he got it 100%. Mister, he got it. You that's exactly.
That's my sister, so relax and stop smacking.
Okay.
How about that?
Everybody got themselves a plate eating. Yeah, niggas smacking in everybody's ear and shit.
It must be lunchtime.
I'm making my ribs right now with some white rice.
Must be dinner time. It's around 3. How the fuck y'all eating dinner?
It's 6:30 in New York.
But yeah, that's crazy. But how do niggas not know how to make money, don't want to learn how to make money when these niggas so crack? Nigga, I don't know how to make fucking crack. These niggas did it on a fucking stove in the kitchen, made hundreds of thousands, not millions.
Well, before you invest anything, you gotta have some money to invest.
So ours is virtual money, Sean. Ours is not something they can touch.
Y'all niggas have cooked up crack and shit and made millions and millions of dollars, boy. But now, since you motherfucker, the crack money done dried up, cartel ain't the plug no more for you. And you got home in this shit. You done served 15, 20 years in the joint and shit. Now, motherfucker trying to talk about some stocks and shit. Oh, nah, bro, that's profiteering.
Pfizer took it. Pfizer took the crack name.
Nigga, that's profiteering. That nigga that came home and shit, he got his old 2003 gear, you know, got his old Dwayne Wade jersey and shit. Then came back home with his baggy ass Jabot jeans. Now the motherfucker, now nigga needs somebody like me and shit to help him with credit, help him with stocks.
Road so they can get that money.
That's right. Tell it.
Everybody was actually. I said they didn't know how to invest, and I think they.
Damn it! You had all the ability to buy all them hood properties.
Sean,
They did. They bought housing, and then they got caught up in jail, and then they had to sell those houses because nobody was maintaining them, and they raised the taxes.
I don't disagree.
I watched them do it in D.C. You know, it went from the hood to houses selling for like $50,000 that are now $1 million homes. I saw it in the span of like 2 years. It happened so fast. Down around 14th and U was like, whoo, you won't believe how fast they took down houses and put houses up and raised the taxes on people. I mean, it was.
I agree.
I was working at a school, and the guys used to hang out on the porch and drink. There'd be like 4 or 5 of them sitting out there drinking. And then somebody, like 3 houses down, it was like a row of houses, you know, townhouses. And, you know, you get that first gentrifier that comes in, you know, and he moves in, and his boyfriend moves in with them, and they put a little garden out front, and they say hi to everybody, and nobody bothers them until 2 more move in, 1 on each side. And within 2 years, that long last holdout where the guys were out there drinking, I mean, they held out because they knew they owned that property. They didn't have to move. That was theirs. But once they acquired that row, they had to move because what? Taxes. They couldn't afford the taxes. Right around the corner, another house. $1 million. Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe that one. Oh, I'm like, what? They did that in 6 months. And then down the street, another one. Until you couldn't even recognize. In 2 years, I couldn't recognize the same place. 2 years. So it wasn't so much that we don't know about stocks. We know about stocks because we are the stocks. We were the stocks, and what do you get when you go to jail? You get stocks and bonds, right? So a lot of times we go investing in the things that are our own selves, meaning we don't realize that we put some money on this stock and that stock, and those stocks promote our demise. And that's why when we were on Wall Street in the beginning and they were just selling black people on Wall Street, that's we market because we were the market. And you know, as we got older, we realized they're not so obvious with it. Now, you know, they move you downstairs in the basement where they get your stock and your bond number and sell you on the stock market. So that's why a lot of black people don't really invest like that, because if you look into it, you'll see a lot of those stocks are private prisons. You know, all kind of different ways they defile. You know, the of course the blood diamonds. I heard somebody say a little while ago.
I said that.
Yeah, the blood gold, blood, everything coming from Africa. That's why they're throwing bombs around over there right now. All these countries got their whole Israel. They got their whole wealth is built on it's built on resources that come from Africa. Africa can't get no lights. They can't show where their stocks and bonds went. They can't show where the money went for all that digging into the ground. Now,
a lot of them niggas is crooked though.
Okay, yeah. Well, you know, it's not.
We gotta be real.
It's not being crooked. It's a matter of trying to survive the same way everybody else that gets a little money wants to survive. It's no different than anybody else.
That's like calling most Islamics terrorists. Just simply not true.
Well,
a lot of those niggas are not, but those politicians, just like in our community, which is a way smaller subset of a larger population, are crooks. Our politicians are just as much crooks, if not more so, than the other people. So I mean,
only why I throw that up was because there's no victims. They knowingly have $1 billion, trillions of dollars of resources, and they say, man, we'll give you the rare earth minerals for security or for some weapons, and we can even make this transition work, and we can move on. An apolitical, amoral type scenario. When it comes to this situation, only why I brought up the stock aspect when it comes to the streets is because the people that I talk to, like a lot of these niggas are like full of shit. So I ain't saying nobody in the room. I'm just talking about the same barbershop niggas where, like, nigga, you still sell pills and you giving me hell about stocks? Nigga, you still sell pills to kids. Nigga, you luckily I ain't snitched on your black ass. Motherfucker. Where, it pisses me off where motherfuckers act like flat out hypocrites. I have no problem with Masali said. I'm just listening to direct hypocrites that's trying to do this morality police shit on me because I'm a young brother making more money than them when they was my age.
Then there's that. I don't think it has anything to do with your age. I think it's just the method. Some prefer to get rich off pills. Some prefer to get rich off diamonds. Some prefer to get everybody has their way to get to the top of the mountain. That's just how life is.
Yeah, I agree.
Your way is just the same on the backs of people, same way. I don't care what.
Not no strong arm robbery, because these motherfuckers, the shit that they've gone through, I didn't have to mug nobody.
Yeah, but
Shaw. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Go ahead. I'm never gonna be done.
I think that to your point of you mentioning, and a few other people have mentioned, this is an opportune time to change your economic position if, again, you move strategically. I do agree with that. And, again, I don't know how this war is going to affect America. I don't know if there's going to be, any attacks where, we are individually impacted. I don't know. But I do know that there's money to be made right now. And money is a tool, it's a resource. And that's just what it is. What you do with that money is on you. But this is an opportune time right now.
Bernie Madoff had a prison cell too. So it's all
Shit, I ain't ripping nobody off.
Right. I mean, how does that relate?
I ain't ripping nobody off. Nigga, I ain't asking no collection, no money.
Let him finish. You can get the prison selling dope the same way you can get the prison with the stock market. It's all.
How you go to prison using the stock market, Jamal? How?
Well, you.
That's some dumb shit.
You don't
I'm not walking by somebody that has
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I gotta deal with the older niggas that hate on me, man. That's me.
Yeah, hater, that's why. Don't pay that motherfucker no mind.
He's not selling any stuff. He's not buying. He's literally giving you advice on what to do. The fuck?
What to look at, bruh? Like, damn.
It's not really advice.
And
not really
that nigga was calling black women gorillas and chimpanzees earlier. Yeah, I can't listen.
Yeah, that's it.
Mind you, he looks like one.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Sean. That's our whole idea.
Regardless to that point, like, that shit was wild as hell in a space full of black women. Like, that shit was
That was gonna fly.
Oh, yeah, I'll never forget that. Fuck you mean?
Dude, that is wild. See, that's why it's crazy how I get so much hell and I don't even be doing that. And this nigga, he get the flow. He just get the flow.
Haters help you get strong.
Back to the money though. Regardless to what your position is, regardless, I don't know of anyone that doesn't want to improve where they are currently. I don't know anybody that just says, no, I'm right here, I'm cool right here at the status quo. So you're doing quite well. And if that's the case, then I'm not talking to you. Because I have room to grow. Quite a bit of room. So, if that's you, be strategic, find ways. There's all kind of online resources that are free to learn while we still have access to the internet. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just be strategic and be expeditious about your strategic. Because again, the world can, one second, Melissa, if that was you, the world could change as you know it in the blink blink of an eye. And that's what we as Americans, and I'm putting myself in that equation, I don't believe that we can truly conceptualize that.
Steph, but how many of us in this room can actually say that you knew that your 401k is invested in the stock market without you even knowing? You didn't even ask for it. They just do it without telling you. How many of you knew that? See? That's knowledge.
They probably robbing you a little bit too.
401k. I've always had a 401k, but yeah.
And they're investing your money and you don't even know what they're investing in.
I don't know what bundles.
I know that. You know that. If you don't know, then you shouldn't even be having a 401k.
And the funniest thing about it is their 401k is a basket of bundles of all the companies that they say is immoral and irrational, but they're making their 401k go from $150,000 to about $800,000. What, you're going to say, man, fuck that system, fuck this situation. Matter of fact, I'm going to rip up the money, man. Fuck that.
And then Sean Sellers, how they keep 25% of it.
Great year last year, too.
And then your boss or your company's, whatever you work with, they keep 25% of that shit. You don't even know it's your money.
No, I don't work for nobody. It's my own.
If you do and you have a 401k,
self-employed pension
Yeah, I don't know why your employer would keep any. I only invest when they're contributing to.
Wait a minute, because they're supposed to match you. They're not supposed to give you.
That's right. Yeah.
If you take out early, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
if you take out early,
that's not your employer.
Hold on. No. If you take out early, I think they keep 45 or 35%, and at the end they take it.
That's not. No. When it comes to large city pensions, those are large city pensions.
I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about the government.
Well, yeah, let's clear it up a little bit, Mama, because that's only when government money, when they have a situation of a $1 billion pension plan, that's supposed to make it stretch to keep these motherfuckers' retirement afloat while still tagged onto the market without raising taxes on the city.
Correct.
You don't want the city tax to go up because we're trying to keep pensions afloat. That's kind of how Chicago fucked up right now, because Mayor Mohawk and fat-ass Fred Flintstone that's running Illinois has went through the budgets, fucked up the money. Now they got to take fees, taxes on pension plans. Employer scenario, no ma'am. If you have a self-employed pension plan, Michelle owns her custody because it's literally in her own company, her own entity that she has set up and established her own. So when it comes to that aspect, we just got to be nuanced. We just got to be precise, well-versed, because the devil's always in the details. And it's always a situation where you don't know what you don't know. Because a lot of people's 401ks can have a bundle of energy stocks. The people say, well, they're polluting the world, they're destroying the world, what's the problem with society, capitalist crony, the system, the proletariat, all the communist buzzwords they throw on black people that don't got nothing or don't want to strive for nothing. They sell us how to be broke forever while they get richer and richer selling communist bullshit, but they selling capitalism on the low because they still selling t-shirts. That's how AOC made $20 million off of t-shirts. AOC is supposed to be the biggest socialist of the new era, new generation of age. She sells her constituents, that's the brokest district in New York City, that socialism, the rich, the millionaires, and the billionaires, well, she a millionaire, and he went from millionaires to billionaires, so only he say billionaires because now he worth $100 million. So yeah, man, I think we're sold socialism. I think most of our problems is because if we don't have the resources, we can't be able to get access to the best legal, health, technology, information, predominantly information to keep afloat, because I value information, not money.
Don't you think there's dreams, though? They sell us this idea of this wealth. I invested in the stock market and therefore I was able to hide this much money and I was able to hide that much money. And I say that I'm worth $90 billion and everybody believes me, but truthfully, I only got $40. But everybody thinks I'm worth this much. So I can go around and say, I'll take that boat, I'll take that yacht, I'll take that jet. And when we believe that they got it like that, but the reality is, they don't have it like that. They just tell each other that they got it like that.
Well, a lot lot of the times, they set up management companies and firms where it's not reported.
Wait, what's $1 billion dream?
Big cash for.
What does $1 billion even look like?
Assets, digital.
Who has digital assets? No, you don't tell me that's not a dream. You can't touch it. It's not.
It's fake money. That's awesome.
Fake money. It's fake money. They print as much as they want. Now they got this thing called Bitcoin, and they just go around. It's worth this much money. Yesterday it was only worth $2. Now it's worth $50 billion. Now you got to get in on the deal. We're gonna let it dip down again so you can get in and sell your money to the dream too. And you can tell everybody you got $50 billion in Bitcoin because you invested your $100 and now you up on the scale and your candle looks like this and their candle looks like that. It's all a dream, not real. And as long as we buy into it, like they're getting ready to sell us to this new thing where everybody's gonna get a card. Mm-hmm. Everybody's gonna get a card.
You talking about Fed now?
What's it called?
Fed now?
Mm-hmm. Fed now, I've heard. Yeah,
I want to just speak on it.
I don't know if you get your 800 credit score with that. I don't know. But you're going to give you a card. And they're going to tell you got this much on your card and that much on there. And you can only spend it on one service. And don't make the government mad because then you can't spend it at all. So they're just going to swoop in and take all the money, change the whole game, say you got 800 credit score and $50,000 and that's it. And oh my goodness, the lights went out. And nobody knows what anybody has.
I've never seen your face.
Now, y'all ready for that? Y'all really ready for that? You gonna go for that? Is that what we're doing?
Mama, can I ask you a question?
It's not worth it, Brother Sean.
And she has a very healthy imagination.
Brother Sean, it's not worth it, Brother Sean.
No.
I've told you this million times.
No, don't drop the nuclear bomb. I got the red button.
No.
No pun intended,
No.
Sean.
Brother Sean, there's plenty of people that need you.
Put the red button? No.
Yeah, don't flip it, bro. There's plenty of people that need you, and you can continue to help those folks.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that somebody do appreciate this shit. But damn it, and the thing is, with me, why I give you information, when I give you guys information, I don't want to act. Let me say this real quick. Why I give the information. Let me say this real quick.
Your stocks and bonds are not the way to go. I think it is. I think if you can really make some sound investments, I think that's the best thing to do. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying that the reality of it is, if they decide to say that your stock went down at any given time, it's the same as that Fed now. They can shut it down and say it didn't work.
But I made money when I shorted it.
You saw what Bernie Madoff did. You saw what happened in the 2008 scam.
Man, we just gotta put jail on the nigga, man. Y'all always jail on the nigga. Y'all always in jail.
It's the one.
Y'all don't know. You guys do not understand how the SEC works.
No.
He doesn't work for any fucking financial companies. He's not part of a board. This nigga is free to do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Stop.
Thank you.
This always happens to him.
It always happens.
If that's the only way to go, doesn't mean I don't know what it does or how to do it.
All investments is risky. I don't never say that.
All investments are risky.
Thank
Anything in the stock market. Here's the thing, and even when you're in the index, right? Masali, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Even when you're in the index that just shadows or whatever that term is, what follows alongside of the stock market, but you have less probability for risk. It's still
options.
Options are different, right? But here's the thing that I'm saying though. Regardless to what, bringing up Bernie Madoff, who was frauding people, who was running a Ponzi scheme, who didn't make one trade. He didn't say, well, everybody give me their money, and damn, I went and man, I made a bad play.
I fucked your money up.
But for 20 or 30 years, all this man did was Because again, if you think about it with respect to, what do you call that, formulas and such, you can put this in a formula and say, well, if I invested this, show me what that amount should be. And then that's what he presented to people, right? And because he had earned these people's trust, and you know how he did it? Because we love humans. You know what we love? Exclusivity. This VIP right here. No, I don't take everybody's money. No, sir. I can't take your 500 million. No, sir. I can't. I'm all booked right now. Please take my money, Bernie, please. This is how he got people's money, appearing to be exclusive, appearing to only manage the money of the elite. And people came running, throwing at him, and the money of their families and such, right? But I'm sorry, Messiah, I'm speaking, so I can't hear you. Okay, but you can't speak while I'm speaking, though, Queen. Okay, so allow me just a little minute.
I was making a point. That was the problem.
Okay.
Please finish that.
Allow me to just finish this one point. I'll pass it right to you, Queen. All I'm saying is the comparisons that we keep making when we're bringing up the stock market, and people keep interjecting Bernie when this person intentionally for decades defrauded people. That has nothing to do with the stock market in and of itself. That's one man who intentionally meant to defraud. I'm done.
Thank you. And I'll just give you the information. I'm not trying to get none of y'all guys' money. I ain't raised no collections. I ain't raised no catfish fries. I ain't raised no fish fries. I ain't raised no money. I'm just on a scenario be on the lookout. So when you see this shit, and I told y'all niggas to invest in this damn company that was $10 on this, that goes to $1,000, you say, damn, Sean was trying to, yes, nigga, I was trying to tell you. Yes, I would try to tell your black ass. Because everybody be gatekeeping information because they know that they're going to get more pushback. That's why essentially the Boulets gatekeep a lot of information away from the mass black public, where they know that if they did give you the information, you wouldn't take it. If motherfucker in the 80s would have told you to invest in Apple, motherfuckers would say, nah, man, nah, bro. And motherfuckers shit at $4 trillion company. Nigga, that could have saved the damn black community right there on a lot of problems and headaches they wind up doing. Got a job, 401k ain't paying enough. But you see somebody invest in an individual stock or individual bundle of stocks that try to tell you 20 years before it blew up, motherfucker getting all this damn pressure and all this damn headache. I'm like, Rob, man, how can I profit off of black people's fear? Because it seems like we fearful on the shit that work and not fearful on shit that most definitely won't be working. Where the funniest thing about people ideals is we can be on the money. The motherfucker will veer you off the damn roller coaster, and now the damn shit done toppled over, and ain't nobody made no money, but you got a whole bunch of injuries that you don't have the money to fix, where it's crazy. I don't gatekeep information because I don't like to operate. I don't like to operate on the basis of a know-it-all. I try to give the information on maybe somebody knows this information, and we can compound information, because a lot of y'all got great jobs. A lot of y'all is actually benefiting from war. A lot of you truck drivers benefit from war because they need production. Hence, they need your black ass to move this damn oil from the military base onto the damn ship. So, a lot of y'all indirectly or directly, people in healthcare, y'all benefit from the situation because that's medical security. Hell, if you don't have medical security, that's a problem when it comes to national security. So, a lot of y'all is already invested in war and don't even know it. A lot of y'all people that work in the tech sector, all liberaled out, against war. Don't you know the technology that you're helping and working on is literally the technology of war, fool? Department of War is using your shit. Department of Defense and Energy is using your shit.
Sean,
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that document I sent you that was talking about the military budget?
Yes.
There was a part of that document where it talked about social media influence. You remember that part?
Yes, ma'am.
You think you can tell me about it real quick?
Social
I
media.
feel like it's I think it's kind of like running into what we got going on.
So when it came to social media, they pay influencers to be able to create conversation and also to create, I guess you would say, social banter. And when it comes to social media, they use that to be able to track, monitor, to figure out what news articles work, which articles don't work,
and to be able to predict and use predictive programming to be able to also make sure that certain arguments is not have. So when it comes to Department of Defense, they're monitoring the system and they're using Palantir to monitor the situation as well. So when it came to social media, they're paying influencers. They're also having a situation of more technology being used to figure out who is who. And it's more of scenarios of monitor, coordinate, and confiscate accounts if be. Simple as that. So yes, defensive tech, defensive social media. So social media is being used to be able to gather as much large information models, no different than they've been doing 15 years. They're just doubling down as a defense tool. When you have social media, you be able to warp the minds without even touching anybody. So yes, no, that's why people say that the media is the fourth branch of the government. So yes, Michelle, you are definitely right when it comes to that budget line. And their budget is around $2 to $3 billion on social media spending.
All right, now I'm gonna tell you to take a pause, Sean.
Hey man, y'all need to listen to Michelle more. Michelle be trying to give y'all some game, nigga.
Yeah, we should listen to each other a lot more because we're so busy trying to say that the other person doesn't know what they're talking about, so we can talk, that we don't even listen to the person that was saying the same thing you were just saying in a different way. You thought that I was trying to disagree with you because I started out talking about how people believe in a dream. And it's not a bad thing because if many of us believed in the dream, we would have had our own coin. Because I know when the COVID was going on, I came on Clubhouse and talked about how we need to start our own coin and make our own money. Now people are just getting around to the idea that this is something that we should have done then. So it takes more than just saying, this is a good investment, that's a good investment. And earlier we were talking about a leader. How can Sean become the person that people really become the dream, believe in the dream that he's telling? It's a possibility. It's actually not even fake. It's not fake. You know that stocks and bonds work. We see it every day.
It's interesting how you said that.
Stop it.
But why are we looking for Sean to be a leader, though? Sean didn't ask to be no leader.
I just give information.
So right, I don't understand why we put in this. I don't understand why we're imagining and putting this. I don't know why we're imagining this scenario to make him a leader, or how can we do anything with Sean as a leader when he didn't even get up here and say he wanted to. He wasn't looking to.
I just give the information. I don't want to be a gatekeeper. I see how the boule black folks be doing regular black folks and gatekeeping information. I'm not a boule. I will not
Nobody's trying to be right, though. There's nobody's trying to be right. We're just trying to figure out why you bringing up leadership and Sean.
Point before y'all break in. Let me finish. I'll tell you I'm done. What I'm saying is, if Sean is good advice, if Sean is giving us such good advice, and he does, I listen to him all the time, and he gives great ideas for investments. Now, what I'm saying is, if he can get us all to listen to him and his investments, that's taking the lead. That's taking the lead in this thing. We know that he knows his stuff. We know that Melissa knows her stuff. We know that there are people in this room that know this stuff about the stocks and bonds. But how do we get the others to listen to them so they don't have to talk forever?
Webinar says Sean and I are going to start working on some webinars.
Wait a minute.
I mean, you're taking forever to ask the same question. You rambling.
No, I'm not. You just want to jump in, and I just say
because let me just say this. Can you please land? Because the man didn't even ask to be a leader. And if anybody want to take his advice, they can take his advice. You don't have to make anybody do anything. The stock market ain't for everybody. Listen to what Melissa said, and everybody can't do it. They're not going to be able to do it because they don't have the knowledge. They don't sit up and try to gain the knowledge. They rather get up here and criticize and call the man a fraud.
Well, I don't know who's calling him a fraud. I'm just saying, when we have people that are able to give us information that is for our own benefit, then those are the people that we should be paying attention to. They don't have to talk forever trying to convince us because we know that they know their stuff.
Right, because game recognize game.
You don't have none. Shut up.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't comprehend to a conversation.
And I just want to say
Sean, this is your fault. Sean, this is your fault.
I just want to say after Masali's done, like I said, when it comes to me, my goal is not to be anybody's leader. You guys are older than me by 10, 20, 30 years. My job is to give out the information. If this is supposed to be a collective of a tribe, there's somebody on the tribe aspect that can give the information and relay it, or you may not be looking at that section. You may be handling business, doing work on your own end. No problem. That's why I provide the list. That's why I provide the information. That's why I give the aspects of, okay, if we see this event happening right now, just know that there's money being made. Oil and stocks has been made. Shipping has been made. Defense stocks has been made. Where I got it from, I looked at the Department of Defense budget. Michelle gave me the list. I broke it down like some stubs, and I was able to find the validation where the funding was actually going. Where was it going? Which company was going? You know, there's 5 black men that was able to get Department of Defense contracts directly from this White House. $13.3 billion Jonathan Jackson was able to get for his stock, VStat. VStat is the largest satellite-based company. That's $43 a share. If the stock goes to $1,000 a share, God damn it, how the fuck can you be mad at me? And I told you about something that was literally $40 that you can put 10, 12 shares and get $12,000 liquid.
Say that for the webinar. Say that for the webinar.
No, how am I the problem when it comes to me actually getting information?
Stop sharing because people don't need to know all of this information. They're not going to appreciate it. All they're going to do is talk shit because they fucking mad and hating each other for the shit. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk later about the thing I talked about last night, okay?
I hate it.
Yeah, make sure y'all tell me because I'm going to look this shit up. You see me putting it in the chat. All you got to do is say it. I'm going to research this shit.
Well, Brother Rod, I'm going to give you my number in the back channel, brother. We can at least be able to converse and be able to talk. At least somebody is. You're going to look at some information.
Sean and I are going to create webinar, so whoever wants to sign up can sign up and get all this info.
All right,
Stop
Francis.
wasting your time, Brother Sean. The folks
But
that want it, they will come.
But damn it, if we go and talk about the news, at least make money off the news. That's my philosophy.
I agree, Brother Sean.
If you going to talk about some Iran and shit, at least make some money off Iran. If you going to talk about the situation, the pandemic, niggas were talking about the pandemic, the shot, mandates, lockdowns, deportations. Nigga, I made money on all those scenarios. I told y'all about Core Civic, the largest deportation detention centers. And motherfucker, listen, actually made some motherfucking money. They don't even gotta like Donald Trump. They can hate Donald Trump and hate him and find him to be the most despicable, ill-advised motherfucker on the planet. But damn it, if I gave you the information where it can help your pocketbook and portfolio, so 6 months where shit's either automated or you gotta deal with Hispanics that y'all niggas voted in, million of them goddamn motherfuckers get kids. At least you can be able to be taken care of because your family don't gotta deal with the bullshit. In 2026, they was making plays instead of arguing and cussing and waiting until 2030 now, and they late. You're late. You're fucking late, nigga. I tried to tell you this shit years ago. You're late.
Like Mr. said, it requires critical thinking, not emotional thinking, to be able to even. Because again, on this app, a lot of people listen to respond. And I know that's very cliche to say. People are not trying to gain understanding. They just want to speak their point. Let me get my point off, right? So what you're speaking of requires critical thinking. And I'm not suggesting that the people in this room don't possess the ability to do that. I'm just saying that's not everybody.
Because damn it, nigga, I made money on the Joe Biden. I hated Joe, but I made all the money I possibly could. I didn't even vote this motherfucker in. I didn't even vote the lynch that he had as the VP in. I make sure that I profit regardless of what's the scenario, who's in office, and I gotta make sure that the information is given. I don't act like the Boule, because the Boule class will gauge things. Look at you being stuck while you can't able to be able to move around while he done made all the money, he done stockpiled all the resources, he keep all the information, so he don't even gotta deal with detractors every 5 minutes of him giving out the information. You just say, man, fuck y'all. Y'all stay stuck, fuck you. With me, write the information, I actually give a damn. Maybe it's my fault. Why? It's because I see people that are very smart and intelligent that are already in these sectors need to look at, okay, you're already in tech, nigga. How can you profit and maximize you being in tech instead of being a tech flunky that can possibly automate in the next 24 months with AI and AI agents? This shit is gonna go from digital to quantum very quickly. Very quickly.
Why not get a digital business card?
That can work.
A digital business card.
What?
I keep it a buck with you in business. Everybody like, never mind. I'm not gonna.
Because me, Melissa, Michelle, Erica. And the funniest thing about it, Erica be making the most money off this shit, and she don't be telling y'all. See, Erica, she partulate where she made a big bag of information. She just don't tell y'all. She just leave y'all stuck.
Even if you just cutting hair, you should have a business card. If you doing this type of business, you handing out this type of information.
Well, brother, you actually gave Kazi money, and you actually stood up here to tell us what Kazi gave you.
You know what? This right here lets you know
Business
that he's
card.
not even up to date with business practices.
A business
You don't need
card.
an actual card. Business, you can do. They got business cards on your cell phone. All you gotta do is tap, and it's sent. Or you can just send your business card via your phone. This lets you know how out there. Let's say a businessman, even a barber, has a business card.
He should have said AI glasses.
Business card.
That's a digital business card. Get your business card and hand your digital card out.
Man, I don't understand all this iteration.
That means you marketing by foot. You need to do some digital marketing.
I really don't understand all this hateration that Jamal had.
You don't
That you gave
have to do
Kazi
that,
money.
He probably don't know better, man. He probably don't know better.
Like, he let Kazi rip him off, but I'm giving him information where
You
he
can
don't
print business cards anymore.
He getting ripped off by
I'm
Kazi.
giving that nigga information. He don't need to know shit.
He getting ripped off. He getting ripped off by Kazi.
Hate on you, shit.
That is nuts. People that don't like me in the chat is giving thumbs up. Even people in the chat that don't even really like a nigga say, okay, you on point on this one. I'm on the money. When it comes to stocks, when it comes to financial shit, I'm always going to be on the money. You can disagree with me for politics. Cool. We can disagree with politics. But how can I at least give the information? Look, where do you invest? Nigga, you see that everything moving up in price. Why the fuck you not trying to keep up with inflation?
The information, write a blog.
Nigga, I already got a fucking blog.
All right, well then put the link in the chat, and now you got a blog, and you ain't gotta say shit.
Man, this nigga burnt out. Like I said, man, I ain't gonna say it, brother. But like I said, man, Kazi ripped me off $2,000, nigga. I ain't gonna do it. Kazi that ripped you off.
Get you a business card for Vista Print.
Vista Print, nigga, that's easy as hell, Rod. Shut the hell up, bro. I didn't get
$9.99 for 100.
I don't got a blog, bro. I got a YouTube channel.
Hey man, I'm cracking a joke because that shit is funny to me. That's why.
That's real shit. That's real shit.
Some niggas say you should get a fax number. You should get a fax number, Sean.
Don't forget your
Damn shame, too. The only nigga that can know that you I'm the only nigga that you know. I'm the only nigga that you know that you keep your page.
Hey, Flawless, when Sean said some of y'all is 10, 20, 30 years older than me.
If he has a get your talk in the chat. And stop taking up the room time.
Hey, Sean, don't forget you might up for one of those new MySpace pages.
Oh, the MySpace page. And you gotta add the music as your ringtone on your phone.
I forget that, Melissa.
I see you later.
Old as hell. That's why I'm telling y'all hate. Y'all old as hell. Y'all niggas is seniors. Y'all motherfuckers is going.
But don't be a hater.
Do the same.
Don't hate on all the old people. Some of us try to, stay in the know. But listen,
Let's hope y'all reach my age, because not everybody can.
No, and that's a fact. How about that?
Go ahead, Mr.
But some of us really do enjoy, learning something new, whether it's finance or otherwise. Because I sit in here and listen all the time when Melissa and the powers that be that, are really knowledgeable about geopolitics and just, the things that are going on in the world, finance, what have you. But what I find is that sometimes some people only thrive when it's chaos going on, and we all have our place in the world. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I make the most money when chaos happens. Tariffs happen. Y'all was trying to be down. Everybody was trying to be April. When you have Melissa said, nigga, ain't no companies going to invest in the United States. Now she see all these companies that are investing in the United States.
Hey, I didn't say no. That's not what I said. If you're gonna quote me right. That's not the fuck I said. I said the amount of investment that Trump has proposed. Let's see at the end of the 4 years if proposed investment matches actual investment.
But that's what I said. That wasn't in April. Because mind you, we had that conversation. That was in January. But in April, when the time of 20-30% tariffs on the entire planet, on 194 countries, on millions of companies and firms, it was mainly Lux that was giving me the most help, saying, ain't nobody gonna invest in the United States. That we was arguing about how GM moved their Mexican plant, shut the Mexican plant down to invest in Detroit, Michigan, helping brothers in Detroit that didn't vote for Donald Trump, they can directly benefit because the new plant is changing. Or how me and Milton, my VP, the freaking bald head I like to talk to, we were trying to tell y'all how Memphis is so pivotal when it comes to all this trucking and manufacturing. We were trying to tell y'all niggas before these companies came in. Now y'all see that, maybe I should buy some land. Hell yeah, nigga. All these trillions of dollars of companies coming in, man. From CapEx to foreign direct investment. A lot of y'all neighborhoods gonna get gentrified even quicker because they got more capital coming in globally. That's what I'm saying. Most of this shit is gonna flow through. The manufacturing and the warehousing is gonna come through. People are seeing the manufacturing.
And you drop people down.
Nigga, what the fuck is you angry for, man?
Saying 2 or 3 words and you put them in the audience. And you let
because we don't want to hear your funky fat ass. Leave him alone, you hating ass nigga. Tired of this nigga. Drop him in. Shut up.
And
who got dropped down though?
I don't got no green bean.
Ain't nobody get dropped down. See, this is
he's driving and shut up.
Drop yourself.
Like I said,
but
man.
Anyway, but hold up, Sean, real quick. Is BB gone? Is he still alive?
What, Netanyahu?
Yeah.
I think that I can't find any definitive news on that, man. They said his brother. They said that man ain't dead.
But I agree that they may try to hide it if he was.
He's probably switching body parts with a black person right now. That man ain't going nowhere.
Crazy girl. He's been missing for 4 days. BB is nowhere to be found.
Y'all laughing, but she's absolutely right. That's when the queen died. She died like 2 years ago. They just announced it, she just died. That bitch been there for 2 years.
Yeah,
Netanyahu. I just think that if he were, I don't know. I just don't think that they would put that information out immediately.
Yeah, they were trying to hold off as long as they can, but they eventually gonna have to, because if he go missing for 20 days, what's going on?
Exactly.
I was trying to say Trump was dead when you didn't see Trump for 36 hours and shit. But damn it, you had all them niggas saying, "Oh, he died. Oh, he did." Fuck him. Where my lighter at, man? I need a new lighter and shit. See, that's what happens when you get a big lighter from the damn liquor store.
Sean, it's time for a wife. Please, God. No, you need to get married and settle down. You're going to turn into this grumpy, you too smart and you too much of one of our, high value men for you to just keep, it's time for you to start settling down, my nigga. It's time.
A high value man smoke Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about all that shit. Put that shit down. Get you a wife. It's time.
A grape Swisher Sweet.
This nigga, you and your damn Swisher Sweets.
Or like an Arizona iced tea.
You're so California, yet you're in Arizona.
You know, I want a woman to have Debbie cakes for ass cheeks.
Go. There's plenty of beautiful black women in America. Plenty of beautiful black women all around the world. Pick one. It's to be honest with you, it's you at this point. Just let you know.
Shut up. I'm gonna go get me a damn lighter. But yeah, Michelle, if that's the case, and baby gone, and yeah, the whole world dynamics didn't change literally in 24 hours. That's the case.
It's a good thing. I really, honestly, on strategic shit, I really feel that America should find a way to let Israel just get bombed the fuck up and just mind their own business after that. Because then problem solved. You got rid of Iran, boom. Israel gets bombed, problem solved. Netanyahu dead, cool. Now we just re-strategize political alliances away from Zionism and somebody, and I mean, I'm not going to say that the tentacles aren't going to exist, but shit, let them niggas have to from scratch too. That'll give us a decade or two to get ourselves together. Like, I'm really for Israel getting bombed the fuck up. Like,
a decade or two?
Smithereens.
That long?
Where are they supposed to build that temple at, Melissa? I know, but if you bomb it all, Melissa, that gives them a chance to rebuild it because you done got rid of what's there already.
Michelle, let me alone with your common sense. Nah, nationalize this shit.
Melissa, what if this is a setup for them to get bombed for the shit to get
so they can build this shit anyway? You making too much sense. Please, God help us. That temple, see, y'all, you guys, see, I'm not tripping because I don't care about the fighting. The fighting, listen, I'm mad that they're killing people. Okay, cool. I don't want to die either. But as long as these people are fighting according to prophecy, we're Gucci. It's when the peace treaty happens. That's the thing, though. And then the problem is that this is not going to be the Battle of Armageddon. I don't think so. Unless, like, it could potentially be, but there's signs that I'm looking for. It's where Battle of Armageddon happens. The end of that is the fall of Babylon is not going to be here either, right? And so after that is the peace treaty and then the temple. So it's a long stretch of time. I just don't, this is not feeling like it because it really calls for the end of America. And trust me, America's not going anywhere. The end of America right now is the end of the literal fucking world. It doesn't make economic sense for this to be that. That's why I'm cooling it. And if it is that, I don't care. I don't have to pay no more bills anyway.
What side specifically are you looking for? Because it's interesting you say that because online you hear a lot of talk of that America's losing the war in Iran and that this is the end of America. Well, so what side, if you don't mind sharing, what signs are you?
The first sign, okay, I'm gonna go get the verse. The first sign I'm looking for is that the rest of the world politicians have to turn on Babylon, right? So the rest of the world will turn political alliance on what we know as Babylon, aka I consider America. So that is not happening. America still is at the forefront of NATO. It's still at the forefront of all world alliances, right? On top of largest GDP, which is from that. So that is the major turning point, is if the world, NATO, Europe, all of these countries, one by one, start strategically pulling away. Now, we already know China and Russia, what side they are on, but we still have all of Europe, right? We have, and that's the main thing that you have to look for. If Europe pulls away from America, like, ends and all of that, we need to be very, very, very scared. Not scared, but careful. I don't say scared, never be fearful, have no fear. But be careful, because that's one of the first signs, is the turning on Babylon. Because in that sense, that's what's gonna, like, this one world order, I'm not saying that America is not rooted in a sense, but America's not gonna be at the top of it. It is the rest of the countries that formulate the one world order. Yeah, so we keep thinking that America's gonna be the head of it, and no, we're gonna be involved per se, but we won't be at the top of that food chain at that point in time. So that's one thing. The dismantling of NATO is a huge sign. So that is, for me, if you're talking about a current event, that for me, that is the first sign that I'm looking for. Us removing our from NATO. The dismantling of NATO and realignment of these westernized powers against the United States. So that is, yeah. So if we see that, and during this presidency, that's a sign of what they call the birth pains. But we don't have a time frame or anything. Nobody could put a date on none of this shit. It could be hundreds of years. It could be 100 years. It could be our lifetime. But if we see I really do think the dismantling of NATO is one of the biggest factors, and not just from a spiritual sense. Like, that's huge politically. That means that America is taking an isolationist position, and there's going to be a lot of political realignment after that. It just depends on what sign we go to.
Doesn't the scripture say something about looking for a sign? But the other thing pointed out was, it says in the last days that people will be married, they'll be, living life. And, involving sport and play, they'll have no clue. So it's hard to say that we don't feel like it's the time, because it's supposed to be, we're not supposed to know where it's the time.
Yeah, but the signs. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And that's what has me, again, like I said, just driving down the freeway today, just, again, people are so cavalier, like we're going on planning our trips and that, and it's something it's a little eerie in the air, and to your point, Melissa, not necessarily fear, but there is a caution. There is a proceed with caution right now. And because we also, and I say this all the time, we also don't know about any attacks within the country. Like, I don't know. I don't hear enough conversation about any preventative measures regarding any, again, attacks within the nation.
Yeah, but again, on top of that, every generation has felt that. We felt that in the Y2K, right? I'm not saying that you don't prepare, because you can only prepare as best you can. You should be preparing regardless, but you can only prepare as best you can, ultimately. Like, there's not, what are you going to do, dodge a nuke? Because last time I checked, you could dodge a bullet, but I don't know if you could dodge a nuke. So it's like, the fear aspect, it doesn't hit me. I don't feel no fear. I'm going to live my life. Because if we live in fear and nothing happened, then you miss, and some shit does happen, well, then ultimately you were going to have to rebuild anyway, and you should have started preparing yourself to either to rebuild or leave or die. And death isn't the end anyway. It's just a transmutation of the soul into another form. So I don't know. I'm just not seeing, we can't ask for the system to crumble and then be scared when we watch it crumble around us. This is what we asked for. Let it crumble.
That's why I ask all the time, like, what do y'all want? If it crashes and America dies, that means everything dies. So where you going?
Your whole way of looking.
There's a circle.
What's your solution?
There's a cycle of life. Life brings death, and death needs life. So everything dies, and then that seed grows up out of the death and replenishes. Are we going to suffer? Yeah, we're going to suffer. Well, many of us die, many of us will die. But all of us won't die. And those are the ones who will rebuild. America is not the the end all be all. Oh my God, if America dies, we're all going to die with America. No. I think the indigenous people in America would be very happy. They may get their land back. If America didn't have their foot on their neck. Many people will end up flourishing, when America falls. Now, the process by which she falls, there might be a lot of fire, and we'll persevere, just like society has done every time a nation falls.
I disagree. When America falls, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be chaotic, destructive, and nasty. Especially with these talking points, we can't.
Yeah, it will be. I just said that too, brother.
Okay,
it will be.
Okay. So let me lay now, Black Ray. You cut me off. I'll let you go. Now you want to speak again. So yeah. Okay. Thank you. So yes, I disagree. The carnage of America is destroyed. Won't just be bad for us. It will be a worldwide situation. I'm not just talking about Americans or Black Americans, and I'm definitely not worried about us here. We always find a way. Whatever's been, thrown at us, you give us shit, we make casseroles, it doesn't matter. But I'm just talking about for regular people and folks and what's going on. Most Americans never had to deal with hatred or someone not liking them or something that's catastrophic. That's why I always say get comfortable with uncomfortable situations. Learn to get, some hand-to-hand combat. Learn how to use a weapon. Learn how to not just use a weapon, but maintain a weapon. I'm not just talking about a firearm, a knife, bow and arrow. Make sure you get that bug-out bag ready. Make sure you be okay for drinking water and only water. Certain situations, because a lot of it, the only way to destroy America, as many of us know, will have to be from the inside. It won't be from the outside. So different things that have to be done from the inside with power grids and cutting off electricity, cutting off routes and things of that nature. So when these things happen, you might want to know what to do at that time. If you own a home like we do here, you might want to get a backup generator and not one that's, not tapped into your mainframe. There's a lot of these things we can do. A lot of us on this app been talking about it for years. Myself, Brother Sean, and Sister Fifth. There's a lot of things we can do. But at this time, and what we're talking, a lot of us are not ready. We're not ready for that carnage. We're not ready for that destruction. We can just hear it, how a lot of us talk. How we speak, how we move, we're not ready. Now, one thing I do agree with you, Black Rage, there's no such thing as death. The cycle repeats itself. Sometimes the ground is best when it comes from fire and blood and tears. Some of the most beautiful things come out of that ground. But instead of talking about when it's going to happen, I would say, make sure that portfolio is diverse. Get in shape. Can you walk 5 miles? Can you run a half a mile? Learn about our back. Get that hand-to-hand combat going. Things of that nature.
Man, these motherfuckers out of shape.
Let it burn.
These motherfuckers out of shape. Mr. Wilson, these motherfuckers ain't gonna run.
Yeah, they're out of shape. They definitely out of shape. They're not out of shape, but hate.
Nigga got man boobs and shit, Wilson.
The fall of America doesn't have to look like the way that people imagine, catastrophic. We know Armageddon is going to exist, but America has been falling for years. And why do you think Donald Trump's talking about let's make America great again? America has been falling. The education, when you compare our education to other countries, when you compare our healthcare to other countries, when you compare the value of our dollar, this country has been falling forever. It's not just about this war. America might not get a lot of carnage, but I guess when the war of Armageddon comes, America will probably be the main one on fire. But does that mean the whole country? I don't know. But the point is, America has been falling. We've been witnessing the fall and looking at it. So, there's that.
It could be as simple as a change of ideology, okay? Nothing physical, but just a change of mindset, which could cause a catastrophe if you think about it. If people started thinking differently, that's a whole different structure within this.
Well, the thought process, Brother Richard, is the first part, but there is going to be catastrophe and bloodshed on this soil, and it's going to come from within. You can see it already. You can see it. You can feel it. The same thing Sister Steph just talked about. There's something eerie in the air. You know what's going on? There's a lot of people in America that now know that there is a plan for them to be destroyed. It's not just Black Americans now. A lot of folks are seeing that now. and they're terrified. They're shocked. They're like, oh, I just thought it was niggas. Are we in the same boat as niggas?
Surprise, bitch.
Yeah, surprise, bitch, for sure. So now that they know that they're in the same boat as us, they don't have the ability to cope with bad times. So what white folks do, especially when they know that, you know what I'm saying, they can't cope, the first thing they do to go to is violence. That's the first thing they go to. The first thing they go to is violence. And the first part of violence they go to is what? They go to trying to create violence with us. This is old as America. It's old as apple pie. That's why I've been, saying these same things. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable because it's coming. We didn't even talk enough about Texas, about the African guy that acted a fool and was shooting up and killing shit, right? We kind of skipped that and we let that rock. There's a lot of sleeper cells here in America. They have been activated. They will continue to be activated. America's on high alert internally. So, when you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. I'm telling y'all that. This is something that most of us don't do. Not Black Americans or Americans. In your militia. Get them hands up. Go do some walking. Learn how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to engage. Something. And it's already here.
Man, shout out to Mr. Wilson, man. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. All right, y'all. I got my lighter.
And the switcher.
Your boy back chiefing again. So, like I said, I am going to make a stock list on the EMP and figure out what the fuck companies that are invested in defense on that aspect. You know me. I always got to find a way who the company making on what company or making on what company. My phone died on everything. I like to say thank you to that's in the room, that's in the chat, that back channeled me. I also appreciate Brother Ghost. Shout out to him. I love this room because it's not an aspect of an echo chamber where we're always going to get pushback, receive, not receive information. But I just appreciate for the people that was always on my back, people that got on me when
Let's
I needed
pause.
me.
Let's pause, Brother Sean. Let's pause.
Brother Pause. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. People that are thoroughly excited for what's coming. I can't wait to be a great assistant to be able to make sure that their portfolios is protected, expanded, and nonetheless, they're just aware of these information companies. And I like to thank Michelle for always giving me the budgets and the list and the plans. I like to thank everybody, Fifth Dimension, Steph, Milk Dog, especially Milk Dog. Milk Dog don't even say a lot too much, but he be trying to get y'all some money plays, but y'all don't really hear him though. But I just like to thank people that's in this room. I like to thank the people that actually give me the pushback every time, because I think the pushback make a nigga stronger, where I'm always on the research, I'm always head on the swivel. But I just want to say thank you for the people that was giving me the 100s and put some money in, in the nigga in the nigga collection plate. Thank you. But go ahead, Grayson. Don't want to cut you off. Or whoever I cut off, the floor is open. I just want to say thank y'all. Thank you, brother. Electromagnetic pulse.
Hey, I got a question. BlackRock not allowing people to. Did y'all already talk about that? Not allowing withdrawals. Did you talk about that already?
I haven't heard nobody talk about it yet.
BlackRock, you talking about financial?
I'm talking about BlackRock. You know BlackRock.
Yeah, I know BlackRock.
Yeah.
Speak on it, Sister
Steph. Go ahead.
So I was just asking again. There's just certain information that comes up that catches my attention, and I was, if you guys already talked about it, then that's cool. But BlackRock about a day ago, it said that it would not let billionaires cash out of its $26 billion fund, and so that has people somewhat of it, right? If you can't go in and move your money. And I was just wondering if you guys had talked about it or what your theory is on that's occurring thus and so.
They're going bankrupt, Steph. They're going bankrupt. That's what's about to happen.
$26 billion fund, I just said, and you're telling me we're bankrupt?
Well, there's bigger and larger companies like, Bear Stearns with Jeffrey Epstein was worth $250 billion. So.
Well, Bear Stearns took a hit in 2008. That's when they went belly up. So,
Bear Stearns, AGI, and all of the companies.
AIG, yeah.
AIG.
But what I'm saying is that's because you guys were back in 2008. You guys were complicit in that whole scheme. And I asked yesterday. I don't know one hedge fund manager that went to jail, or maybe they did. I don't know. I just know all that money people made while you were saying that this was A paper and it was really B and C paper. That's another conversation.
Well, Obama bailed them out, nigga.
Well, yeah, but what I'm talking about, listen, let me just say this just as a sidebar.
Yeah.
We talk about the fall of the housing crisis, or the housing crisis, not the fall, but the housing crisis. When we talk about that, you hear a lot of talking points about people, loan officers doing originating loans that they knew people couldn't afford. You hear talking points about people buying homes that they couldn't afford. But really, where the true egregious acts were occurring was with these banks that essentially grouped, because they group all of the loans together and move money in the aftermarket, right? I don't know the actual technical term, but they grade it, right? And say, hey, all of these are A, these are A minus. This is, it has a rating scale, right? And so the better the scale, better the rating, the more money, right? And so that to me is where led to the actual crash. And then the trickle down was everything else. But you didn't see anybody that went to jail. That's what I was saying on that notion. But bigger and more current news, if you have a fund that's $26 billion, that a lot of millionaires, BlackRock, we know them as a conglomerate. BlackRock, a lot of billionaires invest in BlackRock. And when they went to try to withdraw some of that money, they could not. I'm just looking for theories on why that's occurring.
Because people are getting scared and they're taking their money out, so they're stopping. The company is trying not to go. They're trying to make sure they don't go under. They go broke, and people are pulling their money out. So what I'm seeing right here, Stephen, I don't know if you pulled it up, but it says that they haven't gone bankrupt yet, but it's facing a significant pressure in its private credit business. It says restricting withdrawals from its $26 billion HPS corporate lending fund after a 9.3% surge in redemption requests. Firm capped quarterly withdrawals at 5%, marking a notable high-profile challenge in the $2 trillion credit industry. So
you just said that they plan for up to 5% withdrawal, and they're already receiving requests of up to 9%. Right? That's significant.
That's bad.
Whoa.
And it says the loan devaluation reported that BlackRock wrote down a $25 million loan within its TCP Capital Corp fund to zero,
reflecting worsening performance in some of its private debt holdings. Dividend cut. The Substacks noted that BlackRock TCP Capital Corp cut its dividend by 32% to 17 cents per share from 25 cents per share. And it says the market impact following the news of the withdrawal limitations, BlackRock shares experienced a decline, dropping from 6.7% to 7.7% in the New York Stock Exchange. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a play for it to drop and go back up, but if people pulling their money out, I think something is wrong.
Well, yes, there's something wrong. That's why they're trying to cut interest rates, and that's why the Federal Reserve Chairman, Kevin Warsh, once he comes in May and June, he's going to immediately cut interest rates. More T-bills in the system, buy more corporate bonds to save companies like that, and also bring in repo purchases to keep the bank with, and keep interest rates low at the range of preferably around 2.5% rate instead of 5.56% in the past 48 months previously, since 2021, 2022. So yes, there is a problem. Private credit is seeing the cracks in the breaks because of, one, that element of debt being expensive, their cost of capital being expensive, hence their balance sheets has eroded. Once they cut interest rates and they bring in liquidity, buy corporate bonds, like I told you, buy T-bills, like I told y'all, buy bank purchase repos, like I told y'all. Now the system has enough cocaine in the market to be able to keep everything running liquid and keep these firms and these funds, because mind you, this is just a subsidiary fund that BlackRock got. That $26 billion fund, you $5 billion. Then you have debt that was literally at the range of $30 billion. A lot of this shit is underwater because of valuations went down because of high interest rates in the past 3 years. So, yeah, they're trying to lock in the money to be able to, so you guys can't go nowhere. Then once the new Fed chairman, Trump's appoint, comes in, cut interest rates immediately. Don't do Jerome Powell where he's cutting, waiting. No, cut them and keep them cut and bring more market liquidity inside of the Federal Reserve.
So, Sean, last month, he called for credit card companies to voluntarily cap interest rates at 10%.
Yes.
And my roommate, he's a banker. He's telling me that they gave him a counter. So instead of 10, they're trying to stick with 19 or just offer two options, 10% or a higher interest rate. But for me, that just sounds like it's a setup for you to get less money to get that low interest. So like the less money you get is the higher the interest rate. That's what they're probably going to do. But yeah, and it says right here, the deadline passed without major banks like J.P. Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, or Bank of America complying. Your bank is right there. They not complying. It says, it says right here, average credit card interest rates remain significantly higher, typically between 19% and 21%. So Trump has since urged Congress to pass legislation to enforce this cap. While a bipartisan bill, the 10% credit card interest rate cap act, was introduced in the Senate. It faces significant opposition from both the banking industry and some members of Congress. Well, what do you do? I wonder how many people that work in Congress own the banking system.
Because why would you be opposed to that? Why would you be opposed? They get money hand over fist. Why would you be opposed to a cap, to a federal cap? Why would that be?
Well, because the company theoretically put a chokehold on lending. Because if I'm a lender and I know you're a high risk borrower and I can't charge you those interest rates, then there's no incentive for me to extend you that credit.
And what they would have to do in the business end to keep their profits going is you have to be super prime credit. And if they're capped at 10%, they have to issue different kind of business products. If you are above 720 FICO score, for the people that's below 680, then no. Because they make the most of their monies off of the people with the fucked up scores. That's why people shit that's at 500, they should be ranging at 30% interest. Take it from somebody that helps people
to get their businesses funded. So yeah, you got to deal with that scenario where if you don't have super prime credit, you don't get more products because the banks have to issue more business credit cards like American Express Gold, American Express Platinum, American Express Plum Card, where you can carry a balance for 60 to 90 days, or Chase Preferred, Chase Platinum, where it's 15-month term on the credit card for 0% interest for 18 months. So, yeah, banks have to find new ways how to charge you better, especially when you have great credit, because it's already a dub.
You know your shit. He over here clapping for you. My roommate over here clapping for you tonight. He know his shit.
Okay, so I'm making sense.
I mean, yeah, it's just a basic investment. Like, the more risk you take, the more reward you should. They're looking, if you're capping off the amount of reward that somebody should get, they're going to cap off the amount of risk. That's going to cut off a lot of borrowers, because if you go look, the amount of household debt is directly tied to the amount of credit that we take out. And look at the amount of household debt that we have right now. So we don't have that subprime credit like Sean was talking about. So that would leave a lot of fucking people without no credit.
Yep.
One question. Let me interject one question on that.
That's going to break the system. That's going to break the banking system.
No, not necessarily, Flawless, because here's the thing. Think about this. So you guys are talking about the big banks and the big credit card companies. Doesn't that open the market up for subprime lending?
Well, if there's no liquidity in the system, the subprime lenders, they're small firms. They need quantitative easing just like the big banks need it. Because if you're not cash liquid, if you don't have the liquidity system, a line of credit, some kind of backdoor latch where you got a lender and you're just lending out at a higher interest rate, you kind of stuck in the middle. Because mind you, small lenders have maybe $150 million given to them at 3% interest. Well, they're going to charge my black ass 10-20% interest range, especially depending on my credit, my corporate credit, preferably if we're talking about business-to-business corporate credit. Personal, we're talking about FICO scores on the three bureaus again. So a lot of lenders, they don't have that. A lot of lenders, they relied on cheap interest rates just like everybody else did. And bank liquidity, when you have quantitative tightening, that fucked up the regional banks. Steph, the regional banks was the one that got hit the hardest.
Is it true or not that as this thing progresses, there's a chance of some companies lowering your credit rate, not rate, but your limit, and then also some credit companies calling in, closing your account, saying that you have to pay, balance in full by XYZ?
Most definitely. Most definitely, because they need to be able to say, well, hey man, Trump didn't cut me on this situation here. If it goes through Congress, they have to find a way, hey man, I need my money up front right now. The balloon payment that came, nigga, I'm calling this bitch in, I need your money now. Where now if you don't have the liquidity, if you say, well, my $5,000 card, my $20,000 card got slashed from 20 to 15, or worst case scenario, 20 to 10. You needed that extra $10,000 cushion for any expenses and endeavors that may come across. So yeah, you have that situation where companies, only how this would help is people and companies that are not over leveraged. If you're over leveraged, then yes, they'll have the margin call. Yeah, essentially that's what it is when it comes to stocks, where you try to borrow against something and now your value done literally deteriorated and you're trying to figure out, oh shit, I don't have enough margin, my shit done deteriorated, what can I do? The lender's gonna call it in. So yeah, there is aspects of them slashing limits, scenarios of them calling, especially if we're talking about, bridge loans. When it's 5 to 7 years where it's a construction loan, you got a 5 to 7 year bridge, point system, fees, in between fees.
But even just regular credit cards, Sean, I've heard people recently telling me they went to pay in, again, these are more smaller credit cards, like $7,000 and below, where they pay, their bill, let's just say they owe 50%. So they paid, $4,000 to bring their utilization down, and they then lower their limit to $3,000.
Yep, sounds about right.
So listen, but this is deeper than just the credit card interest rates. Like, the personal credit has been done for about a few years now. Once we went off of the LIBOR benchmark rate, the benchmark interest rate. So that's what Sean was referencing when he say the banks get loans too. They usually get that with the LIBOR. They used to have the LIBOR benchmark interest rate, right, which was backwards, which was a forward-looking rate. So the bank, again, we played a video in here when they were talking about the repurchasing market, right, or the repo market. That's because the banks usually close in the red. So then they go to the Fed, they borrow money from the Fed until they open in the morning. Once they open, business resumes, they pay that money back. That's where that interest rate comes from. So the Fed, they ask the Fed, how much you charge the Fed? You say, okay, 3%. They come to us, okay, the interest rates are 6%, 5.5%, however they fucking do it. We went off of that and we're on the SOFR now, right? SOFR, the standard overnight funding rate, is a backwards looking rate that goes off the Treasury Department's repo market. And if you go look at the Treasury repo market, that shit is unstable. So every 30 to 60 days, they go back and see what the interest rates are. That has been happening. This has been happening since we came off of that, because the only reason we got the personal credit system that we have today is because of the LIBOR benchmark system, and that was in 1990. So it's deeper than just Trump trying to cut the interest rates and shit like that. The personal credit system, as we know it, is done, which is the reason why, for the first time ever, the who the fuck is they? I want to say the FDIC, but y'all know who come up with the credit scores. They came out with FICO. They came out with a suite with 2 fucking calculations in it. This is the first time ever. And if you go look at your FICO 10T or your FICO Resilient Index score, that shit is totally different from the credit score that you got now. They don't even calculate that shit the same way. The FICO score, the lower score, the FICO 10 is the lower score you got. Your regular score is the higher.
And FICO 10,
much deeper than the shit we talking about.
And in the FICO 10 situation is going to be held, because even if you do credit repair or credit restoration, they can still backdate the information 3 to 5 years ahead. But the thing is, with FICO 10, is it's expensive for a lot of banks to even do, to usher in now. So that's why, if you are smart, leverage this time period before banks get on to FICO 10T, and you can be able to at least organize your balance sheets, make sure that you're not over leveraged, and if you do take out any kind of measurements of loans, make sure that you have collateral or have a business already secured. That's why mergers and acquisitions is so important, where if one of y'all got $250,000 in business lines of credit, I would prefer you to do owner financing with a property, building, or assets that's 10 times the amount. That's where you guys need to find some owners that have been in the market forever and work out a structured term. Have it where it's 180 months and your balloon payment 7 years. Don't do a 2 to 3 year balloon payment. A lot of these banks and lenders and investors, they fucked up because their balloon payment was 4 or 5 years. They took all the shit out when it was in 2020 when everybody was on QE, interest rates was at 0, and cashed out. That's why you saw that big refinance boom in 2021, where everybody's taking out line of credit because their property went from $150,000 in Tampa, Florida to now $500,000 in Tampa, Florida. They then took $300,000-$400,000 out in lines of credit, and now they either just blew the money or they didn't buy a bigger asset. So now when the loan comes due, they don't have no extra collateral to pay off that $400,000 because they didn't get a $2 million apartment building in Town and Country, Florida, or they didn't go to Pine Hill, Florida. They didn't invest it into things. They just went travel and just spent it like it was, tax-free money, which, that's dumb. You didn't took the line of credit. You just blew the bag on it. You didn't buy no assets. You didn't compound the money. some in some stocks, to put the rest in a investment property, or telling y'all motherfuckers to buy land tax deeds in Birmingham. Like I keep telling y'all, I'm gonna keep on telling y'all this shit. Because Birmingham got 30,000 tax delinquency properties on that motherfucker. But, yeah, you got to find collateral. Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm just trying to bring it back to the war real quick. Did y'all see that North Korea and embassy damage in Tehran? Did y'all see that?
No.
That's not good if that's true. That is not good. That's North Korean embassy damaged in Tehran. It says the U.S. Israel strikes LED by Trump and Netanyahu. But Kim Jong has not made a statement as of yet. Not that I know of. So, yeah. Carry on.
That's interesting. And I just want to say, Sean, you got me in here in my little cabin in the woods, like dancing. I am so excited. This is like steroids. I'm so proud of you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you, Black. Thank you. Like I said, a lot of shit rotating, a lot of opportunities, man. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm doing the Birdman hand rub right now. I'm doing the Birdman right now because I know that I'm about to make a whole lot of money. Smell like money, baby. I'm about to make a whole lot of money. It's going to be insane. No matter if we're talking about real estate or stocks, I see a lot of y'all making a lot of money. I don't care. Once the quantitative easing shit comes back into play, QE comes back into play. Once QE come back to play, a lot of you guys that own property, own land, real estate, industrials, businesses, whatever the fuck. Once QE comes into play, that means everybody got extended lines of credit. Banks that negotiated their debt, structured the debt, and got more capital coming in the system. Now they got more money to lend. But people that are over leveraged, I don't know what to say to y'all. See, they'll bail out the corporations and the banks that gets over leveraged. But if you're not making more income, and that's why I keep telling y'all, either the stock aspect, or you have the AI business, some kind of situation to get you out of that damn rat race, the runt. You got to find something, a settlement. I don't care if you got a slippy liquor store, man. You got to get some kind of settlement money. Find some kind of way how to make somebody hit you in the back of your car, something. Get some settlement money. If you don't know how to be able to generate the income, damn it, you better know how to sue and get some kind of settlement. That's only how I see black folks be getting like 6-7 figure cash outs because they settlement.
I want to speak to that because I got a client who got hit by a semi, and the insurance company offered her $1 million. And so what I did, because I do finance on a high level too, and I was like, look, whatever you get over $1 million, I hope you do, then I'll just take a percentage of that, whatever. But when I tell you, what we need to do as black folks, we need to stop undervaluing these folks, and I know for a fact, come out here and they be racking up. I mean, we're like, oh, I'm not gonna get that medicine because it's not. Take the medicine. You don't have to take it. Get the prescriptions filled. Go visit them doctors. Do what they tell you to do. You don't have to take the stuff. You have to receive it. You don't have to physically put it in your system. I got this chick up to $5 million. We know it's gonna fall somewhere probably around 3.5, whatever. But from 1 to 3.5, because guess what? This young lady is going to be dealing with medical issues for the rest of her life. She's probably about maybe like 45, whatever. She got a whole lifetime left of medical bills. We have to understand how this game is played. Stop being so, I don't want the word's not self-righteous, but we're so honest. We are honest in a dishonest world, and we have to understand the game. We have to understand the chessboard that we're on and play by these rules. Hey, I am not giving up my integrity. I know where my integrity lands. When I'm playing in a game, I'm playing to win. I need all of us to get in that mindset because they're doing it. These folks are not necessarily
getting inheritance or whatever, they're suing their way to profitability, suing their way to revenue, suing their way to generational wealth. And I'm not saying go out and, I'm not saying to what extent. What I'm saying is when the opportunity comes, something comes your way, stop being so honest and you know what I'm saying. I'm a land.
Well, go ahead, Flawless. I didn't mean to cut you off. Well, when it comes to that section, just be informed. Just know that they exchange in hands. If you know how to track the money using websites like Quiver Quantitative or using Capital Trades, you can search all the government contracts. That's how I found out that most of these damn stocks got government contracts. Is because of Quiver Quantitative and because of Capital Trades, where you can study both political parties, their stock market trades, and you can kind of see a overlap of both parties, like people like Ro Khanna in the West Coast Democrat, and people that's in the RNC, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, or people that John Thune, that's stock trading. They're on every committee boards. They know where the money's being allocated before the public does. So that's why I always track them. And like I said, I'll put the links in the chat for everybody to study. But Quiver Quantitative is where you can track government contracts. You can track the hedge fund opportunities, the hedge fund movements. You can track the political affiliation, who is putting what and where, and who do you office. Preferably, if you put this motherfucker in office, you better make some money off of him being in office or her being in office. So that's where you use Capital Trades and Quiver Quantitative. So that's capitaltrades.com and quiverquantitative.com. And track where the money is flowing. We argue politics, but are we making money off of politics? Do we even invest in cow sheep where you can trade the news? Because, there's people that's making $5, $10 bets and shit and making $100 a back from their damn prediction. Because we argue the news. We argue the news no better than anybody's business. So maybe it's time to make some money off the news.
Hey, I love cow sheep, man. That shit is amazing.
I love cow sheep.
That shit is amazing. If anybody want my if anybody want my code to cow sheep so you can get a little, little couple hours, let me know on the back chat. I got you.
I am. Can you educate us on it?
Cow sheep? It's like a you can call it a trade nap or bet nap or what have you, but it's on current events. So this is just an example, but you can find this on it too. It's just an example. Like they'll have something like there's a 60% chance that it'll be sunny today, and you can buy into that. You can trade that shit, and if it comes out, some people make money on it, some people lose money. But it's just like stock trading, but it's regular news and regular everyday happenings and shit.
Yeah, so it's just trading the news. You can trade the news, you can trade stocks, you can trade real estate, you can trade events. People made thousands of dollars if they betted that Maduro's going to be out of office. So essentially, if we're going to talk and argue about the news, at least put some money up on the news. You got people make 42 cents into $8 just off of small little, guesses of what's going on. And you can bet any kind of scenario where people bet on the State of the Union address, of what would Trump say. People make money off of sports. You can trade and do anything.
Well, did anybody bet that Yahoo is his brother? That's who got blew up in the house. It's his brother instead.
Oh.
They was trying to get BB, but they got his brother instead. Did they put that bet on there?
That's a good league for them.
Well, if that's the case, then you probably made hundreds of thousands if you put some money on that. Because bets like that are unknown, where you type it in and you're making a bet on just that event happening, yeah, you done made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because, nigga, you bet an unknown.
Right. So there goes some of the... I'm sorry, I was going to say... I was gonna say, here goes some of the things that's on there right now. Who will be the Georgia 14 special election winner? Corey Fulton. What's on that ass in that joint too? How long will the government shutdown last? Who will be the 2028 Republican nominee for president? When will DHS be funded again? So on there and trade off of that shit.
Yeah,
and that's just on politics. Yeah, that's just on politics. Like, if I go to culture, they got will Harry Styles Kiss all time disco occasionally debut at #1? Who will be on the cover of Madden NFL 27? Will Kanye West release Bully before March 21st? So just regular everyday events you can get in on.
Wait a minute, Kanye West dropping?
Chris,
Ma'am.
you wanted me to play that video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Sean.
Half their oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. As of today, the U.S. Navy controls that strait. We already control the Malacca Strait in Southeast Asia, the Strait of Gibraltar, the Suez Canal, and the Panama Canal. The U.S. controls all global shipping choke points. A full naval blockade of China is now possible. Their economy is at our mercy if things ever got saucy. So we're killing two birds with one stone. We stop the #1 state sponsor of terror, and we checkmate the Chinese. And on top of that, if this mission is successful, we'll control nearly all of the world's global oil distribution. Now, so far, the price of oil isn't going crazy. Monday it peaked 80. Today it's trading at about $76 a barrel, still below what oil averaged under Biden. As we're fighting the Iranians, we're also launching operations in another continent. U.S. Southern Command is currently targeting narco-terrorists in Ecuador. We're juggling ops in 2 hemispheres. This is the greatest demonstration of American power in decades. And the Chinese and Russians can't do a thing about it. And the whole world sees it. There have been no reported casualties over the last 48 hours. Thank God. I pray that God protects our troops and that Operation Epic Fury continues to be successful and edgeable. Half their oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
There you go, Crystal. Mic is open. So is they controlling?
Well, the barrel.
This shit is pretty fucking impressive.
Sean.
What's going on, Crystal? So the barrels of oil is $83 a barrel. So it was at $119 a barrel. So they're in that situation, 50% just off of ensuring that there will be insurance, $20 billion for the oil payload to get through that bitch. And they also have minesweepers and also Navy SEALs and naval troops.
I told y'all yesterday it wasn't the price went down. The price spiked because of speculation, but it went down because they announced that there were oil reserves that they were going to release. Not necessarily because the war is over.
Did I ever say that? I said
and I wasn't sure I am.
It's insurance that's being covered on the payload of $120 billion.
So, Sean, can you put a pin right there? You said the very key word, insurance. You know, the laws of London, right? They used to be the people who was in control. Trump said middle finger up and my middle toes, right? Middle fingers and toes up to you bitches. And now the United States has a insurance company from the federal government that are insuring the tankers. And they got the Navy escort. Ooh, I am an American. Fuck all you niggas who ain't American. Yo, Sean, go ahead and finish it off. I just wanted to add that right there. You said insurance. Mm-hmm.
So $20 billion of insurance. Then you also have naval, because Trump needed to make sure that the Navy was going to guard the payload in order for the insurance company to approve the mission to take it out of that Hamas Strait and get it to the Indian Ocean. So they got minesweepers. They used minesweepers in World War II to take out. And that's why I told y'all about the underwater. I don't know if I told y'all about this, but that's why the underwater drone company, CUDA, is so important because they got a government contract where they'll be doing underwater drones to be able to take out any kind of mines underwater and push that motherfucker through so they can bully over into whatever region that they need to take it, Indian Ocean, East African bloc, wherever imports need to go, they can go without being harassed. Without the harassment. And 53% of Iran's navy is pretty much, that's out of the equation. Now they can be able to have the minesweepers pretty much play, a game of contain. You got to contain and make sure that nothing of that oil deposit gets blown up or gets touched while being on water.
Hey, I put it in the chat the area that they go to. Boy, that's tough shit right there. Go ahead, Shell.
No, I'm just saying I put a link in the chat. It's the news station in Kentucky that shared this video talking about the Air Force out there is chasing the damn flying saucer. It's on the news. I want to see if that shit AI or not. Can somebody verify? I tried with mine, it ain't working.
The Air Force don't do shit. It would be the Army. So I think that might be a little bogus for shit. Because the Air Force don't do shit.
I don't know.
I do know the Air Force is the one that fly the planes and shit. I do know that, right? The Army is the one that fly the planes. The Air Force, they do what they do, but not for real. It's the Army.
Well, it's naval and Air Force because the Navy has fighter pilots as well. So no. You know how the military go. They got multiple departments for multiple sectors.
And the Army say they the NIC on all that shit.
Well, somebody got to protect the payload. The Navy will do it. The U.S. Navy would, and now make sure that a lot of global firms, because yes, they have petroleum reserves. And Melissa is right on one aspect. That's one component. 2, the insurance, and 3, the security of the insurance. Because you need some kind of deterrent. You need some kind of pit bull to at least keep these niggas at bay. Motherfucker ain't gonna respect the situation of nothing unless you got guns attached to it.
Well, this was the United States that took over the United States. Said, fuck that. I'm running this shit.
Flying saucer.
I put another one down there. It's multiple people that have seen this shit, man.
I got a video, Michelle, that 2 years ago now, July the 9th, I was in the house, Sumo was working on one of his cars, and he said, come look at this. And I recorded it. I showed it to y'all before. The flying, it was like a square. Shit, it was like a damn square. It didn't look like a flying saucer, but I seen a flying saucer at the age of 7. I'm 51. So we know they true. Because I was 7. It was not smoking nothing. I was 7. I'm 51 years old now. And let me tell you, that shit was outside and it looked just like a saucer, right? With the LED lights, the eerie looking LED lights, and that bitch went sideways. My daddy was with me. He was grown up.
That is funny. Motherfucker had the lowrider on sideways. That is funny.
It was low and it went sideways. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't go up. It went to the side.
Crystal, did they have the doors open?
Shit, if it did, my eyes didn't see that. Okay, because to have been talking about the water tower look like a spaceship, my daddy said, no, you don't see a spaceship. You know, that ain't it. Now, mind you, we coming from down the street from my grandma's house. We stayed 5 minutes from my grandma. And we're talking about the water tower because you can see it from her house and you can see it from where we lived at. It's high and they ain't many tall buildings, right? You can see it through the trees. Anywho, we're talking about that. We pull up in the damn parking lot. We live in like a townhouse. So we pull up in the parking lot and we're walking to our apartment. And this thing come from over the pond that was behind the house, behind the apartment, right? And it was round with a little cone thing on the top. right? And it had the little funny looking, it had the LED light. Today I know they're LED lights. When I was a kid, I couldn't describe what them lights were, but they're LED lights because we know, LED lights, they go up and down with their tone and shit, right? And my daddy snatched me and my brother, and we lived upstairs. He hit, it was probably about 12 steps. My daddy hit themselves twice. Bam, bam, we was in the motherfucking house, sir. Okay, I was 7 and Corey was 5. My daddy grabbed the both of us and we was in the house. He hit 2 steps. I promise you he hit 2 steps. The first one and the last one, okay? He bionic man us into the monkey house. So I saw what I saw, but I don't know if the door opened or not. Oh, come my daddy snatched our asses up so motherfucking quick. Okay. And I seen it with my own eyes. And then I recorded the one I seen 2 years ago on July the 9th. Remember, someone you thought you came in the house to get me? It was like, I got something to show you. I thought he wanted me to show me his car lights. I don't see that shit. He was like, girl, come on. When I got out, I was like, oh my God. You are not a star. You are not a star. It was not a star. So in Kentucky, that mean they're gonna fly over here in North Carolina, then in Kentucky, Michelle, and you might see them in South Carolina. Ain't you like
today it was something flying. I got pictures of it too. I thought it was a comment.
Okay, how far west in South Carolina? Like, I done been to your house 100 times, but I still don't know what direction I'm in when I go. So
southwest.
West. Okay, west.
3-4 hours, I think.
Yeah, it's about 3.5 hours to get to your house.
And then something happened at the airport last night in Atlanta.
Ooh.
No, it wasn't last night. It looks like it was 5 days ago. Something happened. I remember this. We talked about this.
TSA done about quit today and yesterday. Because they ain't getting paid, so they ain't going to work. And there's like a couple of people there, so the lines is moving super duper, extra super duper already slow that they was already moving in slow motion. It was already in slow motion. Now ain't nobody at work. And it's really moving in slow motion. I don't want to talk to y'all for a few days because, some people just be working my fucking nerve. When I seen that video about the United States controlling the waterways across the water now, not even over in America, they across the water, motherfucker, they'll call the shots. Where's James King at?
Isn't that more than just the TSA? Are there more federal governments who aren't getting paid? I think I heard something about that as well a few days ago. It's not just the TSA, right? It's other.
It's a few of them. ICE ain't getting paid. DHS ain't getting paid. Now, Social Security always gonna get paid. Food and nutrition, shit like that, Medicaid, that shit is not on the same pay schedule as these ones that are shut down right now currently. My homegirl works for her. She's an accountant for HUD. They get paid too.
Hey, Crystal.
Ma'am.
I don't mean to start no shit though, but
come on, let's start.
So you remember that video we watched like 2-3 weeks ago when the man was talking about the true history of slavery? Girl, why he came out with the true history of dealing with the Indians, with y'all Indians. I just dropped a link down there in the chat, the most recent one with my name Michelle on it. And girl, if you go look at this video, not a video, it's actually a slideshow. It was a bunch of pictures or whatever, right? He said, how was your state's land stolen from Native Americans? Okay, so you scroll, you swipe. He says, Illinois, it was not stolen. We purchased it for $100,000 plus $14,000 a year for 20 years. Then you got Ohio, not stolen, purchased for $20,000 plus $9,500 a year forever. Lies. Listen. He said Georgia not stolen, purchased for $5 million. Michigan not stolen, purchased for $57,717. Tennessee not stolen, purchased for $3 to $5 million. Indiana not stolen, purchased for.
Do you see the people they use as the Indians other places?
This is the cheapest one. He said $5,200 to $1,400 a year. That's crazy.
And that one of these people they showing is a Negro. Not a Negro.
It was not. And he said, "What? And what was the education system lied to you about? What?" He said they lied to y'all. He's still no land. Y'all ain't getting no reparation.
So how about this shit? So if they purchased that land, those states like that, what about the people who got their own deeds? I'm gonna have to go in this right now. I wish I'd got this 6 days ago because my post would have got the most fight on it. My comment would have had the most fight, but it's too deep now. It's 2,100 comments. It'll get lost because my comment will have a fight on the top of it. I swear it will. Over duress, right? You can't make people, cause like if a sure come and say that y'all owe something, and they can't make you sell your land for that, right? They can't do that. They'll think they can, but they can't. It's illegal, and ain't no limitation on fraud. So whoever this fucker is, all that shit is fraudulent. Cause the other people who lived in that land had motherfucking deeds. The Negroes who lived there had deeds. So therefore, whoever they little Papa Squat tribe ass fry bread, plain water, pinto bean eating ass motherfuckers. No kidney beans, excuse me, they don't eat pintos, they eat kidney. Because the government gave them that. They'll probably be from America, but they eat fucking kidney beans with flour. The hell? Okay. So, look like people who own deeds, who have deeds. And I think how y'all can find these deeds. If I can find the ones that I've been looking for, and the ones I found for my family, right? If we can find those, then I know y'all can find it. But I ain't gonna tell you why I can't go find it, because you know what? Middle finger up like Trump. Yeah. I ain't saying shit. Motherfucker, let the Papa Squad and this nigga named Matt convince you that your family didn't own shit. Ooh. That's some bullshit, that Michelle. Ooh. That was the wild shit right now. And 47,000 people like that. Who were them fuckers? Who them niggas? I'm going on here.
Iran is on fire. They're talking about the oil is flowing into the sewers of the streets in Tehran, and the streets are on fire. Is that one of the signs?
Not really.
No, okay, thank you.
Just a sign of war.
Is oil dinosaur matter? Is that true? I mean, the blood. I don't know. Blood.
Why do you call them fossil fuels, Black?
I don't know. That's what they call them.
You know what? I was thinking that fossil fuel was old bones too. You know, I don't like agreeing with Black at all. But you know, when you're right, you're right. I learned that while I was on my vacation.
Yes,
and when you're right, you're right. And right there.
Yeah, Black is right. Black is definitely right.
So what we gonna do with that? And y'all know they say the mountains are petrified trees. Now what we gonna do with that? Now what I can do with it is I can give y'all this book, but I ain't, right? And this man said that that this world been whirling, or this plane been planing for millions and millions of years, and it was at least 80 years ago since the age of Atlantis. But you know, but Hollywood, y'all only been here 6,000 years, and y'all got all these damn fossils that are millions and billions of years old. But you know where it go on.
Well, 500 billion barrels. So we got Venezuelans oil of fossils, and you got Iran's fossils, fossil oil. So.
And Nicaragua, El Salvador, and come on, you know I'm gonna chew the word up. Leave me alone. Okay. And who was, of course, Cuba, but they so damn little they don't count. Is another Colombia, Chile, one of those countries? Like, yo, President Trump, don't see about us. Like, yo, we got some shit too. we want the United States to come regulate our shit too. Come on down through here. Now, for an American such as myself, who is indigenous to the soil, right? I would love for the United States to make the whole Western Hemisphere the United States. What? I mean, we can go all up and down this bitch like we want with our little star ID.
Nah, hell nah. Mexico better not be no 51st state because California already resembles Mexico already enough. I think we needed to interconnect that situation even further.
Just make Panama the 51st state and Mexico the 52nd, nigga.
No. Cuba is going to be like Puerto Rico, where it's like a territory but ain't a state. No.
Okay. What about Venezuela? Because they trying to be a state.
Nigga, we just taking their oil, nigga. What? We taking their oil, their iron, and also their silver. Damn it, we need all that shit for us. Nigga, they can build a couple apartments and a lot of, haciendas and all them villas and shit. Pimp it out a little bit. Make it look like Florida of the South American Peninsula, but nah. Hell nah. What? Nigga, Alberta, they're about to leave Canada in November and shit. They want to work a deal with the United States too. So, yeah, it's make a deal. Let's make a deal.
Yeah, we got Greenland, Sean. Don't forget we got Greenland.
Well, that would be a security agreement. So, like I said, rare earth minerals and the ability to put data centers in the water and be able to use whatever it's needed to be used, plus the rare earth minerals, the deep sea mining release TMC, Coda, underwater stock. Yeah, so MP materials, rare earth rock, drones, on this drone defense, security. Yeah, all that shit is in play. All that's the table. But nah, I don't believe in making 51st, 52nd, 53rd, 54th. Philippines wanted to be the first 51st state. That was in 2006. Told them, hell no. Don't you think we already got too many hanger-ons, Crystal? Too many niggas that want to, too many motherfuckers that want to get on the government teat, the government titty. Man, Sweet must be doing some business. Usually he be the first thing to cut me off. What's going on, Melissa, Q, Winner, Magic? Man, where the hell y'all at, man? Y'all must be making dinner or something.
How y'all think Israel gonna respond to Netanyahu brother getting deleted?
Heavy airstrikes.
Why is it quiet? What are you talking about?
Because I wanted you to say so.
You say because what?
Wanted you to say so.
What? What the hell?
Waiting for you to say something.
Okay. That was some country, but not country. I don't know what type of accent that was, Sean. Waiting for me to say something. I don't know. There's shit going on in the world right now. Well, there's a lot of shit going on in the world. There's so much going on in the world that there's breaking news reports say advisor Donald Trump are urging him to exit the Iran war as soon as possible. Trump just declared the war is very complete. Air defense is a sea. I'm proud to announce that America First Refining is opening. Oh, okay. So I'm proud to announce that America First Refining is opening first new U.S. oil refinery in 50 years in Brownsville. I think Sean mentioned that the other day. Iran began laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. intelligence also have begun to see indications Iran is taking steps to deploy mines. Security options are achieved, oil prices will drop. Once national security options are achieved, oil prices will drop. I'm just reading through the news. There's that. I think we don't talk about everything at this point.
Yeah, we did. I mentioned about minesweepers. Minesweepers, offshore drilling, stock ticker rig, RIG, underwater drones, CUDA, CODA, CUDA, CODA, underwater drones, in order to find and see all the undersea water devices that's gonna the mine bombs. So they're essentially underwater drone company that does the mine sweeping with the U.S. Navy. So the U.S. Navy buys that technology, use it for any kind of underwater situation, and potentially get the rare earth minerals underwater as well. So deep sea mining.
Deep sea mining. What are they going to be mining? What specific minerals or items are going to be mining?
They're saying that there's a nugget underwater in a lot of these regions that have like 7 minerals, where you can find a nugget that has copper, titanium, graphite. Then you also have graphene that's also can be used to beat out lithium because it's cheaper and faster than lithium deposits. So deep sea mining, that can be little of anything, because the seabed has a lot of minerals. Then they can just have a rover be able to go to the floor bed of the sea, pick up all the rare earth minerals, identify it, put it inside the rover. Then a drone will pick it up from the water, and that rover has all the nuggets of rare earth minerals that they can take out of the compartment and use that to refine it for whatever energy purposes that they need it for. So if it got like 20 big nuggets and shit, that rover captured that nuggets, they get it refined, they process it, sell it, use it for data centers, use it for nuclear energy reactors, use it for whatever the hell the tenant purpose is needed. So that's CUDA and Kraken Robotics, and also the metals company, TMC. So the government's giving out government contracts right now as we speak to a lot of companies. A lot of companies are getting paid.
And MP.
And also USAR, United States Rare Earth Company.
Yeah, you saw, yep. John, shut up. This guy. Yeah, well, I think this is like quite literally the transfer of wealth or blah, blah, blah that they were talking about. So, I mean, anybody looking to take advantage, there's all of this. Don't forget to live a little, travel, enjoy life, too. Life is short. We don't have bomb to fucking smithereens. So, there's that. Live like it's your last day. Yeah. Live like there's no tomorrow. Just a small town girl. Living in a lonely world.
Shut up. Shut up.
Okay. But yeah, okay, so can we not, I guess everybody is all military out. What else is there to talk about? Is military, religion gets them going. FBA, race relations, it also gets y'all going.
No scriptures, please. No scriptures.
And the Bible says, and I told you, you gotta put the 1 next to the 9. And they took 1,000 years off the Bible.
Sorry. Every time you do that, he shows up. So stop, girl. Stop.
And I took the 1. Let me math that real quick. Off the 9. I haven't done that in like 2 weeks. A week and a half. Since he cursed Eugene out. This nigga. I'm still looking for the 1,000 years. I still can't find. Somebody show me where.
Well, if you be quiet and listen and let me teach it, then you'll find 1,000. Let me teach it.
Man, what kind of jive turkey shit is this?
Look, let me just tell all y'all something. If y'all having a bad day and y'all need a laugh, all you have to do go to his Facebook page. But don't be driving, because you will crash. His Facebook page is wild crazy.
So, no, I need the link. How do I find it? How do I find it? I need to.
1,000 times. We put it up in there before.
I know y'all have. I just never clicked on it. Somebody screenshotted the photo of Father Time, and I just.
He looks like he sounds.
He looks old. He looks too old to be doing the shenanigans that he's doing, to be honest with you. Father Time. Bando, I don't know what Bando is. And that's the thing, Bando's voice changes. It depends on how irate he gets, to be honest with you. The amassing of all these cult-like followers, I don't know. He just looks so crazy and unkept. It's just ridiculous.
He moves with a lot of spirit.
It's crazy that he has a following. Like, I'm shocked and appalled that people legitimately go to bat for this nigga.
Because there's a lot of people. You got to remember, social media, it became the voice of the voiceless. Let me sound like Dr. Umar and say that again. Social media became the voice of the voiceless. So there's plenty of people that think like him, move like him, dress like him, smell like him. And now that he is the voice for them, he's going to have a great following. That's what makes social media very dangerous. Because I'm going to say something that's going to very, upset some people. Everyone doesn't need a voice and doesn't deserve a voice.
Hell no. And to be honest with you, like this karma score thing, when I saw that Jamal was in like the top, I knew this was, no offense, some bullshit. For some of y'all, I see it, I understand. But for some of y'all, I don't know how the fuck, what? Who's rating you?
I'm on 0.1%.
I don't give a fuck. to be honest with you.
What the fuck is your shit? Oh, you just in the top 5.
I don't give a damn because real life.
So how did they rate that shit? Is it at the chaos creators? Is it the chaos creators that's in the highest percentile or something? I'm starting to notice some shit about that.
I don't know. I think maybe you gotta be in rooms, starting rooms, doing all types of shit. I don't know. There's this whole, if you click, so my husband was like, why don't you monetize this shit? And I was like, maybe. And so you can, but it's based off of the karmic score and then all types of shit. If anybody knows how to turn the coins into actual cash, no. But there is a way. So if you go to your settings and then you click what's new, it kind of explains it, but it doesn't let you sign up or anything. I'm still lost on it.
I don't get into all that shit. I'm a nigga. Yeah, I don't indulge into nothing like this.
What you grumbling about, Sean? Sean.
I thought I was on mute.
Old man, Sean. You an old man and young body. It's ridiculous. It's so funny.
Okay.
You're still off here, my nigga.
Oh. Just trying to capture
I got
payment.
to the bottom of it. Is Melissa still here? Yeah, she's somewhere here. Okay, yeah.
I'm here.
Iran was pushing media, false media about Netanyahu.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, that's what they was.
But so is it true they killed the brother?
Or was it our media doing that shit, allowing bullshit to get through?
Well, this comes from the Jerusalem Post.
Yeah, I was looking at the Jerusalem Post too. That shit is not coming through our media. It's going to other countries. That's why, like in Nigeria, the shit that they saying about the United States is crazy. Crazy. They're not saying it about the United States, but about the war itself. They're making it to the world. They're making it catastrophic, bro. Like, they're dogging the U.S. the fuck out.
Yeah, like we're losing.
Yeah, like we're losing. That's exactly what they're making it seem like to the world. They killed Netanyahu. They about to bomb the U.S. Boots on the ground, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, are you niggas...
It's unclear, but they keep putting it out. They keep putting it out because I'm finding stories about it being fake from a week ago.
Because people want to be on the winning team. This is how brainwashed people are. They're calling for they're trying to exacerbate the call for the downfall of America, but at the same time, if they flip the narrative, people would just be rooting for America. Like, people just want to be on whoever is the winning team. If America's not winning, then okay, cool. If America's winning, then they're for America. It's not. It's literally based off perspective at this point. Did the UAE just invest $500 billion in America? Probably. Amazon just pledged to open data centers in UAE. They're blowing shit up just to rebuild shit up, okay? I'm not convinced that this is the ultimate end that everybody is afraid of. I don't know. It's just the math ain't math, because if we're going off their timeline and they're clearly using a biblical timeline, then the math isn't mathing.
When they have to take Turkey and all that other shit, they have to take more land, aren't they, in order for that to happen, for the project to be complete?
And greater, let me see. So greater
to the Euphrates.
So that's the promise given to them by God, right? That. Okay, let me go into Revelations and see. Hold on.
6. Price.
Hey, Sean, did you find out who's going to be responsible rebuilding out there? The stuff we talked about last night.
Rebuilding. Please from my
yes. Caterpillar. Yep.
Yeah, Michelle. So yeah, you're right about that. That's the thing, right? The quote that they're following for the Greater Israel Project, it doesn't necessarily have to do with Revelations, right? Like it does and it doesn't. They're following the promise that they believe God made to them, that they should conquer and own basically from Egypt to the Euphrates, the Nile to the Euphrates. So that's kind of what they're using to justify their means, but it doesn't align with biblical prophecy, right? Like what we're doing, where we are, is still the math still isn't mathing, right? So I mean. Yeah, and then the other thing is the Euphrates River. Now you did mention that the other day. That's another sign that we can look at as the drying of the Euphrates. Yeah.
90%, like what, 90% dry?
90? God damn! What you mean 90? Damn, 90 is terrible. That's most of the way.
Hold on, go look it up again. I don't remember. I can't be wrong. I could have sworn it said 90% dry, 12% left. Some shit.
Ooh, 30%. 30 to 40. Oh, it's 30%. Yeah, but overall flow is declined by 40% since 2020. At this rate, there won't be a Euphrates in the next
10 years. 20. I'm gonna say 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. But guess what? 20 years. We're in 2026. 20-25 years, 2020, 2050.
It's going to be in 50 years. Mm-hmm. Remember I asked you about that 50 years the other night?
Let's see how long will it take Euphrates to dry up, realistically speaking. If that's just at 50 years, and it says about 15 to 25 years.
That's not great.
15 to 20 years to do what?
The drying of the Euphrates.
Y'all love talking about that dry ass river.
Boy.
It's okay though. I don't blame y'all Africans.
Here we go. Get it started.
You said somebody asked you, is that what you said? Not yet. But I don't know why y'all hate me for advocating for America. Like how people advocate for their land and I speak highly about what we got over here, what we produce, what's the origin of here. Niggas be like, so don't know why they care about what y'all niggas are here that shit. But y'all niggas love to talk about somewhere that y'all ain't from, and most of y'all ain't never been. Niggas know more about the Sudan and the Sahara Desert and South Africa, and they ain't never fucking been, but don't know shit about the state that they live in. That shit is baffling to me.
Niggas don't even know what the damn state. They don't even know what the state bird is.
Nigga can tell you all about the Sudanese tribes and all about, all the shit that go in though, but niggas don't know nothing about what's going on in their own goddamn city.
Let them niggas tell they Moors, and when they go to Egypt and shit, they so out of place.
Nigga, that river in your backyard about to dry up.
Y'all pause real quick. And I got an announcement real quick. Lady MD, I see you all the way at the bottom. Lady MD, check your back chat on Clubhouse. Might have to check your spam. I sent you a message from my other account. All right, y'all can go ahead.
Nigga talk about Kuwait, Euphrates, and all this other shit.
What's wrong with
they ain't never been to a goddamn.
You ain't never been over there, is that wow?
Nah, I've been there plenty of times. There's other niggas that ain't been there talking like they've been there.
Or you got niggas that ain't never been there, but I'm talking about no more than the goddamn expert. Nigga, I know what kind of sand they got in the Sahara Desert. Nigga, they got dry sand. They don't got wet sand like
Did you know the sand from the Sahara fertilizes the Amazon forest and that's why it
fertilizer, the Amazon fertilizer.
Go look it up.
Well, what I do know is that the Sahara Desert ain't number 400 years old.
Oh, I know that. Well,
It ain't 4,000, it ain't 10,000 years old. It's about 400 years old.
Thousands of years from. See, I've always been misled. They said it was 8,000 years old, Red. And you tell me it's 400 years?
Shit, 400 years old.
Nigga, since
because most of the destruction of the things, when you look at like all of the melted buildings in Asia, all of the shit, but when you look at the map, most of these things are on the northern part of every continent. It's not in the southern region, right? Because you don't have melted structures like we do in South America, in North America, like we do in South America. And it's like they're on all southern parts of the world as you go around this motherfucker. But in every northern part, like the northern part of Africa, right, all of the northern parts of these continents, right, have what we can look at as some type of catastrophic event or something happened. See what I'm saying?
Calcified to me, Red. Like
petrified.
Petrified, calcified.
Petrified, right.
Yeah,
So when we see these, you got petrified vegetables, trees, plants, animals. See what I'm saying? Petrified flesh that is being found. And it's like when they date these things, it'll be like, oh, you got mountains that are still bleeding, what they call acid, but it's really blood because these things was petrified in the amount of minutes and seconds. And then we have all of these scorched structures all around the world on the northern regions of all of these places, all of these in floods in all of these places, mud floods in all of these places. Then you realize why most of where these things happen, people migrated and inhabited the southern regions of. That's why when they say, well, the earliest tribe of Africa came from the Sudan in South Africa, right? Why they saying that the motherfuckers in America, we started in South America first and then we went up to the North America. See what I'm saying? Because we fled those areas when this shit happened and we moved south. And then we went back home and repopulated these areas when the water receded, when it was habitable again, and we spread it back out. That's what these events, when you look through history, shows us and show you how and why people migrated to these places. And then when all of this shit was over with, how they also went back to the places where they came from. That's why I be giving all this pushback about life started in Africa. The origin of man started in Africa. That's why I give that pushback back. Not because I just don't want to be an African or I just got something against African. No, it's other shit that shows that life or everybody didn't come from this place and, other events and shit that happen around the world in history. Everything don't have to do with that place. That's the only point that I be making. Because Melissa, I actually got that from you. I went and looked into that when you was like the northern part places, you know what I mean? Like, and I ain't never really think about it. Like, if you really go and look into like all of the northern parts, hemispheres of all of these continents, something happened across like the region of the world, and just like it just swept across the northern region of these of the continents. I started looking at that shit because you said that.
Yeah, I noticed it too on the patterns of the maps, like the way, like how the top is like shit is completely. It was not even no grass and shit no more. It's all fucking desert. What happened? So I mean, like, yeah, I do think that something like catastrophic obviously happened. I think that was dry ice. I think that was the movement from the United, like from the east, from the west to the east. I just think it makes more fucking sense, to be honest with you. Like, it's making more sense when you talk about the migration pattern of people rather than they just stayed in one place. That doesn't make sense to me.
And that's the only story that I be trying to explain to tell people, like, we are being fed this narrative that life started in Africa because this narrative don't fit for everybody. Because then you have to explain, well, how are these people over here doing this at the same time that these people in Africa haven't even migrated yet? See what I'm saying? These people haven't even left here, but you got civilization over here. So these are the things that start to come out when we learn about these catastrophes. We learn about these mud floods. We learn about all of these petrified things and all these events and the sky rain and fire and all of this shit. But you see evidence of what they call them thing, sodium balls or the salt balls from rain and fire and shit. That's evidence of all of that shit. All of that shit. The whole story of Sodom and Gomorrah, they found melted fucking stone cities that look like a nigga took a beam or a lighter and put that shit to a building and melted it like a candle.
Not a candle, I'm crying.
No, but I mean, when you go and you look, if you look for evidence of Sodom and Gomorrah, and you're looking for a city that was burned, that was melted, that was struck down by all of this, you can find many cities that fit that description.
Yeah, that is true. Wait, which one did you find? Which ones did you locate though? Outside of like Pompeii and shit.
I was just about to say Pompeii and the other, because they told us that Pompeii was some volcano shit. When you look into Pompeii, that sounds like a nuclear fallout. See what I'm saying? That even the people that are still there in that area, that's still covered in that fallout or whatever that wasn't a volcano. But that was the narrative that they fed to try to cover up the technology and the things that these people were using at this time to cause these events.
Right. Yeah. And that's the problem. The problem is that you have so many different groups of people who saw the shit, but they wrote it down from different perspectives.
Right.
They labeled it as different, but when you start looking into all the catastrophic stories, they kind of sound a little similar.
And then you got an account from people from India that's in the Bhagavad Gita. They calling the fallout cloud the cloud of death. And they telling you that when you encounter this cloud, your skin start to fall off your body. Your skin start to turn red. That sounds like radiation poison. You see what I'm saying? That sounds like the shit that happened when niggas encounter radiation fallout. Because what else would that be?
Yeah, so there is that, and the Bhagavad Gita that mentions. So you know how Oppenheimer, who created the
atomic bomb, right?
Yes, so in his speech, he stated, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." That comes directly from that Hindu book. Right? They're talking about how the destruction of worlds. So I do think that they know that there was some sort of atomic
So I know what you're talking about. The name of the weapon that they call a world destroyer, because this is where they got the idea for the Death Star in Star Wars. It's called the Mark 1. This is I don't know if it's called Mark 1, MICK1 or MACK1 or it's MAC1 or MOC.
I think it's Mac 1.
Mac 1, right. But they call it a planet killer.
The level of, so that's why you see, so that's the quote from the Bhagavad Gita. It said, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
Yep.
So
that's exactly
they named it after that shit, then damn, they got some shit on their hands. Yeah.
It's called the Mark 1. It's a destroyer of world, and this is what the Death Star on Star Wars was based off of. That technology, the Mark 1. And like you said, I learned about all this shit in the Bhagavad Gita, in the I think it's another book called the War in the Heavens. Had these accounts where first-hand accounts, second-hand accounts where these ships or these beings are having a fight in the sky with ships and flying and they shooting beams, and they got all of these accounts on the walls of India. They got shit in stone where they look like they dropping bombs, and that's why I be telling them nigga like, y'all think this technology and shit that we got, like this nuclear shit, this shit ain't nothing new. They been had this technology a long time ago. They been dropping bombs on each other. There's evidence of nuclear war before we ever created a nuclear bomb.
So there's a cosmic war in the Book of Enoch. And that's what happens when the Watchers also actually fall to Earth. And so they're, oh shit, that might make fucking sense.
What just came to you, Melissa? That's one of them.
What if when they came to Earth, it was almost like a nuclear weapon when they were, because it talks about how they were bound and cast to the Earth, right? And like there was an actual,
you see all them craters?
Yeah, what if that's how they got to Earth, and that's why that shit is the way it is?
Because it was a nigga who went around for these craters from these fallen that they fallen, and he actually found almost 200 of them. These 200 craters.
Oh shit! Gosh darn! That makes a lot of mother. What did you want to something read? I think you want to something.
Because he was actually trying to see was the act of these something falling from the sky. He was trying to see did that shit have any type of truth to it. And he actually went around the world and found did all of this, you know, the laser taking pictures and shit and all that. He even found shit that he wasn't looking for. But he actually found almost, I think he was up to like 189, 192 craters around the world. But he damn near found all 200 of them. And that's what made me like subscribe to like, I don't gotta believe in the Bible, but I believe something goddamn filling them goddamn holes.
Right.
That's what I do believe. Because trees don't do that. And neither does water.
No, I'm starting to think that that's what happened when they fell to Earth. To be honest with you, there might have been something that happened. And so
there's a lot of evidence that show that something failed. Something hit that motherfucker.
So in Greek mythology, here we go. In Greek mythology, the Titans were gods. They fell to Earth, sometimes creating mountains or other geographic features. And we know the Titans are, we can really correspond them similarly to the Nephilim.
I was just about to say the same goddamn mountain faces that we see today that's literally the size of mountains. They got faces, they petrified.
So let's go into, it also says Mesopotamian Sumerian myth. Their arrival often changes the land, although the planet itself isn't destroyed. Let me see in Mesopotamian what happens, if you can give me some verses. And it also says, so in Greek and Mesopotamian, they talk about thrown from heaven, from the sky. Okay, so in Arrival of the Anunnaki, it says the Anunnaki were said to descend from the heavens, blah, blah, blah. Their landing is sometimes described as thunderous, awe-inspiring, transformative. Their presence reshapes the environment in various ways. The rivers are redirected, homes and cities established, blah, 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 blah. Let me see if there's anything as far as the change of... Yeah, I'm starting to feel like their fall to the earth actually impacted the whole geographic location. But not just that, they fell, okay, cool, but then their arrival, what they brought with them caused...
Right, they could have caused eco change. They could have caused change in the ecosystem, change in the environment, all type of shit when they came.
I believe, to be honest with you, and I think me and Michelle were talking about it at one point, was how, and I am brought it up too, how they are the descendants of the Neanderthal and the Denisovans that mix with modern day Homo sapien, right? And I think that's what happened, like maybe us literally coming out of the garden in a sense, but they're not us. I truly believe that they are the descendants of them. Yeah, the descendants.
They were made, we were born. That's what I subscribe to.
Yeah, but the Bible tells you that they were playing, the Nephilim were playing with shit. We also have the Malachi York account of Jacob and all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but see, all of those are accounts of cloning and making human beings.
Right, see, and I think I think they were exactly. I think that's the point in which they were made, right? And that's why their presence on the planet is only a few thousand years ago. Because you gotta understand, the reason why the flood happened is because they were fucking with shit.
They wanted to wipe a clean slate. And remember, that's not the first time that they caused these earthly calamities to wipe this motherfucker clean to start over.
Because of the ice age, the ice was melting from the top, from the northern hemisphere. That's why the flood happened.
That's what we say. That's why.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, but see, watch this though. That's just like, see, we have to wait for the ice to gradually melt, and sea rises level over time. See, ice just don't melt in a week, and then you get the earth to start to flood. That's what they want us to believe.
But it had to happen like earthquakes. You got earthquakes, plate shifts.
Right, and those things.
Y'all know there's a volcano that erupted off the coast of Italy over there.
And it can cause a tsunami. It can cause a flood.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Right. So that's why I mean that they try to tell us that when because the ice melted, that's what caused the flood. And it's just like, listen, a piece of ice broke out the size of Rhode Island 5 years ago. It has melted. Sea rise have risen what? I think 23 feet, 20 something, between 15 and 23 feet in the last couple of years or something. Ain't nobody noticed. See what I'm saying? I mean, coastlines have probably lost a couple of inches, a couple of foot, but ain't nobody noticed. Because that happened gradually over time. Now, if a volcano erupt underwater, or, outside the water, major debris causing friction, place to move and shit, that shit's gonna call it major flood, major earthquake. See, major